here on this channel, and I come to the conclusion a long time ago that this American citizenship, other than the passport to be able to travel where you want to go, that's really the biggest value there. The taxes and all that kind of stuff. The people coming here without the documents. Hell, you hear they drop their passports in the desert when they come here through the Rio Grande or whatever. They leave their documents. They want to be undocumented. That's what they call them. And so I had a phone call this morning from a guy looking for a room, and he said to me, it's an interesting proposition. He says, "Yo, Mr. Gault, you got a room for rent? I'm willing to work the first week the rent till I get paid on Fridays." I don't do that kind of shit, but I'm always willing to listen. And I'm gonna let you listen to this conversation here. Hopefully you can hear it. Let me pull it up on the screen here. Here it is. Here it is. I'll make it bigger. And you don't even need to see it really. You don't even really need to see it. It's just me there. Let's see. Let me see if I can play it. The volume will come up in 1 second. Well, you a plumber?
I've worked around shops and I know a little bit of basic handyman stuff,
What kind of work do you do for a living?
Well, right now I'm putting a fast food restaurant right now. That's where I just got my job at.
You work
around Southeast DC.
What fast food you work at? What's up, badass? Who?
Twizzler. It's this little, Twizzler fried chicken and smash burger is what it's called.
Oh, that's
where I started.
That's over by the Navy Yard.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, we don't really have anything right now. We got like a handyman. But you can keep my numbers just in case.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, once I have some money together.
Yeah. Where are you living right now?
Right now, I'm staying in a mission shelter, basically.
And where did you move here from?
I came from California.
You came from California, lived in the shelter. Yeah. Did you immediately move in the shelter or what?
No. We this is where we ended up. After me and my friends, basically, after just running out of money.
Oh, how long have you been in DC?
Yeah. A few months, like 4 months. Yeah.
So both of y'all need a place to get here.
Right now, it's just me.
What happened to your friend?
He's straight. He's more of like a legal, immigrant. I'm a citizen.
Oh, he an immigrant. So how the hell is he straight and you ain't straight?
So he gets work. He does like more landscaping type of work. I can get regular jobs. If I'm I got my papers and stuff.
Oh, okay. Damn, you should do landscaping. Hell, if he's straight and you ain't straight, why don't you just do landscaping?
I understand. Yeah. No, I got different schedule. I do different stuff. Me and him. So he's my bro. So.
He a white guy? Are you a white guy?
No, brother. I'm Spanish.
Oh,
I was born. I was born in California, though.
Okay, but he legal and you're legal and he not. So he. Damn, that's kind of crazy.
Nah.
That's kind of crazy.
He's my friend, He's pretty cool. Yeah, but I know. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy though that he would be, doing better than you. You got your papers.
They hustle, bro. They have the real network. And they hustle. They get down.
Get down. Why can't you get in the network? You Spanish too, right?
Yeah, I definitely can. Yeah.
But why don't you get in there? You don't want to?
It's cool. It's just it's like they got the little thing going on.
They got that thing going on.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for your time, brother. I'll definitely keep this number.
They got a little thing going on.
Yeah. Whenever I might stuff together. Thank you, brother.
All right, thank you. They got a little thing going on. I know you heard that. He said, we got a network. They got a network. You don't need no papers. Shit. The niggas with the paper fucked up. Niggas without the paper got the paper. I know you heard that. And I'll probably play it again for the people as they come into the audience there. But we talked all long and hard about, college education, this and that. And I keep trying to tell people, like, shit, I'm the motherfucker that they got to pay the rent to. I see who can pay their rent. It's that landscaper. It's that plumber. As I told you, when he called me and he didn't have any money, what did he offer me? Did he offer me some social work skills? Yeah. What do you say? You know how to do? Plumbing, you know how to do plumbing. Well, you a plumber? Just know how to do it.
I've worked around shops and I know a little bit of basic handyman stuff,
Basic handyman. What kind of work do you do for a living? And he went on to say he worked at a fried chicken restaurant. I'll pull the chicken restaurant up a little bit later. You think about it, this is a man that come all the way across the country to end up working at a fast food fried chicken restaurant. American jobs. He's an American. But he brought an immigrant with him, and the immigrant outpacing him. He said, we're family, though, so they straight. Again, I think it really, really highlights the declining value of the American passport there, the American citizenship there. Two guys, one American, one not. One out doing landscaping, blazing his path, the other one working in a fried chicken restaurant. Nothing wrong with working at a fried chicken restaurant. Let me see what restaurant. What's the name of that restaurant? He said Swizzler. I think that was the name of the restaurant. I've actually been there before. It's right by the baseball stadium, Swizzler. And that is let me see the Swizzler, DC. DC, this is the restaurant that he works. DC's best fried chicken. I'd argue that point. I like the fried chicken at Honeymoon fried chicken. But here's the place where the guy works. But that should be up on the screen. Maybe it's not here. By the way, guys, I tell you what. This is the place that the restaurant that the guy works. He just called in. Took that phone call a few minutes ago. If you want to hear it again, you can hear it on your stream on the channel. There should be live on the channel somewhere. Here's the restaurant that the guy works. Smash burgers and fried chicken. That's what they make there. Smash burgers, fried chicken. Looks pretty good. Yeah, I think I had a smash burger there. Anyway, so that was the phone call. Any thoughts about that phone call? Yeah, American passport is one of the best is a Jap one, from what I've heard. I don't know. It's probably the hardest to get. The hardest one to get is probably the best one to have. That's what I would say. The hardest one to get is the best one to have. I also like when you get carded, but they don't accept a passport. The highest one. Well, why do they not accept passports? Look, I don't even have a driver's license. I lost my driver's license. I'm just hesitant to go down there and deal with DC government to get a replacement. So, I got to do that. I got to go down there and get a replacement. I just been using my passport. So where do they not accept passports? That'll be interesting. But again, as you can see here, there's a young man living in a shelter calling in, offering to trade labor for shelter, labor for shelter. And I asked him, I said, well, you're a plumber? He said, no, but I know how to do things. I'm willing to work in exchange for a place to live. It brings to mind another thing. I have a good African buddy. This motherfucker likes to barter everything. And one of the things you find out, like in the second, third world, there is no fixed price on anything. Everything is up for grabs. You can barter on a lot of things there. And so here's a guy calling, basically bartering with me for housing. Right? How many of you guys have ever bartered for housing? Initially, right off the break. Maybe once you got behind on your rent, but coming in your door, you ever bartered for housing? I don't think so. I doubt it. It's just a new way of approaching things in America today. I have a passport. I lost my ID, lost my driver's license, lost my wallet. And so I said, man, I don't drive. I know my driver's license numbers, so I just use my passport for the time being. That's the highest form of ID, as Troll says, right? Passport trumps a driver's license or ID card from your state. I get everything I need with the passport. What do I need the ID for? I don't know. You tell me if I'm missing out on something that I haven't missed out on in about the last year. I haven't had my ID card in like a year. I have a picture of it, though, in case I need to show it to someone. Anyway, guys, do you remember when I talked about 50 Cent? Does anyone remember when I talked about 50 Cent? You remember 50 Cent comes to Capitol Hill. Anyone remember that? 50 Cent, he came to Capitol Hill. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. 50 Cent came to Capitol Hill, and I said, that don't smell right. 50 Cent goes to Capitol Hill. 50 Cent goes to Capitol Hill. Anyone remember that? CKJ3, you remember that? When 50 Cent went to Capitol Hill? We'll walk back down memory lane here. We'll walk back down memory lane, and we'll see what happened when 50 came to Capitol Hill. Let's see what he said.
Advocating for Black entrepreneurs. He stopped by House Speaker Mike Johnson's office, and the two took a moment to pose for this photo together. Jackson was in D.C. meeting other Republican leaders and members of the Congressional Black Caucus, pushing for African-American representation in many business sectors.
Today, I went to talk to them about economic opportunity for everybody, and it's really exciting. The response I got makes me feel like that there's bright things ahead of me. He's met with Speaker Johnson.
Man, you really that? I knew then something was wrong. I knew then. I said, these braggadocious rappers, they just can take 9 bullets and now they align with Ben Crump and Nancy Pelosi and Mike Johnson. I said, something wrong. Something wrong, ladies and gentlemen. I knew it. I knew something in the milk wasn't clean. And here we go. Listen to some more.
Johnson and many of the leaders from the Republican side of the aisle. And they all agree that economic opportunity is what makes the American dream real for all Americans.
Jackson and Crump specifically talked with congressional leaders.
And you think about this. What tipped me off this was like, damn, 50's rich. And here he is at Capitol Hill talking about he need help in the music and nigga, you got rich in the music. How much more help do you need? I knew it was something. Knew it was something. And I'm going to get into what I think it is in a minute. Let me see if I can find what I think it is. Let's see. Where I want to say, let's see. We're going to start out with let's see. I heard someone dropped a little breadcrumb, and that's what led me in this direction. Let's see. Rick Ross, actually. I don't know if you guys have heard this. See if we can find it. Let me see if we can find it. I hope I got it here. I know I have it. Here it is. I think this is it right here. I don't want to hear all this shit from someone else. Maybe I got it on Twitter. What happened? But anyway, Rick Ross is out. He's talking a lot of shit about I see what you're saying, CKJ3. All he has to do is go to Tyler Perry route. Go to Tyler Perry and ask him how to do it. And we'll get into that. I think there's a reason why he can't really do that. And let me see if I can get the 50 Cent Rick Ross. Look, did I put that shit? Sometimes I lose all this shit. It's easy to find though. I'm sure there's a latest video of him. And so Rick Ross talking some cash shit, but he said something that really piqued my interest. No, I haven't. Where the fuck I put it? Wherever I put it. Where 50 Cent? What the fuck is that? Where do you put that shit? 50 Cent Rick Ross. I got a video of it, but I don't want to play that. Explore. 50 Cent Rick Ross. What is it at? No, he was just talking about the guy. Give me 1 second. Here it is. Here it is. I want you to listen to this. He's going to drop a couple jewels that caught my attention. Listen.
Didn't know that they say I was the only person that fucked 50 Cent up. I ain't know that. I'm going to be honest. Tony Yayo told 50 Cent himself. Y'all could Google it. Tony Yayo said, I wouldn't do that if I was, because Tony Yayo know them niggas ain't got no money. Come on, man. Look at Tony Yayo and Auntie Murder nigga. Them niggas need facials. Oh, niggas whose skin ain't even right, boy. But look, 50. Boy, I see you struggling making that G-Unit film studio out there in Louisiana where that cheapest land at. You thought you was going to be able to do it. You thought you was going to be able to get them loans, and it ain't. What's wrong? What's taking so long? I know you want to make your mama one of them walking stars thing. Put down there. Fuck how your mama live. Nigga, make her own walking star. Let me get one of them Bel Air bottles to hold up on these niggas. Man, you heard what I just said? Them niggas skin bad. Man, you see that nigga Auntie Murder? Nigga ain't ever killed nothing. But that nigga need a facial so bad. When I be seeing them blackheads on them niggas' skin, damn, them niggas doing bad. And 50, stop. You left your last hole because of something they said had to do with me. Don't leave Tony Yayo that. Come on, don't leave Louisiana. Don't quit like that because you showed niggas the picture of how you wanted it to look. We call it renderings. You had the renderings, then you try to go get them loans and ain't nobody loan you that money. You ain't even built the G-Unit studio yet. That might be why when I stood next to Meech, your knees buckle. Your knees buckle. Put your back against the wall. Po nigga. You're po hustler.
And that's Rick Ross. I was wondering where the fuck is that coming from? But he dropped a couple jewels. And, you know, here's one of the jewels he dropped here. 50 Cent G-Unit film and TV studios thrown into uncertainty over Louisiana tax bill. This is back in November. And you can listen to this here.
Developing story that could bring a major gut punch to Louisiana's film and TV industry.
Tomorrow, the Louisiana House is expected to vote on a corporate tax plan that could eliminate the state's film tax credits, which have been critical in rapper 50 Cent bringing his G-Unit studios to Shreveport. Our Jonathan McCall is live in the studio with details, reaction, and what comes next. Jonathan?
Hey, Jeff, Brenda. For weeks, the future of this $150 million tax credit has been up in the air. Today, there were reports that the House voted to eliminate those tax incentives. But just moments ago, before coming on air, I talked with State Representative Stephen Jackson of Shreveport, who tells me the bill to decide the future of those film and TV credits will be decided tomorrow. Production among several incentives on the line as Governor Jeff Landry looks to overhaul Louisiana's system to flatten the state's personal income tax. Lawmakers are currently in the middle of a special session to decide this. As for this tax credit, it has been critical in making Louisiana a popular destination for hundreds of projects, including rapper Curtis 50 Cent Jackson investing in Shreveport, bringing his G-Unit studios here. Earlier this year, Jackson met with Mayor Tom Arsenault of Shreveport and Governor Jeff Landry to discuss those incentives. Recently, the city of Shreveport also passed a unanimous resolution showing their support and the need to keep those credits here in Shreveport.
Of cuts are looming. A big concern is the possible cut to the film tax credit.
That tax credit was a big draw for artist 50 Cent to bring his G-Unit studios to Shreveport and to buy property in the area. And as Dominique Ben reports, lawmakers from Shreveport say a compromise may be in the works.
I have been given assurance by the governor's office that 50 Cent, his deal will be taken care of regardless of what happens with film tax credits. And so
he gonna get his and he don't care about what happened to anyone else.
so he has a special package that they're working on.
State Representative Stephen Jackson says he wants people to stay positive and have patience when it comes to lawmakers taking up tax reform issues. The possibility of eliminating the film tax credit has come under fire.
The film tax credit has not been cut. What we did was there was a sunset provision. All tax credits in Louisiana have to be sunset. And so the film tax credit has not been cut.
So, you know, I ain't gonna play any more of this shit. What I'm gonna say is I'm gonna respond to CKJ3. Tyler Perry had a sweetheart deal with the city of Atlanta. He bought a military base. He got a lot of land. Tyler Perry had a lot of catalog, TV, film, and shit. He may be able to use for leverage. He's probably in a totally different situation than 50 Cent. You know, I just think they're in a different situation. 50 is more established, you know, artists, actors in his movies, probably bigger budget than what Tyler Perry does. And Tyler can turn out a lot of movies. I don't know if 50 can, you know, turn out that many movies the way Tyler Perry can at the budget that he does. And we talked about other black studio owners that they either never opened up and went out of business. And here's 50 Cent getting down in a very corrupt state, Louisiana. You remember anyone that is a 49er fan here, you remember the 49ers owner years ago lost his franchise trying to get involved with Louisiana politicians to get a casino. And not surprisingly, 30 years later or so, 50 Cent seems to be trying to angle for a casino. I can pull up the map and show you where his studio is slated to be. And you'll see this casino, I think, across the street. And he wanted one of the buildings there for his own casino. What he called it going to be gaming, but I'm sure, you know, it'd been basketball, football, stuff like that. Maybe like semi-pro. But I think the gambling was the big lure. And that's why he chose Louisiana. So someone says, why film studio? Well, if you're producing a lot of movies like Tyler Perry, and you think about during COVID, Tyler Perry made a lot of money during COVID because he owned his own film studios, whereas these other guys had to film at the big studios, and they were enforcing the COVID guidelines very strictly. So that cut them out of making money or making films for a couple of years, whereas Tyler Perry was able to continue to make movies there.
If somebody wants to come do film tax credits in Louisiana today, they still can do film tax credits.
Earlier this year, 50 Cent announced he was signing on to lease the old Millennium Studios owned by the city. He is expected to begin production under the brand new name G-Unit Studios. He even held the Humor and Harmony 4-day festival as a test run of what Shreveport could be. More than 30,000 people attended, with celebrities headlining many events. It was a success, but shortly after, Governor Jeff Landry called for a special session looking into tax reform in order to eliminate individual income tax for residents.
There's going to be an amendment that's going to be put back on in the Senate on Sunday that's going to restore, and in my opinion, I think that's going to make the film tax credits even better.
Representative Jackson addressed the Louisiana House on Thursday regarding amendments to the current bill. He did not reveal what the...
And there's 50 Cent there, and he's going all in on Shreveport. He's dropped a couple mil on property there, and he's kind of at a standstill until he can get the studio built. And let's see what they're saying here. As Afrotech previously reported, the entrepreneur opened G-Unit Studios in the city, now the second largest Black-owned studio behind Tyler Perry. 985,000-foot property is being used to operate a production studio and uses related to the promotion. Here's a video of it. There's that. There's Instagram. And what was this? Let's see a date on this. Anyway, founding my own studio is the next step in my plan to expand G-Unit Film and Television's output of premium diverse content across all media. Also, he's rolling out three-phase plan to transform the city through areas including housing. Okay, that'll be interesting. We started building houses, and we have an idea to go into communities and help low to moderate income families get mortgages. Orville Hall, G Unit's growth advisor. And I'll show you Orville Hall in just a minute. 50 Cent just hired this guy as his growth advisor there. And what's more, 50 Cent is furthering his interest, making multiple properties in areas that have been vacant. 50 Cent has purchased properties. Some of them have been vacant for years. So we're really excited about the potential. For one thing, it shows the significance of downtown, blah, blah, blah. He secured over 10 properties. Now the second largest property owner in the city's downtown. We may do a stream on who he bought these properties from. And it's kind of like Floyd Mayweather there in a way. Here's another link here. Orville. Let's see. Orville Hall. G Unit's growth advisor.
All right. Do you have any questions for me before we start?
No, this is
all right. For the record, tell me your name, spell it for me, and how you want to be titled.
okay. Orville Hall, ORVILLEHALL, and I'm the G Unit Growth Advisor, and I'm a marketing specialist. Okay, thank you. You can help me with that. Yeah.
Do you like to be called Orville or Mr. Hall?
Orville's good, or O. Everybody calls me O.
They call you what?
O.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what most people call me.
Okay.
Oh.
We're good? All right. Are these
obviously traffic report that I didn't see before?
really? What did you see new?
It was when I first met Hurricane, he was 15. So I was hanging with a 15-year-old in the city. When I came, while I was here, I was seeing a new Shreveport that I didn't see before.
Really? What did you see new?
It was when I first met Hurricane, he was 15. So I was hanging with a 15-year-old in the city. When I came back,
he talking about Hurricane Chris. Hey, baby. Hey, is that Halle Berry? Halle Berry. Halle Berry. This is who this man was hanging with.
had to help him get a deal. He's now 23, so he's older, and I'm not hanging more in the neighborhoods. I'm downtown more at this time, and I see I'm there at Hayes on Texas, and I decided to stay around to see what I can do for the family that we got to deal with. And when I recognized the casinos and realized Shreveport had 7 casinos, right off the back, I said, this is a special city. It's a special city.
You saw the vision back then.
Well, what happens is economically, casino cities are service cities, and usually the citizens work towards serving the tourism, which creates a great employment rate in most of those cities. So when I saw the casinos, that's what occurred to me. This is a special city. When town was a city that I see can be the type of city that Vegas is. So idea, and I met with Ollie Tyler. I met with Adrian. I think everybody wants to believe, right? Everybody wants to believe. Mo Corner, because
so that's 50 Cent's growth advisor. I'm not sure if he's gotten the buildings to sprout out of the ground yet, but that is who he chose to be his growth advisor. Anyway, we shall see. You know, Louisiana is a very corrupt state, and man, you have to know who you're doing business with down there. That's what I will say. How many of you guys knew Joy Reid had a new podcast? How many of you guys knew that? I just think that new. My lovely lady Lisa told me about that this morning. Yeah, I'll show it to you. What you gonna find interesting in something here? Kai Trump. Well, no, this is not Kai Trump. This is Read This, Read That. A new podcast by Joy Reid. Only has 28 videos, 51,000 subscribers. She has more than Michelle Obama, but she's been doing it for a bit. I think she has more than Michelle Obama. Let's see. Her views are better than Michelle Obama. So let's take a look. This calls for brown looker. Doesn't sound like the Joy Reid of MSNBC, does it? This calls for brown liquor. Child, if Faba is blackety black. Child, damn, too much booty on the yard. I gotta hear this.
What did Lawrence Welk used to do? A one and a two.
Too much booty on the yard.
And Reid,
What's up, cousin?
you know this and that. I'm talking to the electorate.
But it's just like I am preparing myself for the chaos because every my favorite
Which is my security. Can make a really great drink. And sometimes when we do the show from home, he will have a drink like that he's mixing.
Hey, we gotta take a call already this early in the morning. Give me 1 second. We got calls coming in already. All right, hold on. That was a personal call. Sorry about that. Anyway, this is back to Joy Reid, my man. And we had some money making opportunities. What I need.
During the show, that'll be like the surprise that I get after the show when I'm, so he'll do that on occasion. He'll come up with some like really interesting new drinks and he does that. But no, my security, I make myself. And I actually just over the weekend, well, not the weekend, over this past week was in New Orleans, one of my favorite cities, and discovered something called a fridge. I think it's fridge drink, where you actually pre-mix the drink, leave it in the
Oh, they're not talking about shit. Let's see if they got a table of content. Oh, they went to homecoming. Booty hanging out. As you can see there, she's not talking about that bombastic MSNBC content anymore. When she's free to talk about what she wants to talk about on her YouTube. This is what she talks about. Shit you need to know. Guess Angela Rye. Best in the motherfucking world. Still We Rise. Kendrick Lamar, SZA, Serena, and Marcia.
Lumina.
Ordered conservatorship. And now she has to see a doctor for the doctor to sign off and make sure she's well enough. But the more and more I hear from her, the more I agree that the situation she's in is not the right situation. Whether or not she needs some kind of guardianship, one, because that other one, his wife is MAGA. Girl, why? I cannot tell you.
I don't want to hear any more of this shit. I wanted to compare them to Kai Trump. Anyone seen Kai Trump on the internet? Hey, someone said it's man or woman. Has anyone seen Kai Trump on the internet? Kai Trump. I mean, she's doing big numbers on the internet here. Especially relative to Michelle Obama and all those guys. 393,000 views, 862,000, 2 million views. Spending a day with my dad. Shorts, 345,000, 625,000 views. Messages here. Anyway, I just happened to see her on the internet here, and she's doing some really big numbers here. Hi Trump. 862,000, 1 million, 2 million views, 1.4 million, 3 million views.
Today, my grandpa becomes the president of the United States again. Let's go.
How many hours did you sleep last night?
4 hours. I'm close. Yeah, I think your hair like that too. It looks really nice. You're being sarcastic. I don't like the way you're so. All right, we just finished the church sermon of a lifetime. A little crazy, memorable for sure. Those 3 words.
What is it like?
Pretty young lady, boy. Wow.
Do you guys order another chocolate? No, we just found up there.
It's a nice looking young lady, I tell you that. Anyway, she has a bright YouTube career ahead of her. Why is Reid? She did, you know, when you say that is correct, she does kind of look like Andre Brown there. You know what's interesting? If I go back to Joy Reid for 1 minute, comparing her to just look at her catalog so far. When we looked at Michelle Obama views, I mean, Michelle wasn't doing these kind of numbers. 178. Michelle's like in the 15,000 category. And I don't even think Michelle could cover half of these topics here. What's really the matter with Kanye? I don't think Michelle could talk about that. She probably end up on the same side as him, but she couldn't talk about it. Michelle definitely couldn't do a podcast talking about too much booty on the yard. Or Brown Looker, which is 53,000 views there. And anyway, so these people going from TV to YouTube is going to be an interesting proposition there. It doesn't seem like it's working out as well for them as one would expect it. I'm going to put the link in the chat here. Hopefully we get to talk a little real estate, some live real estate. Otherwise, I had a couple of topics I wanted to cover with you guys. Give me 1 minute. 1 second. Someone want me to read the description for Joy's let me read the channel description for the channel here. Read this, read that. Both of them, their last name is Reid. No relation though. It's hosted by journalists and play cousins Joy Ann Reid and Jackie Reid. Tune in weekly for a girlfriendy good time as the ladies focus on politics, pop culture, hot topics, and black girl magic all day. The ladies will often be joined by some of our favorite entertainers, content creators, and public figures for informative conversations. Lastly, let's be clear. This is a safe place for the sisters in you. The sisters. You know, I wonder if anybody's clipping her channel. Let's see. What is it? Read this, read that. I wonder if anyone's clipping this shit. I'm curious now. If anyone is even paying any attention. When the last time did she tweet stream? 3 days ago. Okay, do they go live? They must go live. 11 days ago. Wow, they went live. No way. She went live for 12 hours? No way. Hell no. Hell no. She went live for fucking 12 hours? It can't be real.
To all of you, I'm so excited to have Greg Willis jumping in and joining us, who is of counsel and a principal at Phoenix Strategies. Greg has spent many years actually doing the Lord's work for us on Capitol Hill in the Senate, and really understands the economic fiber and fabric of this country and what really makes our financial systems go round. And at the end of the day, that small business and minority businesses have really been powered through partnership with government and incentives that have allowed us to somewhat, and I'll let Greg get to this, somewhat try and at least give us access.
Yeah, she got the chat on. What?
As I can't say level.
Hair of their body is directly correlated
I want to pick up on this piece that you said, though, this conversation about Black men not being in the
I can't believe they went 12 fucking hours.
conversation. It is so imperative, and I think about this, particularly as we're talking about maternal mortality. There's so many stories, and yes, we should continue to lift up the stories of Black women that we have lost and continue to lose in the United States, right? Where we're supposed to have access to quality healthcare, and yet Black women, from Serena Williams and Beyonce to Black women who we may not know their names, are talking about their birthing experience. Black men are providers and fathers in this conversations and are also impacted here as well, right? When a mother is removed from
Reid,
the
ladies and
household, when a
gentlemen.
mother doesn't have the ability to parent.
She's got a fucking podcast.
Good to be with
you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff, and hello.
Oh shit.
Mayor
Rock.
Baraka. I want to say that it is especially wonderful for Quentin and I, and for Houston Press. Your legacy, press over to you, Mayor Baraka, to talk about not just a little bit of your journey, where you see us as a community moving forward.
Hey, you know what? Oh shit. Yeah, I haven't seen you in the building in a long time. You know what, man? Today I don't even have to hate on the niggas. I'm gonna let somebody else do it for me. How about that? I don't even have to hate on the niggas today. And the reason why is because I came loaded to bear. Loaded with ammunition to bear here. And you know, I was I'm gonna close that. Reid report down for a minute. I was I don't know if I was on the panel or not. Was it yesterday? Day before yesterday? Let's see. Was it yesterday? That ain't what I'm looking for. I got something. Let me see. Yeah, I got. Was my phone ringing? Where is it? Okay. Where are my clips? Oh, it's not on this channel. I got something for you guys. I was looking at this shit, listening to this shit yesterday. And I am gonna play this for you. Give me 1 second. And it is I want you guys to hear this shit. Let's see, where is it? Watch later. Like my clips. Ooh, where should I start? I think I'll start right here.
Or till 18, you have lost the definition of freedom. You are not motherfucking free if you have a baby mama. It does not exist.
For sure.
At least according to my definition,
Yeah.
motherfuckers. And if you have 2 or 3, that's 2 or 3 times less.
Who is this in the back here? The Fixer. Let me put up a banner or something. I'll bring you up here. Banners, media. Put up a big ass picture of Precious on this motherfucker. Yeah. Hey, what's up, man? Yo, what's up? The Fixer. What's up? Are you just gonna sit there? All right. The Fixer, what's up? You on mute, by the way. All right. Take your mic off mute. I'll bring you back up. Cool. All right. This is Stanley Cross, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is from yesterday.
Freedom. When you finally decide to get serious, you're gonna have people who don't live in your house dictating your goddamn schedule. And motherfucker, you've lost freedom. When your baby mama say, I don't give a fuck if you're married and you have new kids, I'm your baby mama. Have that boy ready at 2 when I come pick him up. Motherfucker, you're gonna do it. She is impacting your family, newfound family, your freedom, or till 18. You have lost the definition of freedom. You are not motherfucking free if you have a baby mama. It does not exist.
For sure.
At least according to my definition,
Yeah.
motherfuckers. And if you have 2 or 3, that's 2 or 3 times less freedom. When you finally decide to get serious, you're going to have people who don't live in your house dictating your goddamn schedule. And motherfucker, you've lost freedom. When your baby mama say, I don't give a fuck if you're married and you have new kids, I'm your baby mama. Have that boy ready at 2 when I come pick him up. Motherfucker, you're gonna do it. She is impacting your family, newfound family.
And that's Stanley Crossing. One of many rants that he went on yesterday. He went on to say this.
One of you. And there are a couple exceptions, maybe 3. So there are 2 people that, actually 3 or 4, who are Black that I'm not talking about, but the rest of y'all motherfuckers, you're mediocre. And stop acting like you're not.
Yeah, I don't really get the understand the judging of people.
Oh no,
constantly
you know
online.
what?
That's why.
Because I'm judging, goddamn it, right now.
No, there's difference with you.
One of you.
And that was Stanley saying niggas are mediocre. And we have other clips of Stanley, I'm sure. Let's see. And I want to make sure we play them. And it's like an eye-opening, I swear to you. Yeah, it seems like he's no longer pro-Black. This is Stanley on reparations. Let's refresh that.
Reparations aren't to fix anything. Reparations are like a lawsuit. You know, you ran into the back of my car and gave me slavery. Well, you know what? You're going to have to pay my medical bills. That's literally what reparations are for.
So he equated reparations to like medical bills there, as if in a car accident. This is very interesting. A coming of age for Stanley Cross in the way that Universal Jones, a guy with master's degree, 2 masters, and he's just a mediocre nigga. You know. If Universal is mediocre, boy, we got a lot of lower than Universal here. I was very what's up, Sal? I see you in the background. Sal, what's going on? They were talking about you on T today, Stanley.
One of you. And there are a couple exceptions, maybe 3. So there are 2 people that, actually 3 or 4, who are Black that I'm not talking about, but the rest of y'all motherfuckers, you're mediocre. Stop acting like you're not.
Yeah, I don't really get the understand the.
Say it again, Stanley. Say it again.
That I'm not talking about, but the rest of y'all motherfuckers, you're me now.
Oh, Stanley, you had it in for them niggas yesterday. I tell you, boy, you gave it good. Call them gum poppers. You call one of them bitches. I mean, ooh, baby mama, baby daddies. You let them have it yesterday. I couldn't have done that as long as you did that yesterday, Stanley. You gave it to them.
You know, can you even hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you now.
Let's start with, have I changed? Nope. I'm the same as I was yesterday. There's nothing. I'm not anti-Black. Okay, everyone wants to define me as pro-Black, or was he pro-Black? Has he changed from pro-Black? I'm not anti-Black. Okay, that's my definition. I don't even know what pro-Black means. I'm no more pro-Black than white people are pro-white. So you need to get that part right. And as far as Universal Jones is not exceptional. Okay, 2 master's degrees, I've known plenty of people, like my father used to say, and he used to point out this guy who had like a PhD in psychology. The guy basically lived on a corner. Okay, so degrees don't impress me. Now, it's not to say that you shouldn't get a degree or you shouldn't go to college, but I've known people with degrees, PhDs, MDs, lawyer, JDs. Again, something my mother specifically used to say, act like you're used to something. Okay, so a black man with two master's degrees, that's not exceptional. There are plenty of people who have 2 master's degrees and other types of degrees. It's not like we're back in 1920 where there are only 2 black Harvard graduates. It happens all the time. Act like you're used to something.
No handyman stuff.
And no, EAE, I have not turned on my heels. Changed. I just happened to be very blunt about it yesterday, but
you were very blunt. The whole baby mama shit.
I should have been more blunt all the time. And as far as the gum poppy, came up with that on the fly. Maybe I heard it somewhere. But you don't come up to my panel hot, because if you do, I can meet your hot, probably double it. So come up with all due respect, and you will be treated with respect. But come up hot, and you're gonna get what I have.
I'm just not seeing you in the chat, Stanley, and a few other people. I see more people have joined the panel. This is a phone call that I received about an hour ago. This guy called me about a room for rent. And he said he moved from, I'm going to let you hear that part, but he initially, you won't hear this part, he offered to do some work for me in exchange for rent for the first week until he gets paid. I've never had that offer before.
Well, it's like a barter.
Yeah, it's basically bartering. And I've come in on this before, but I'm come in one more time. I'm going to let you hear it, Stanley. Listen to this.
Okay.
No handyman stuff.
What kind of plumbing you know how to do?
Oh, basic home maintenance, basically just like cleaning out drains and a little bit of electrical work. Basically.
Oh, you a plumber?
No, sir.
I've worked around shops, and I know a little bit of basic handyman stuff,
What kind of work do you do for a living?
Well, right now, I'm in a fast food restaurant right now. That's where I just got my job at.
You work
around Southeast DC.
What fast food are you working at?
Twizzler.
Who?
Twizzler. It's this little, Twizzler fried chicken and smash burger is what it's called.
Oh, that's over by the Navy Yard.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, we don't really have anything right now. We got like a little handyman. But you can keep my number just in case.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, once I have some money together.
Yeah. And where are you living right now?
Right now, I'm staying in a mission shelter, basically.
And where did you move here from?
I came from California.
You came to California, lived in the shelter. Yeah. Did you immediately move in the shelter or what?
No. We this is where we ended up after me and my friend, basically, after just running out of money.
Oh, how long have you been in DC?
Yeah. A few months, like 4 months.
So both of y'all need a place to just you.
Right now, it's just me.
What happened to your friend? Here comes the money shot right here. They both came to California, from California to DC, moved around, ran out of money. And so here's this guy, he working at a fast food restaurant. This is the most important part. I want you to listen.
He's straight. He's more of like a legal, immigrant. I'm a citizen.
Oh, he an immigrant. So how the hell is he straight and you ain't straight?
Because he gets work. He does like more landscaping type of work. I could get a regular job because I'm I got my papers and stuff.
Oh, okay. Damn, you should do landscaping. Hell, if he's straight and you ain't straight, why don't you just do landscaping? Oh, you ever thought about
it? Yeah. No, I got a different schedule. I do different stuff. Me and him, but he's my bro. So.
He a white? Are you a white guy?
No, I'm Hispanic.
Oh,
I was born. Yeah. I was born in California, though.
Okay, but hold on. Hey, nigga. Yo, nigga, you came in at the right time. I want you to listen to this. A Spanish man called me, wanted to rent a room today. He said he ain't got no money though. He said he'd trade off some work. I said, damn, I ain't never been off no shit like that before. And then I want you to listen to what he's saying. We about to get into the money part, the meat of the matter. Him and another guy moved in California, 2 Mexicans or Hispanics, right? And we about to hit the main part. I want you to listen to this real close.
He's straight. He's straight. He's more of like illegal. Yeah.
So both.
After just running out of money.
Oh, how long have you been in DC?
Yeah. A few months, like 4 months. Yeah.
So both of y'all need a place to just you.
Right now it's just me.
What happened to your friends?
He's straight. He's straight. He's more of a like illegal, like immigrant. I'm a citizen.
Yeah, what he say, nigga? Did you hear that, nigga? Again, did you
go back?
Go back one more time. One more again. Damn, what the fuck happened? Oh, how long have you been in DC?
Yeah. A few months, like 4 months. Yeah.
So both of y'all need a place to just you.
Right now it's just me.
What happened to your friend?
He's straight. He's straight. He's more of a like illegal, like immigrant. I'm a citizen.
Oh, my nigga. You heard it?
He assists.
He said,
friend, what?
He said, my illegal buddy, he's straight. That nigga illegal, he's straight. Me? And I asked him, I said, nigga, if he's straight, why the fuck you ain't with him and being straight? Oh, he an immigrant. So how the hell is he straight and you ain't straight?
Because he gets work, he does like more landscaping.
Ooh, wait, he do what? Did you hear that?
Landscape.
And the other nigga, I'm gonna tell you what the other Mexican do.
Work, he does like more landscaping type of work. I could get regular jobs because I'm, I got my papers and stuff.
Oh, okay. Damn, you should do landscaping. Hell, if he's straight and you ain't straight, why don't you just do landscaping? Oh, you ever thought about it?
Yeah. No, I got different schedule. I do different stuff. But he's my bro. So.
You a white guy? So I said, nigga, if he doing landscaping and you straight, he straight. Then what are you doing? You know what he doing for a living? This.
No, brother. I'm Hispanic.
Oh,
but I was born, yeah. I was born in California, though.
Okay, but he legal and you legal and he not. So damn, that's kind of crazy.
Nah.
That's kind of crazy.
He's my friend, He's pretty cool. But I know. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy though that he would be, doing better than you. And you got your papers.
They hustle, bro. They have their little network.
What? They what? Every day they what? Did you hear what he said? Did you?
What did he say?
Oh, I play it back for you one more time. Yeah. Papers. It's crazy though that he would be, doing better than you, and you got your papers.
They hustle, bro. They have their little network. They hustle. They get down.
What kind of? Did you hear that?
He said they hustle.
They hustle. They got a network,
friend,
and they get down.
It's pretty cool. But I know.
Listen, it's kind of crazy though that he would be, doing better than you, and you got your papers.
They hustle, bro. They have their little network. And they hustle. They get down.
What kind of? Why can't you get in the network? You Spanish too, right?
Yeah, I definitely can. Yeah.
But why don't you get in there? You don't want to?
It's cool. It's just like, it's just like little. They got the little thing going on. Or they got a little. Yeah.
Nigga. You know what comes to my mind, nigga. You know what comes to my mind, don't it, huh? What he say? I heard something.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you for your time, brother. I'll definitely keep this number.
Just call me back on private. No. He said something.
It's cool. It's just like, it's just like little. They got the little thing going.
It was a song going around just a little while back. It was called They. Tell me the name. Finish it for me. They won a Grammy. Nigga won a Grammy. We're gonna get to defining these fucking days in the coming days. We're gonna get to find who is they, right? Who you think this they is he talking about? Like they not like us, right? Literally. You Spanish too, right? You Spanish too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely
Yeah.
can.
Yeah. But why don't you get in there? You don't want to? You don't want to? Can you join?
It's cool. It's just like, it's just like they got the little thing going on.
They. Who you think the they is? Who you think the they is he's speaking of?
Man, you already know.
I don't know.
I told you how they operate.
Do you think is that the brown and black coalition he's talking about? The brown and black coalition? He's talking about the brown and black coalition. That's got to be what it is.
Why would it be important if he was?
Is it the brown and black coalition he's speaking of? Do you think that's the brown and the black ass coalition he's speaking of? They not like us. They got their own little thing going on.
Okay, well, I think you might be reading a lot into what he means by that.
Well, I don't want to read nothing. I want to hear it. I don't want to do no reading. Let's hear what the nigga said again.
He doesn't specify that.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, maybe he talking about rap song. Is there a Mexican every day we hustling? He said, what he say?
It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
but I know.
It's kind of crazy though that he would be, do it better than you. You got your papers. He said, what?
They hustle, bro. They have a little
Damn.
network. They hustle. They get down.
They get down. Every day I'm hustling, nigga. Every day I'm hustling. They get down, nigga. And everybody knows.
I already told you how it goes.
Tell me how it go. Tell the audience how it go, my nigga. While I make me a cup of coffee, tell the audience how it go.
Hey, this hadn't just begun, man. It's been happening like for a while, man.
Is he lying when he said they get down?
Oh, no, he wasn't lying. He wasn't lying at all. That's exactly what they do. When they get here, they click up in their network. All type of hustles going on.
Them boys say they get down. Huh? I like that. I get down
Boy,
too.
Them boys still plugged in now. You know what I mean?
Woo. Hey, homeboy said, look, check this out. Now, let me see where he said this. Let me see what he said. Let me see what.
Right now, so I just saw my job at.
Where you working?
Southeast DC.
Where you working?
What fast food you working at?
What fast food? What fast food? Who?
Solicitor. It's just, and Smash Burger is what it's called.
Oh,
that's where I started.
That's over by the Navy Yard.
Big talk, man.
It is. Yeah.
Wait a minute. What did he say? He worked?
It's just little, Solicitor fried chicken and Smash Burger is what it's called.
What?
Oh, that's where I started.
That's over by the Navy Yard. Wait a minute. Let me see if I get this right. Let me see. They got one landscaping, one frying chicken for the niggas eat their fried chicken and they can afford to get over there to the Navy Yard. And it's these two grown men. That fried chicken job could have went to a young boy, but another grown man got it. I was walking around here in Southeast, riding my scooter around here in Southeast the other day. I saw a Hispanic working at the Popeyes. You know where that Popeyes is over here in Southeast, right? You know where that Popeyes is, right? You been here. You know where that Popeyes is. Can you imagine a Hispanic?
I think so. By which house?
But you know about all of them. You know that Martin Luther King, that main Popeyes over there in Southeast.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a Hispanic man working there, bro? He said, "We hustle, man.
Yeah.
They get down, man. They get down.
Yeah.
They get down. They get down." Anyway, man, I figured you might want to hear that. You know, it's always an eye opener when they tell you straight out their own mouth, "We get down." They not like us. Did you like that song? They Not Like Us? Hey, are they? Is it a brown and black coalition? Do you go out to Home Depot and be blacks and browns out there? Yeah, is that right? We get down.
Yeah.
Hey, get down, my man. Oh, beautiful thing, man. I'm gonna hit you back though. We're gonna finish up to continue the show here, but I wanted you to. Anyway, guys, I'm back. What's up, 12th man? 12th man in the house. Trying to make some money, 12th man. Trying to make some money. 12th man. Yo, I got something to tell you guys. What's
that dollar, John Galt.
Yeah, I bought me a new gaming laptop. Oh shit, I should show it to you guys. I pick this man. Let's see that. It ain't that heavy though, let's see.
You don't play games, John.
Well, just for streaming and shit, streaming purposes. Oh man, look at this motherfucker. I ain't got it all set up yet. I will get it done. Oh, they got like, I think 64 gigs of RAM and what else I got in this motherfucker?
How much? You said it had 2 terabytes.
Storage.
64 gigabytes. Yeah, either 1 or 2 terabytes. What else?
Well, the one thing that computer's going to last you a while.
Yeah, and I bought some kind of NVIDIA processor shit, some shit like that.
Let me ask you a question. And I meant to mention this when you were talking about buying it the other day. Did you happen to check to see whether the actual chip can be upgraded or the motherboard upgraded? The one thing I like about workstations or the full size PCs is you can actually go and upgrade cards and stuff like that, like graphics cards. You can't do it so much with laptops.
What
you've got is a laptop. You're gonna keep that for 5 years, if not longer. So it's not a bad purchase. It's just
you won't believe how much I paid.
Thinking about a gaming laptop and wound up building a full size because you can pull out cards and swap them out and stuff. But he does stuff like that. You may not want to. I don't like building. I haven't built a computer in years.
Man, I got this shit for a steal, bro. You know what I mean? Testing out everything. It got bills on. And I got it for, what was it, $450? It seemed like they did. Yeah.
Where'd you get it from?
Guy online. It's like a marketplace guy had it. A lot of
I might get another one for that price.
Yeah, if you can find one. I mean, I jewed him down a little bit, but he was trying to get it for like $525, I think. And I just happened to be in Virginia, close to where he lived, and so he was like, "Yo, if you're available right now, I take the price you offer." I'm like, "Shit, I'm here." All right. Yo, I was reading about, and I probably won't do this shit. Did you know, like, you can have, like, right now I'm on a laptop, and the laptop could be my I can run, say, OBS from the workstation, and then run it'll stream from, you could, I'm not gonna do that, it's too complex, too many wires, but you could stream from, I forget how they do this shit. I think you can run OBS from here. Like if I run a StreamYard from here, sending it through one way or the other, either from the goddamn machine through here up to YouTube or some shit like that, where it's basically isolated. It's more or less for people that game. So let's say if they're gaming and they're streaming, and I guess would it combine the two and send them up to YouTube so they can cut off their gaming and still stream.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? It's like a dual PC setup. I ain't gonna do that shit, but I was reading, I said, damn, like, this shit is really get really, really complicated when you think about it. Yeah. Very complicated. No, I'm not gonna network them. That would just be what they call that shit. Not is it a smart card? It networks them.
Yeah, well, I don't know that you even need to do that. I mean, you can make a network even using your wireless router.
Oh yeah. You can do that. You're right. Yeah, that's true. I have to look up some things to do.
Now, I didn't watch that stream you did on OBS. It looked like I just looked in. It looked like there was no latency. There were just some volume issues.
Yeah, I'm still working that shit out. Let me see.
Well, by the way, remind me when we're offline. I figured out if you go into your sound settings, find a separate setting for your mic where you can turn up the volume and all.
Yeah.
So it worked for me.
Yeah. How's my mic right now?
Good.
That's right, John.
On StreamYard. So I had the same issue with OBS. For some reason, it just, I don't have to do anything with microphones. There must be some automatic, I think there's a way to just automatically control the volume of your mic. Not so with OBS, apparently. You have to go in and manually.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. By the way, guys, we are streaming on the Urban Landlord clips as well. So if you want to catch us on there, you can come in on there.
Hit the like.
Yeah, and hit the like button. That is for sure. Yeah, Stanley, you went on a rampage yesterday, bro. Well, for the 80s. They were talking about
it all started on T's channel the hour before because instead of starting the show at 3, I was just on her show and stayed. But the point I made and the title of the show we're about to do, basically, you didn't quite get that right. I wasn't.
He was replaying it.
I'm in mid thought.
Yeah, don't talk over people talking, man. Go ahead. Talk, man.
Basically, I'm not sure you got it exactly right. I was specifically talking, not the whole everybody who's black, but you know what? I'd have to I don't generally go back and re-listen to my shows because I don't particularly like my voice. I'm just wondering if you extended my point a little farther than it should have been. However, I'm not sure that's a bad thing either. It's a specific definition of freedom I'm talking about. And that definition of freedom is being able to set a goal and have a reasonable chance of achieving it. And maybe what I should have said is you don't lose your freedom, but you definitely limit it. So, there's some refinement, post rant, I would probably refine that message a bit, but not much. I think if you rob yourself of options, you are diminishing your freedom. So I stand by that statement.
Yeah,
baby mama culture is not specifically a black phenomenon, but it affects the black demographic more so than other demographics per capita.
I think it has been normalized, and that has become part of the lexicon, right? Baby mama, it's just part of the lexicon. Shit, women will use it, and if it's bad, it's like calling yourself a bitch, I guess. A woman referring to herself as a bitch, kind of the same way. Anyway.
I've heard young white mothers use the term "my baby daddy."
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It kind of gets into the lexicon. What are you about to say, 12 man?
I was on T's earlier tonight, and they were replaying Stanley, and everybody was laughing at that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wait, 12th man? I don't give a fuck. Maybe they didn't understand my point. So
I don't think they all were laughing. Some were
like, realized T had replayed it, which I don't care one way or the other. If
I
you
don't
don't,
think they were laughing.
maybe that's why you laugh.
I don't think they all were laughing though. To
It
be honest with
was pretty funny though, Stanley.
Yeah, well, you know what? I was laughing while I was ranting. Because very rarely do people get that blunt, and I guess I'd had enough juice, as it were, to do that blunt. I'm not always as blunt as I should be or need to be. So I just happened to be in the mood, and I said what I said, and I stand by most of it. I don't think I was wrong at all.
Well,
I just don't know why they were laughing at you, Stanley. Why would they do that?
You know what? You listened to it. I did not. You tell me why they were laughing. Were you laughing too? If so, why?
In a way.
Okay, you know what? You sitting there drunkenly cackling doesn't answer my question. Were you laughing, and why were you laughing if you were?
Well, everyone was.
Okay, yeah.
Laughter's
You know what?
contagious.
This is why I go on rants, because people don't seem to be able to answer direct questions in this space. And now I'll add you to that list of people who stop even bother. I won't ask
on your list,
complicated questions, motherfucker.
You added me to the list.
All you're gonna do is piss me off some more. You get back to me
I don't
when
want to
you answer a
piss you
direct
off.
question,
I mean,
and maybe I will pay attention to you.
all right. Anyway, go ahead, John. Go.
How did you guys enjoy the inaugural HB Universal and John Galt show? Let me know in the audience what you thought about the show. We saw some comments. I think anyway said he enjoyed the new format.
Well, I like the format.
You like the format, yeah?
It seems like it's the same old anti-blackness, so that part didn't change.
I don't think we covered much black stuff, Sam.
Oh yeah, you did. If you're talking about rap, and a good portion of it was about rap, and I made the comment in the chat that it seems like sometimes when you talk about rap, you mean all black culture, as you know, in quotes. And rap, in my opinion, rap doesn't define what black culture is, especially historically. So, you know, saying all black people think like a rapper or a hip hop, you know, culture. Hip hop culture doesn't define quote black culture, in my opinion.
You know, it's kind of like that statement you made on T when you kind of said, "Hey, are you a rapper or are you a producer or something?" You gotta.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's not everybody. Clearly, I don't really listen to much music at all. I'm thinking most I listen to music when I have it in the background here. But you know, it is, you know, a common thread. You know, you can't deny that music is very popular among all races of people, and you know, among races of people, they have their own particular music. You know, when I asked Gway the other night, I said, "What kind of music did you listen to when she went out?" She said, "She would listen to African music." I mean, what kind of African music? And you know, what is the hip life or whatever the music they listen to over there.
Some of that Afro pop is
Afro beats, yeah,
like excellent. There's I forget the name of the group, but there are a couple videos out where they're all playing instruments. So this is not rap. This is literally people playing everything from, you know, keyboards, drums. It's all live and instrumental.
Yeah.
One take. Now there were probably several takes. I take that back, but it was damn impressive. So some of that Afro pop and other types, it's stunning when you see it live.
You know, I tell you, one of my ladies, she's African, and you know, like, you know, some of her parents listen to some of that. You know, I guess it's an older version of Hip Life or M Life, whatever the hell the name of the music.
Fela, some of that. Oh, my mother used to love Hugh Masekela.
At one point, Fela was very popular here. There used to be a club that used to do a Fela on Tuesday nights. They would play some of his music and stuff like that. I don't know what happened to him. Yeah, he was very popular at one point in time. Fela. F-E-L-A. Fela. Mix reggae with rap. Yeah, you're right about that, Chris Reid. A lot of reggae is being mixed with rap. Yeah, I think they kind of go well together.
They do country rap too.
I think reggae and rap probably goes better.
There's a lot of country rap.
I think reggae and rap goes better than reggae and country to me. My own personal opinion there.
Tom, I flashed Tom. See what Tom has to say about it.
Yeah, I saw that. He's in a different name. Guys, if you have a better name for HB John and Universal, let us know. We start out with what do you think, Sam?
Like the Urban Landlord Presents, just to give it a little bit of a personal spin. I like the name. I like Morning Roast, but it should be something like the Urban Landlord Presents. That way the channel owns it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I like that.
John, it's got to be how Stanley wants you to do it.
I don't own the channel, so what I want is irrelevant. It was just a suggestion.
CKJ3
what is in order. I apologize.
John, CKJ3, he said, what do you think about group homes? I got an interesting story to tell you about that. I have a cousin who got certified and wants to go get it. I know a lady, well, I don't know her, but my lady knows it. She was a nurse. I want to say she was a nurse. So she rented a group home, rented a house that she ran as a group home in Alexandria, Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. And she made a lot of money off of it. A lot of money. My buddy just got off the phone. Matter of fact, I could call him back. His wife used to own a group home. And matter of fact, let me call him back.
What exactly is a group home? Like for orphans or halfway house?
Yeah, a lot of shit like that. Like government may take some kids, all kind of shit. Hold on, let me get this nigga on the phone. He could best tell you, like, what's it like running a group home, the pitfalls here. And I got a personal story.
Where do I check in?
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Chris Knight.
I call him back. Anyway, so I knew a lady, she rented a house, turned in a group home. Regulations, you have to have someone on site 24 hours a day. And so she did it, she was doing it herself, but then that shit just burnt her out. She may have had someone to come in and assist her, a couple hours. I can't remember her exact setup. But the amount of time it demanded of her, it was just too much for her. It was profitable. Because some of those people, they may be paying $5,000 a month or something like that. You have to provide services for them, but it was just too much for her. Over the long term, anyway.
Sounds like a lot of work, John.
Yeah, Tom says there about 1,000 morning roasts. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Yeah, so group home, Stanley, kids, I guess, I don't know, foster kids, orphans, shit like that, they end up in group homes. And there's someone signs up and say they'll provide care for them, make sure they get to school, blah, blah, blah. Wow. So if a child is disabled, they may have to have the house has to be retrofitted for disabled children, blah, 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 on it goes,
Well, I'm not anywhere near, it's totally out of my, it's out of my universe. My only comment is, man, I wonder how hard it is to make a profit off of that. It sounds really expensive if it's to be done right.
Yeah.
It's got a scale. And again, it's one of those things where Americans probably could have done it 40 years ago easily. Today, as you heard the two guys on the string, the guy on the string, an American got paper. He ain't trying to do that shit. Right? He just go work him a regular job. You just flipping burgers and frying chicken. But it's very profitable if you had somebody off the books that could help keep you.
John, do you have any group home videos?
Nah, I might look up
some of those.
Yeah, I don't look at group home video, but and so that's what otherwise you just run yourself into the ground. My buddy, if he calls me back, I let him tell you, it's just, man, you run yourself ragged because some of those kids are very, very difficult to maintain. And they could hurt themselves. Then you could be liable. They could hurt someone else. I mean, these are young boys. All kind of shit going on. You know what I mean? But you have skill. You know, if you had 5 of them and had a staff where you don't take that shit home with you at night, it becomes easier, you know. But you gotta get that.
And you gotta have insurance for everybody in there.
Yeah, you gotta have insurance. You know, I think he may tell you, I think some money was stolen in his group home. And I think they have to keep a safe for the medicine and shit like that. Yeah, they have to keep you have to have like a 1 room. I think there's 1 room devoted to, you know, with a lock on the room and all that kind of shit, you know. Yeah, there's a lot of rules to it. A lot of rules and regulations.
John, was someone starts flipping out and they need their med?
Yeah, so you gotta have someone on site. Yeah, you gotta have someone on site all the time. And I want to say, do you have to be a nurse for this shit? CKJ3? That'd be interesting if you had to be a nurse. Back in black attack.
Not a nurse, but someone qualified to pass out medication.
All things in the morning. That's kind of a take of off of the PBS or the NPR morning show. All things in the morning.
Oh yeah. Oh, all things considered.
Or all the things in the morning. I actually like that one.
Isn't that a take on all things considered?
I think so.
Yeah, yes, I think it's NPR right now.
This is from an advertising professional, so that's some free dope.
I don't know. It could have been about clickbait, Chris. I'm not sure. I think that you know, it's again like, you know, I skim off the top. I don't care if it's real or false. I think what Rick Ross pointed out is you know, a real concern, and it's for anyone really. You get in business with politicians. They're telling you they're gonna get you this sweetheart deal, get you that sweetheart deal. You're really taking a chance, and the deal should be viable with or without some hopeful tax considerations. And it seemed like some of the tax considerations that led 50 to buy the place have sunset clauses. Maybe you knew that, maybe you didn't. I don't know. But Shreveport is not in the Atlanta metro area. You know, he's not in Tyler Perry's situation. Is what I'm saying. You like all the things selling?
Yeah, I do. You know, I haven't listened to All Things Considered in years at this point, but I like that all the you know that video you show of the lady saying all the things, and you know, the morning show. I think that's definitely the cleverest.
Mm-hmm. Rise and Grind Live. And yeah, we got to get a name for it. Trying to think of something. What time is it? 10 o'clock.
How about Rise and Grind?
Rise and Grind. You like that? You like that? 12 man. Rise and Grind. I like that.
Rise and Grind.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. People think they grinding. I like that. I like that. Any Trump news, Stanley?
Work. That's along the work theme.
Yeah. Most people probably are at work.
In your neck of the woods, like, people are just waking up around here, John Galt.
Mm-hmm.
Like 6:54 in the morning.
Wow, listen to this, Stanley. I'm not sure if you can see this. Let me put it up on the screen here. I was showing.
I saw that last night, and I was on my way out, so I didn't even bother reading it.
Wow, that's crazy, right?
I want to know why. Well, it was something to do with the the Sedition Act specifically. I did note that the article said something about it's only been used like 3 times, and America was at war at the same time. So I'm wondering if there's something in there that kind of dictates we have to be at war to use it. But I haven't gotten in detail, and probably won't till later in the day.
I've heard this judge's name before involved in some of this. Maybe the SCI court or something like that. I can't remember what it was.
Hey, John, did you hear about that, John? They shipped all those Venezuelans, these very scary criminals, over to get one. Then they had to ship them right back.
Look at that. It will not come as a surprise to readers to hear the name James Boisberg, Judge James Boisberg.
They wasted like
associated with efforts
$15 million.
That's what he's talking about it right now.
To protect the institutional interests of a corrupt DC deep state, Boisberg, the judge, has a long, very long, well-documented history of protecting the DC apparatus. On Saturday, without giving the Trump administration any time to respond, the judge issued an immediate temporary restraining order, TRO.
Okay, what publication is this coming from?
I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry.
What publication is this coming from? It seems biased.
Yeah. This is biased. But they're reporting from the. Let me see. They usually report a source. Let's see. Where's the source? I'm sure they got
the source right there, right?
Here's the source right here. The source is political. The source is politico.com. So this is their
Politico?
Yeah, well, Politico wrote the article that they're commenting on, that they're reacting.
Oh. Okay, so this is commentary. Okay, I got you.
Right.
What publication is the overall thing coming from?
I'm not sure your question. Say that one more time.
Is this coming from Ground News or something?
No. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see what you're saying. This is coming from the conservativetreehouse.com. It's a publication.
Okay.
I found this publication during Trayvon Martin, and they went really deep into Trayvon, all the way up to the Department of Justice, actually. Anyway, so I've been reading this article. This is blog for a long time. It's been around for quite a bit. I would recommend anything. The one I put in the chat, the Conservative Treehouse.
Yeah, because I don't have a problem if they're literally citing their sources and commenting.
This guy does like the guy who writes most of the blogs, most of the posts. His name is I think you'd actually like it, Stanley. His name is Sunday. Does anyone read the Conservative Treehouse?
First I've ever heard of it, but yeah, I'll add to the list of the stuff that I read.
They go so deep.
Subscribed?
It's free.
No, I want to subscribe so I get like a daily or whatever. Yeah, here it is. Click here for email delivery. I'll go ahead and do that. See, I don't have a problem as long as I know, hey, this is a conservative take on a Politico article.
Now, what I'll tell you is this. Before I get to this article, I do like this blog a lot. As I said, the Mike Brown, the Trayvon, they really uncovered this, the government's actions in this. And there's a quote he uses here too, I think. Let me see if I can find it. So on this blog here, wow, look at this Paul Ryan quote. This is back in 2016. And you've heard me say this as well. The Democrats and Republicans are like two wings of the same bird. And here's a quote from Paul Ryan in 2016 saying, "We come from two wings of the party." Yeah, I guess he's talking about the Democrats and Republicans there. Let's see. It's an oldie but golden. Oh, I'm not showing this, huh?
I'm reading Tom's comment there.
This is too bad. I ain't gonna play this. You see, they call the Republicans the Decepticons, right? That's what he calls them, the Decepticons.
Mhm.
And he keeps talking about, he's always been saying that there has to be a confrontation with the establishment wing of the Republican Party. You see it? He's talking, and he calls it the Union Party. That's what he calls it, the Union Party. He says the Republicans and the Democrats represent the Union Party, two wings of the same bird.
Yeah.
And let me see if I can get some of his statements. And I've come to see it that way too. Then the more and more I see it.
Libertarian?
I'm not sure. I think he's just a guy with this. Would probably say his eyes are wide open.
Either libertarians or progressives who make that argument.
Well, this guy just come to this conclusion. Wherever you fall, where you lay. And he
honestly, I'm just going to say I would like to. I'm not sure I agree with that, but I have a cogent response, which isn't really. I can do that later. I disagree with that take. I think he's talking about center right and center left. You can make that.
It very well could be. Yeah, and I would agree with that. And so you see some of the headlines, and he talks about this part of the government a lot, the SSCI. And on the SSCI, I think there's a National Security Committee in Congress or something where the Democrats and Republicans both sit on it. I think Tom Warner is on there, Governor Warner, if he's still. It may have been, was it Rubio may have been on there. And basically, they he just defines how they all sit within governance. And he describes it as like silos. You'll see that right here. I mean, if you're really interested in stuff, this guy goes deep. He went to Russia. He went to Russia, you know what I'm saying? And like he talked about some things that I said, man, that's very fucking interesting here. So he talks about silos here, how the government is siloed to protect themselves and protect each other.
That's true, like cops.
Right. So you say DC silos, their action is not an outcome of some necessary thought process. They are corrupt and act to retain the corruption with specific intent and full understanding of the consequence. He talks about all the time they launch these investigations and they never really go anywhere. People just get paid to do investigations. This is Michael Horowitz here, who did like a year-long investigation or whatever, came up with nothing, but got paid millions of dollars. It's a very interesting, very, very interesting blog.
And you know what? So far, I have no problems with that.
Yo, when he went to Russia, he exposed something about. Let me see if I can show you this. Has anyone ever heard of this blog before? You know what? I'm gonna show you this. Okay, so here's his thoughts on what he thinks they're trying to accomplish. And he backs it up by going to Russia, and he went to Ukraine as well. So yeah, here it is. Look, check this out. This is how he sees the world ultimately kind of shaking out, or at least at the time. He may have changed his mind now with Trump in office, but 2024, he's been talking about this for a while. Let me see if I can share.
John, quick question for you. Is your phonograph, you got a phonograph, right?
What's that?
The record player, are you playing records? Because there's something skipping.
Oh, is it the music? Oh shit! Now I got a phone call. Yeah, I got a little music in the background. Oh! Someone wanted to hear, but hold on for a second. Hey! Hello. Yeah. Hey, someone asked in the chat about group homes. They're thinking about opening up a group home. You and your wife ran a group home. Can you tell us about your experience with that? This guy's thinking about getting into it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, my wife is a clinical director and licensed. She's been doing that for years. I worked as an adolescent coach. And so
just give us a
I was set up,
Yeah, give us what were your pros and cons?
I mean, there's a lot of things I could speak on, but the way we were set up, we dealt directly with young juvenile offenders and their probation officers.
You said juvenile offenders and their probation officer. So it was a group home for juvenile offenders?
Correct.
And so what were the
between age of 12 and 19?
12 and 19. And what were the issues that you had? What was the good side of it?
I mean, the good side is just that, you know, I had the opportunity to try to help some brothers who, you know, maybe, you know, a lot just had family issues.
Mm-hmm. And the downside was what?
I mean, I honestly just think that I think the state juvenile justice center, they think they did enough, man.
You don't think they did? You don't think they did enough?
No, because you know, a situation where, you know, like I said, the kids didn't have stable homes. Our group home was way more stable than their own place, and but we were all forced to send them back home. The minute that showed improvement in our program.
So you say you had to, so y'all had to send them back home once they showed an improvement in what their behavior?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, because we had to, you know, take them to school, doctor appointments, all that. Kind of like, and we had a fair fall group home. The house there would only hold 6 boys total max. And so it's kind of like raising 6 boys.
And so what were the issues with running the group home? Would you suggest someone do it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I just honestly, I think it could be more productive if it has private funding as opposed to, you know, whenever the government say, you know, they have the money no more or whatever, you know, that's just what they have to deal with.
But who's going to privately fund you raising someone else's children?
Well, you know, they have grants for the, you know.
I don't know how private
it
that
have
is.
to be somebody. Yeah, it had to be somebody that, you know, that's actually involved and, you know, wants to pursue grants, seek that private money in order to fund it. I mean, a lot of times, you know, it's a non-profit organization. So, of course, you know, there's tax write-off. Some people look at or their donations.
Anyway, yeah, man, yeah, I just wanted to any other tips or pointers you want to give out about the group home? Because the guy was talking about he had a family member about to open up one. How much time does it require to run a group home?
Man, you know, so yeah, I can tell you how things get really good. They cut out funding at one time. And so, of course, it's a 24-hour facility you have to run. Keep that in mind. There's always got to be somebody looking over kids. You know what I mean? And it got to a point where when they cut out funding, man, shit, I was putting in 80 hours a week myself.
Which is watching the kids?
Yeah.
Damn. Were any of them bad? Were any of them like bad behaved, anything like that?
Yeah, mischievous, man. Most of them, want to be fake gangsters.
Mm.
You know, just end up getting into trouble. I mean, I think I may have had 2 that I would consider a real child.
And what kind of problems did you have with them?
I mean, you know, they had some. It was honestly based on charges they had. You know, some pretty severe charges.
You said pretty severe charges? You said pretty severe charges?
Yeah, a couple of them did. Some of them went in there for stealing cars and shit.
And the ones for the severe charges, what were they in there for?
Kidnapping.
You said rape?
Yeah.
And they had them in the group home?
Yeah. It was the probation's off discretion. You know, he could have left them in the RYDC facility, or you can select a group home for them.
How old was the one that did the raping?
I guess he was about 15 at the time.
Hey, anybody got any questions? Anybody got any questions for a guy that's run a group home? If if the guys in the chat they want to ask about the group home, feel free.
Yeah.
Stanley, you got any questions? Stanley, you in Georgia? This was in Georgia where he was running the group home, by the way.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Atlanta area. What was this in Atlanta or where?
Yeah, Stone Mountain.
Stone Mountain. Okay. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, and I hate to even bring this up, but I am curious since it was Stone Mountain. What was the racial makeup? Was it mostly black kids? Was it mostly white kids? Just Hispanic? Just curious.
It was a mixture, but it was mostly black. And it actually depended on the area that they were out of. Quite a few Hispanics out of Wood County.
Interesting.
We had mostly blacks out of DeKalb County.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Would there be a language barrier? Would they know English?
Yeah, they spoke English.
They were young. Okay. Someone wants to know what's the approval process for a group home in the ATL?
Well, you got to have somebody with a background in. See, at the time, my wife was I can't remember what her credentials were. I mean, she's got a master's in clinical record now, but yeah, you got to have some background in childhood development, and I think she had some certification that where you had to, that you have to deal with certain type of kids.
Someone wants to know: does each person have their own bedroom, or is it bunk bed situation?
So in that house, they shared a room, shared a room.
Oh, okay. But so you would tell me you had to have a private room, or a locked room, or something, right, for the medicine and stuff like that.
Yeah. So one of the rooms had to be the main office.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, we kept ours locked up. Medication, all of that stuff was always locked up inside.
Didn't you tell me somebody broke in there or something?
Yeah, they've done that before.
And what did they see? Drugs and money, or both?
Well, yeah, you couldn't get into. They broke into the office itself, but we had padlocks on the closet. So they didn't really get in. Just attempted to.
Did you find out who did it?
Oh yeah, man. Somebody's gonna tell.
How much do they pay you per child, or did they pay you per child?
Yeah, it was per child, and
how much was it? How much was it per child at the time?
One time it was about $2,500 a month
per child. Okay,
per child.
Okay, and how many children could you pack in the house?
6 was my max.
So that's about 12, 15,000. That's pretty damn good. How many people do you think you need to run that house efficiently? Run a house with 6 people efficiently? How many?
We had at least 6 staff members.
Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, it is, and that's why it's problematic when you don't have kids. Because there are periods where you just might not have a full house, but you still got payroll.
And what was the staff doing? What were they responsible? You had 6 people. What were they doing? Were they like licensed people or like help?
No, you had to have crazy. The state requires you to have a bachelor's degree. Nothing in particular, just have a college degree in order to hold a position over there. And
so everybody that you hired over there had to have a bachelor's degree.
Correct.
Damn. So all 6 employees had bachelors at minimum.
Yeah. They were left in their care. Yeah, they had to have. We had some people that came and helped, did a few things, but you had to have. As far as the filing goes, when we this staff member was overseeing the kids this particular day, yeah, it had to be somebody that had a degree.
Wow, damn, that's interesting. That makes the cost go up, I would imagine. You can't just go get someone to just, a married maid or somebody to clean up. You gotta damn.
Yeah, no, see that. So in those situations, of course, you can get somebody to clean up. Didn't have a bachelor's, but you couldn't leave the kids in here.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So, your daughter has a bachelor's degree. Do they have to be registered or anything, or do they just have to have a bachelor's?
Just have a college degree.
And you don't have to send any paperwork down to the state or anything saying, "Hey, I'm going to be watching group home kids." Just as long as you got a bachelor's.
Yeah, you send paperwork in.
You got to send paperwork in. All right. Got to register.
They know. They have to, right. They have to know if everybody's involved.
You're not sex offender, stuff like that. Got you. Damn. Right. That's a highly regulated industry, just keeping fucking kids.
Well, I say, it would have been better if you had some type of private funding, maybe.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, if the state cut your funding for whatever reason, or, like I said, just a case of not having a force, Yeah.
You
send kids home, have any to just fill the beds again. So, at times, we would have to cut the hours for the staff.
Would you say that? So you'd be short on kids? Were there not enough kids going through the criminal justice system?
I wouldn't say it's not enough, but we had to have a relationship with the probation officer.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh yeah, so it's it's like any other business that you
see.
You making relationships to keep the business going.
Oh, so you had to go around making relationships with probation officers to get business.
Yeah. If
Really?
if you want to keep a full house, they're pretty aware of the group homes that are available.
Right.
But it helps to meet with a probation officer.
Did you ever feel guilty? Like, damn, I really need more juvenile criminals. To keep the thing going.
I didn't look at it like that. I just looked at it like it's plenty of kids that can help.
Yeah.
And so we just want to make it known that we're here.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Interesting. Anyway, I hope you answered the question for the guy that wanted to know about group homes. Anything else you want to add about group homes before I let you go here?
No, I think that's about it, man. If you got some questions.
Yeah, if you got questions, CKJ3, you can send them to me. I'll pass them on. Would you get back into business again? As it is right now, would you get back in the group home business?
Well, we kind of evolved from there. So, you know, my
But I mean, as it is now,
counseling agency now, and so she works with the group home in a different capacity now.
Oh, okay. Now, what capacity does she work with the group home friends now?
Well, you know, she has therapists. She had a group home. We had to hire therapists for the kids.
Okay. So,
whereas now we're providing the therapy for the kids.
So would you say you kind of cut out the housing piece and just went upstream and said, we'll just provide the services as opposed to the hardcore housing that requires, you know, a lot of work? Is that fair? Because you got to provide this counseling anyway, right? So you just provide the counseling to the group home, right? Okay. Okay.
Right.
I never knew that was kind of the way her business evolved. Okay. Would you go back into the group home business, or do you think it's not worth it?
Well, at this point, you know, I couldn't say. I'd have, you know, my wife is looking at something. She's looking at going on a higher tier of it. You know, providing, you know, the medical side.
Medical side.
So I don't know that we would go back to, just like we moved back from residential landlords,
right?
Completely, yeah. And we're not looking back at that, so yeah, probably not.
Right. Hey, we have a question.
We provide spaces for psychiatrists and other medical professionals that provide services to these kids.
To these people, right.
So, yeah.
Do you help them get business to find the group homes to provide services? Or they have to bring their own book of business?
Hold up. I'm not following.
So the people that rent from you, these psychiatrists, does your business help them get business as well? Like introduce them to the group homes or?
Sure.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a network. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Hey,
So we got everything in the building from psychiatry to drug testing facility, therapy, and so yeah. So we trying to provide all those aspects.
Huh, that's interesting.
Except for the housing component.
Who do you think? Someone says, I have a few Kenyan friends who own several group homes. They got held up on pre-occupant inspections a lot. What is a pre-occupant? Is that before the kids can move in? It's like a Section 8 inspection?
Yeah, something similar. You know, of course, they got regulations. The house has to be in a certain condition.
Mm-hmm. Is it like a Section 8 inspection?
Yeah, pretty much.
Annually.
They come in, you know, no hole in the wall, which, you know, for some reason they used to like to punch holes in the drywall. Stuff like that, you know. Bathroom facilities have to be clean, you know. It's standard stuff.
I got you. All right, my man. I think you answered these questions. If you're not, you can always reach out to me and ask some more there. Yeah, I'll hit you back later. Thanks for letting us. Yeah. You know, that's interesting, man. That group home was $2,500 a child back in the day, $15,000 a month, but all the labor required. That's a lot of labor. Man, a lot of liability there too. Shit. You're dealing with someone else's children.
Is that the same Chris that's the real estate guy?
Yeah. Behind the beats.
Okay.
I've been knowing for years.
Just multiple. He's he's got his fingers in other stuff, just real estate in general, right?
Yeah. He's like an architect, general contractor, but his wife does the group home stuff.
Let's see, that's about excellence.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well for themselves. Yeah. This judge here, man. Back to the gray zone. Yeah, I want to share this with you, Stanley. Take a look at this. I hope he has a map here. If not, there's one up here. I saw it. This is how he looks at the world now. You see this? The yellow zone, United States, Canada, much of Western Europe, and Australia. I guess it's Japan over here. And then these are the gray zones. It kind of overlaps with the BRICS, right?
Right.
And so this is kind of part of what he's been thinking. These were like the hyper COVID countries. If you were to draw a map of the hyper COVID countries, it would mostly look like this as well. Where COVID didn't really happen much in Africa, but in these countries, very hyper COVID. And so this is a map of where he says these people are kind of aligning in policy to kind of cleave themselves from each other.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, that makes perfect sense. I mean, essentially what he's looking at is what we would consider the Western, Western world, or first world, whatever the current term is.
Yeah. And so he sees a lot of competition in here. Right. And clearly there's some competition here, but this is what a fierce competition, I would imagine, be right in here for resources, all that kind of stuff, it's just a very interesting, very, very interesting.
Now, it's odd, and the reason I say the West versus, the countries that are most economically successful is China, oddly enough. Economically successful, but considered an outsider, or maybe they consider themselves outsiders. I'm sorry, I'm walking around. I was going to say, basically, it was interesting. That didn't look like economic success as a measure as much as culture. I noticed China being left out.
But China's here.
Well, no. I mean, in the yellow zone. So
Oh,
obviously,
yeah.
that's not a
Right.
measure of economic success.
Mm.
It
Well,
looked more
part of, China really helped Russia fight the war with Ukraine.
correct.
And so that kind of aligns in there. So maybe that's why.
Also a bit of a restraint.
Yeah, there are some checks and balances there because the United States can put pressure on China to put pressure on Russia. But as it stands, with Russia versus Ukraine, China.
I read a story a while back where China basically was a restraint on Russia. Maybe it was they wouldn't give them weapons or something like that.
Well, China bought a lot of oil from Russia, and then they end up selling that oil to Europe at a margin, at a profit margin. So the United States, I'm sure they know this, and so they can use their pressure on China, presumably, to pressure Russia in their relations with the Ukraine. It was somewhat kind of the same. This guy thinks the same thing with North Korea and China. He says to really have effects on North Korea, you should go after China. And because China controls North Korea as more or less a proxy of China. Anyway, those are his thoughts. Anyway, I think you'll find it interesting. Even if you don't agree with him.
Subscribe to his newsletter.
Yeah, the last refuge, the conservative treehouse. Yeah. Anyway,
I've actually heard of this, the conservative treehouse before. So
really?
This is a good thing. Like I said, it'll just be one more thing I read.
His coverage on Trayvon Martin was, what is it? Purely surprise-worthy work. I mean, it was like some of the best coverage I've ever seen. You don't see that kind of coverage anymore. I mean, he probably did 500 articles on this shit. Trayvon Martin. Someone was talking about how big Trayvon was. This is a picture of Trayvon. He had some size to him. I tell you, I met Trayvon Martin's father.
No, post Trayvon Martin or
post Trayvon Martin. Yeah, here's the article.
That's interesting. Did he say anything interesting about the incident?
No, it was a fundraiser. That they did a comparison of Mike Brown and Trayvon. It's Trayvon on the right there. Wow. Hey, you ever heard of Jack Cashill, Stanley?
I have not.
Oh, Jack Cashier. Anyone ever heard of Jack? I know Tom Gully has.
If I Had a Son.
Yeah, he wrote a book called If I Had a
I
Son.
can imagine what that's about.
But Jack Cashier, or however you pronounce his name, he does. He's written a couple books. You wouldn't like them, Stanley, but I'll let you see it anyway.
Well, I've never met a book I didn't like.
You may not like his writing.
It would probably be, his take on it. But look, people don't seem to understand that I read everything. I have tons of conservative or MAGA podcasts. I read and podcast or listen to podcasts a lot. That's why when people come up here, I tend to know what their argument's going to be because I've heard it on a podcast or read it somewhere.
Here's one of his books that he wrote. He wrote a book about Ron Brown.
Interesting.
Yeah, but here's a book. Let's see if you can see it. Deconstructing Obama and Unmasking Obama. Those are 2 interesting books. You know who else wrote an interesting book about Obama? You may have never heard of him.
Obama?
Yeah. Obama. And it's this guy here. Yeah, this guy, Steve Saylor.
He basically said he had an affair.
I can't remember if he said he had an affair. I don't know if he said it. But this book right here, America's Half-Blooded Prince, Barack Obama's Stories of Race and Inheritance. That's actually the true name of his book. Dreams of My Father, A Story of Race and Inheritance. Most people don't know the subtitle of the book, Story of Race and Inheritance. And this is a guy, and I want to say he more or less critiqued Obama's book because I think he was in Harvard at the same time, or Columbia, wherever. Let's see. Steve Saylor gives us a real Barack Obama, blah, 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 blah. David Axelrod making heavy use of Obama's own writings, he did, which he admires for their literary artistry. He gives the deepest insights I have yet seen to Obama's lifelong obsession with race and inheritance, and rounds off his brilliant character portrait with speculations on how Obama's personality might play out in the presidency. John Derbyshire, author, Prime Obsession. It was a very good book, man. Regardless of how you feel about Obama, it was an interesting book. Let's see what it was rated. 4.3 stars, yeah. On Amazon. And here is
I'm looking at his down and dirty bio here. Says he popularized the term, Steve Saylor did, human biodiversity.
Oh yeah, HBD, yeah.
For a right-wing audience in the 1990s as a euphemism for scientific racism. Yeah, he sounds like an interesting character.
Yeah, I think he was a statistician or something, if I'm not mistaken. He's interesting. I don't read Saylor as much anymore.
He's got an electronic mailing list called Human Biodiversity Discussion Group.
You'll see that on Twitter a lot. HBD.
Interesting.
Human biodiversity. Yeah.
I wonder if he knows Amy Wax.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, if you Google his name, Amy Wax. Stephen Saylor. Stephen Saylor and Marshall Davis. I don't know if I don't remember him saying that.
So he's got a BA from Rice and an MBA from UCLA.
Oh, okay. Samuel Finger Fish didn't notice something most people don't. I think I have the book in here. I remember reading it, but what's up, Ryan?
Hi. How are you?
One day at a time, Ryan. One day at a time.
Me too.
I
had a question for you guys.
All these authors.
Hold on for one second, Ryan. What'd you say about that, Stanley?
I said Phoenix Fish is up on all those authors. Like
Phoenix Fish must read Uns or Ameren or something. You'll run up on all of them on Uns because Ron Uns, I think, does a collection of all the kind of writers that are kind of banned or can't get publication. My personal favorite is Andrew Anglin. He's not as sophisticated as you would want to read, Stanley, but he's,
Hey, like I said, I read everything.
yeah,
If it's
I
interesting
wouldn't recommend it.
or I need to know it, I read it.
Andrew Anglin's more young people stuff, but he's banned all over the place, by the way. So you can only find him on his website, thedailystormer.in, I think.
Hey, John, I'm going to put a link in the back. It's not for this show, but you might actually find it interesting. It's the National Archives has a website with all the what do they call it? All these documents, like milestone documents that have to do with U.S. law and policy. Might be interesting, at least for you to know about it. So I'll drop it in the back, and you can just it's not for now. I just thought I want to put it back there in case I forget it.
Sounds good. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, what's up?
I just need to respond. I need to respond to Distant Lights, and I had to come up here to do it.
What did he say?
The thing is, okay, because I'm so sick of hearing the word bricks. Bricks. Okay. BRICS is not going to replace the dollar. It's literally a group of people trading in their own currencies, but they're using the basis as the dollar. That defines the value of money globally. And at the end of the day, the reason it doesn't work is you have Russia, India, China, which there's no transparency with any of those governments, nor their accounting systems. One of them is in a fucking war. India and China are natural enemies, right? So the idea that they're going to not trade in dollars globally or use that as a hedge against everything is absurd. It's crazy. Even with as stupid as Trump is acting, it's still that we are the global currency. 97% of all transactions are in the dollar because they know we're good for it. China manipulates its currency. India is still figuring it out. Russia, do you trust them? Who wants to give Russia their money and say, here, make sure you give it back to me? That's what people are doing. Like the Saudis are going, hey, we're going to give you, $100 billion to sit on. And then is Russia going to pay you back? Who knows, right? So I get really aggravated about the whole BRICS thing because at the end of the day, BRICS is, the only, if Russia trades with India, right, the only disadvantage for us, because when everybody trades in dollars, it drives our currency up a lot and we can't export anything. So the only disadvantage is that we can't see transactions. We can't see because it's not on Swift banking, right? We can't see what China's buying. When they have to trade in the dollars, we can see it. We have to do a lot more shit to figure out what they're buying. That's the only disadvantage of BRICS. That's it. Other than that, it really isn't that big of a deal. So I just wanted to address that. That's all.
Right.
I'm just tired of BRICS. I can't fucking see people talking about BRICS. BRICS. I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't mean anything. Do you trust those governments? I don't. I mean, the Indians are questionable. The Chinese, yeah.
Did you hear that video? The audio of the migrant that called in, the Hispanic guy that called in today?
Who was it? Wicked World?
Mm-mm.
Let me tell you, man. No, he's fine.
It was the guy looking for a room. You didn't hear the call?
No, what did he say? I mean, I don't mean to go off on BRICS. I know you guys just lose viewers instantly when I start talking about this shit, but I just get so irritated.
Yeah, I almost left.
Well, Stanley, you were talking about putting.
It's just a joke.
Okay, thank you.
What kind of plumbing you? Well, Ryan, I had a guy call me today, and I don't think I've ever had anyone call me and offer to barter a room for work. He called me and said, hey, man, I don't have any money, but I'll do some work for you.
That's pretty cool, though. I'd be like, cool. It's $400, but I'll let you work. 100 hours to cover it.
And so anyway, man, he said something interesting. I want you to hear, Ryan. I've been pointing this out for a long time, and I'm going to let you hear it, Ryan. Excuse me. Here it is. Here, I want you to listen to this, Ryan. I think I've gotten it close to the part where where it's really good here.
That's more landscaping type of work. I could get regular jobs because I'm, like I'm.
Oh yeah.
A few months, like 4 months. Yeah.
So both of y'all need a place to just you.
Right now, it's just me.
What happened to your friend?
He's straight. He's straight. He's more of a legal immigrant. I'm a citizen.
Oh, he an immigrant. So how the hell is he straight and you ain't straight?
Because he gets work. He does like more landscaping type of work. I could get regular jobs because I'm, I got my papers and stuff.
Oh, okay. Damn, you should do landscaping. Hell, if he's straight and you ain't straight, why don't you just do landscaping? Oh, you ever thought about that?
Yeah. No, I got different schedule. I do different stuff. Me and him, but he's my bro. So.
He a white? Are you a white guy?
No, brother. I'm Hispanic.
Oh,
but I was born. Yeah. I was born in California, though.
Okay, but he legal and you're legal and he not. So damn, that's kind of crazy.
Nah.
That's kind of crazy.
He's my friend. He's pretty cool. But I know. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy though that he would be, do it better than you, and you got your papers.
They hustle, bro. They have their little network and they hustle. They get down.
What kind of? Why can you get in the network? You Spanish too, right?
Yeah, I definitely can. Yeah.
But why don't you get in there? You don't want to?
It's cool. It's just like it's just like little. They got their little thing going on, or they got a little. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for your time, brother.
So at some point, this guy's gonna get tired of working at Burger King. He works at a fast food restaurant over there by the baseball stadium, Ryan. Yes. And once he gets tired, he's gonna call up his buddy who's in the network, and he'll be like, "Yo, let me get in the network, start doing that landscaping shit with you guys, right?"
Excuse me, I'm gonna be right back, but I got my earbuds in. I can hear you.
That might be a human trafficker.
Nah, I don't think they're human trafficking shit. Because he just moved here from California. And now then I want you to take a look at this, Ryan, the total different opposite side of the spectrum here.
Before I forget, I might be in your neighborhood next week.
Hey, I know you told me when you do, you got to call me.
Yeah, it's Malcolm X Elementary.
Oh, that's right. Way right there. That's right over my waist.
That's I know.
Popeye's chicken.
Well, I know. I said I'll be down by John. So.
Hey, take a look at this video. Now we just heard the guy. We just heard the guy say, they working, man. They get. What did he say? What did the guy say? He said they get down. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Man, University, can you come up here, man, for just 1 second, man? Let me put the link in the chat. I got something I want to ask you, and I can't play this without you. Well, I can, but I want to play it with you up here. How about that, Universal? And Universal says, are you drawing a thread at Americans with people who accept the American way, like lose desire to hustle? Well, here's the thing. This guy is clearly willing to work. Hell, he came to me and said, "Hey, man, I'll work." But right beside him is a guy who's doing better than him, who's outside of the system. I keep trying to tell you, like, I walk up and down Brooklyn, Atlantic Avenue, you see the lady serving coffee and pupusas on the sidewalk. She's not paying any taxes, not paying any fees to operate her business. And if she makes $200 a day selling this shit, all $200 go in her pocket, minus her expenses.
It's like making $400. It's like making $400 if you're a business.
Right. And so here's this guy making landscaping. Bro, I've already told you guys that they charge the white man price now. You can't go get a Hispanic. You can't go get a Hispanic and give him $8 an hour and think you're gonna get, some real serious work. You're gonna be drunk, right? You got to pay their price, and they're pricing like a white man's price now. And so here we have an illegal immigrant who is segregated from the legal workforce, right? Segregated. He's segregated. He doesn't have papers to integrate into the marketplace. So employers still have the desire for labor.
That's right.
And there's a big void for labor. So this guy said, hey, I'll fill that void as a landscaper. The landscaper company don't ask for papers. And if they do, they're not checking to make sure they're valid. They go pick them up at Home Depot or whatever. And this is now his job. And as you can see, he's moved on from his own buddy who has papers, because the guy with papers, he won't let the government get a cut of his money by working at a fast food restaurant. I played the restaurant where he works. He works at this place called Swizzler, which is a chicken wing and fried hamburger place in DC. He want to serve restaurants. He want to wear a uniform, be clean, relatively clean, get a paycheck. This other guy want to go out and hustle, landscaping, and he's moved on. But the other guy,
I'll take that job all day.
Right. I don't believe that this other guy's going to stay cooking for long. He's going to pass off that job to one of his other Hispanic buddies when he goes to get into the landscaping business.
Yeah.
That is, and you heard him say they have a network. That network.
And John, I'll tell you something else. If there's a Hispanic dude on a landscape crew, just one, and you let him pick his group,
right?
Every guy, he is not picking a black or a white guy at all. It'll be all Hispanic.
And if one of them gets sick, I've heard stories that they will send a worker in their stead. They send a worker in their place. But hey, John, he can work. He came today because I'm out sick. I've seen it happen. I've heard of it happen. And so you heard the guy say they have a network. You can't pierce the veil of that network as an outsider. You just cannot do it. Right? You cannot do it. Right. And they have created a society, as he just explained, that it's probably better to not enter into the workforce on the lower level. That's what he just explained. Because the other guy who's not in the legal workforce, he's doing better than the guy that is. And that guy got papers. Hey, take it for what it is. I'm just showing you what it is. Now you look at this guy. What's up, Universal? Before I play this video, what's up, Universal? What's up, CKJ3?
Hey, good morning, guys.
What did you take before I play this video? What did you take from the guy who called in? First off, he brought that third world mentality, which is nothing wrong with that. Everything is up for sale. Everything's up for bartering. Nothing has a fixed price. Right?
Everything's a bazaar.
Everything's a fucking bazaar, right? And so he came in out of the gate, no money. Yo, I can do some work around here for you until Friday till I get paid, right? That's that third world mentality.
Yeah. Offering value for value.
Right. He ain't saying, hey, man, if you let me. Now, an American would have said to me, you know what American would have said?
Come on, man. Can you just let me hold something? I got you on Friday.
American would have said, I get paid on Friday. Will you let me move in and pay you until then?
Yeah.
What? You're not even going to offer to take the trash out? Right? And then when Friday comes, that money going to be spent. And then you're going to come to me demanding a loan for the short part of the balance. Played it over and over and over again. How many times that broke ass lawyer now offered anything? Huh? Do you understand what
I was going to bring him up. As
that nigga ain't offered to take out the trash. He ain't offered to clean up nothing. He ain't offered to do nothing. You see the difference in the mentality of these motherfuckers. I'm just pointing it out for you. I'm just pointing it out. Take it for what it is, right? It's a big difference. It's a big difference. And they will leave their own in the dust. As you can see, this one motherfucker still in the shelter, and his buddy with no papers done moved on.
Yeah.
If you think it's just black and white, man, it's not black and white. The motherfucker left his own buddy in the dust. Anyway, what's up, guys?
Wait, say that again. The guy he left in the dust does not have papers, right?
The guy he left in the dust has papers, right?
Yeah. I understood it to be the opposite.
No. The guy who doesn't have papers is working landscaping. He moved out. He moved out of the shelter and got his own place.
Does have papers, right?
The guy I was talking to, his papers. He'd be like, I was like, why don't you go work? I can go work. He's become accustomed to 9 to 5, or a shift worker. Whenever they tell me to go to work, I go to work. Maybe he's trying to be a Mexican rap artist. Who knows?
Right. But let me ask you a question. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it.
You're
There's
making
nothing.
a value judgment.
No, I'm not. But what I'm saying is he's putting his value in kind of doing what he want to do, maybe not want to get dirty or work hard. There's nothing wrong with that. The other Mexican guy said, fuck that shit. Like, I'm going to go work at the highest value for what I'm able to do. And just so happens he makes more than his chicken frying, hamburger flipping buddy. They both came here at the same. They both
have freedom to either choose a job, that pays more, or take a lesser job and work the hours he wants to the 9 to 5.
That is correct.
It's a value judgment.
Right, that's correct. But at some point, Stanley, I think that boy gonna get tired of living in that shelter, or being broke while his buddy, his friend, his familiar got money. He gonna say, you know what, bro, get me on that landscaping crew with you.
I bet he won't.
Well, maybe he doesn't.
He could do it now.
He could do it now, but he may want to try his own hand.
The credit. I'm giving him.
I'm giving him that much credit too. But
landscaping now.
Right.
He knows he can do landscaping now.
Right. And I asked him that, and he said, they're doing their own thing, but maybe he'll let them take off without them. Maybe he's not interested. Maybe he has other interests. But everything being equal, that young man is not going to be flipping burgers for long without saying, "Hey, buddy, can I get on the crew with you? I see you don't bother." I see. Okay, maybe not.
I understand that your opinion. My opinion is that he probably won't. It looks like he was looking for a side gig working for you.
No,
so
he
would
was
be working his burger flipping, and he would be working.
No, he would see. You didn't catch the first part of the conversation. I didn't get that on the stream. The first part of the conversation, he says, "Hey, I get paid on Friday. Can I do some work for you until Friday, and then I'll be able to start paying rent?" That's why I think, right. So you're like, that's why I was like,
That's a good idea.
And so I was like, "What kind of work do you do?" And so there are a couple things I want to point out here. Is when you go into the third world, second world, whatever the hell you want to call it. And there are really no fixed prices. Motherfuckers being there bartering like hell. Right, and that's what he did to me. He came to me straight off the break, bartering. He didn't know me from a man in the moon.
Hey, did he give you pricing though? Did he tell you how much per hour or anything?
No, I didn't even entertain it. But the bigger point is like the mindset of coming to someone with something to offer other than money is in his mind. Most Americans don't look at it with, I'm broke. Okay, well, what else you got? You got 2 arms, 2 legs. Do they work? Can you move them? Okay, you might got something with 2 arms, 2 legs. That's what the man was offering me. He wasn't a plumber. He said, I know how to snake drains and this and that and a little basic plumbing, which means he had learned it somewhere. A lot of Americans have not learned these little basic things. So it gives him a leg up. He calls an old person after me. Old person needs some little handyman around there. She might take him up on his offer, right? Somebody might take him up on it. And that is the point I'm making. Anyway, CKJ3, Universal, what's up, guy?
Go ahead, CK. You can hop in first.
Oh,
your mic is bad. I would recommend you leave and come on back in.
That's right.
Can I add one thing regarding Steve Saylor's book, The Half-Blood Prince? 2 things about it. The reason he had to add that subtitle is because there's a Harry Potter book called Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. The other thing is I just looked on Amazon. You can read it for free if you have they've got some sort of like lending library. So I'll read it at some point.
Yeah, it's an interesting book. Aside from whatever point of view, I think, of course, he's opposite of Obama, but interesting. Again, I'm going somewhere here with what I just played the video of the Hispanic guy. And I keep trying to tell people, like, let me play this video. I want to get a universal in on this.
Every day that I clock into this job, I consider selling my pussy. Look at my fucking truck. Forgot to put the car in park. Look at my fucking truck. These are called totes. These are called overflows. The boxes that don't fit in a tote. I am in a Ford fucking minivan for soccer moms. What the fuck made you think we could fit all this shit in here, Amazon, Jeff Bezos, bitch? What the fuck? And then I just had to stop where I had to look for the overflow, but I think it's all the way at the bottom. So guess what? I'm just going to deliver
University, can you find her OnlyFans? 'Cause I'm sure that bitch is up by now.
it later. And then my DSP owner be mad when we be out here till 8, 9 o'clock. What are you mad at? Come get your old ass out here and do this. This is fucking ridiculous. Like, oh.
That's kind of a young people thing. They think the world owes them a job and a house and all this shit.
That man that
Well,
just called in.
she's not working for Amazon for
That man that
starters.
just called in is not young. He was not old. The young man that called in was a young man too. Universal, chime in on this for me.
Okay, I want to point out she's not working for Amazon.
That's correct. Yeah. What do you say about that, Universal?
I think where Ryan's going, I think that has a huge role in this. Is just generational entitlement, not having a solid understanding of a work ethic and what it takes, but also it's that easy way out that a lot of, let's say, modern women, that young women can take, is if they can sell themselves to make a living instead of working hard. That's what comes with that level of job. You are going to be working. You're going to have regulations. You're going to have things that your supervisors or managers are expecting of you. But the way she's talking is like she has the same level of authority or the same level of I would just say authority as her manager does, but it's like you can't do that. And I think that we've lost in our workforce. There's a good chunk of people that have lost this concept of what hard work really is.
What do you think the reason is?
I think there's several reasons. I don't think there's one specifically. The first is just we have softened in the development of young people. We've made it very easy for them not to deal with any adversity, and we're seeing that with the current quote unquote mental health crisis we have going on. Kids don't know how to deal with anything. They have limited coping skills.
Yeah, that's
Parenting has been limited. So anytime they have adversity, like this lady, she's complaining about doing a job that she agreed to do. Like these are things that you have to do. I also think that with the explosion of the internet and just the sexual marketplace being just highlighted through the internet, it is very easy for young women like this to say, you know what, let me take the option of selling myself because I see what these other girls are out here getting, not, even though they're not all getting a lot of money. But if she can get that same Amazon money with a few different videos that she can post of herself, why not do it?
Well, let me add mine. I think 100% of the reason is poor parenting.
Well, of course.
Can I add to what you're saying, Stanley, and see what if you can respond?
Yeah,
to
if
what
you
I'm
want to
saying?
add another percent or two.
Yeah, it's only gonna be 1%, Stanley. I'm very mediocre. I don't have a lot, sir.
Hey, you know what? It
Take
is
you
what it
get.
is. As long as you've accepted that, I'm willing to accept it too.
Well, what I will say is, yes, it's bad parenting, Stanley, but also we are a couple generations into this bad parenting thing. The parents don't know any better either. The parents,
I agree with that.
this girl's parents could be anywhere between 35 to 45, honestly, and those folks
Well,
don't
if
have
they're
it.
Gen X, though, I would expect better. But you're right.
So it's like it's like that's why I think it's a cultural thing too, and a generational thing because we're 3 generations into this level of just
Stupidity.
dependity. Yeah, I call it the institutionalized generation, where we've leaned very heavily on governmental institutions to really take care of things that communities used to do.
Well, and then people are detached from physical labor. Like a lot of kids think that the grocery store is where you get your food. They don't understand that it takes labor and farming and various things like that. They don't see physical labor a lot of times. And but I'll tell you what the best thing for me was construction. And I mean, I saw, I knew people physically worked, but when I got on that construction crew, I was like, holy shit, this is really busting your ass. So that actually got me to go back to school because I was like, this sucks, you know? So
So instead of
that's,
doing the physical labor, you took the easy way out and went to school?
No, I did the construction during the day and went to school at night, Stanley,
Yeah,
because I
so
fucking hated
you were
busting my
gonna take the
ass.
easy way out. You were building your bridge to do that. I got you.
I didn't graduate college until I was 26. So
Okay,
ultimately, I laid
that's
bricks and
just
blocks during the day.
gotcha.
And this girl could do
Working
the
your
same.
way
She's
to an easier lifestyle or
mental
easier
work.
job.
Well, yeah, mental work instead of physical, because the physical work was
Okay,
just
okay,
I didn't want to do it.
I got you.
But
You're sticking to what I was thinking you were gonna say.
yeah, and I couldn't make any money doing. You'll never make enough, right? Doing physical work.
So college was your ticket to a higher salary.
Hell yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I got you.
That's it. So that girl's misery can drive her to school, and that's good for her. So I almost think kids should take a gap year or something and have to physically work. So go in the military or something. What do you think, Universal?
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I'm not opposed to forcing males to go into at least 1 or 2 years of service before they launch into adulthood. I'm not opposed to that at all. I think that we should consider things like that, especially where a lot of manhood and masculinity is today. Um,
Well, I'm actually kind of where I'm heading with this is G. I've heard people say that, not everybody belongs in college, or college isn't something you necessarily need, and you're kind of you're kind of helping me out here by saying college actually can lead to a better job and a less physical taxing occupation. So
yeah,
yeah, college has a purpose, and that's that. You just have to decide you're going to make the most of it.
but I think with that, even with that, we need to start having pathways for young people to launch into adulthood. In a lot of, and this is a black woman, so I'm going to go racial here, but in a lot of urban communities where young ladies like themselves come from, there's not there's programs that aren't oftentimes controlled by black people, but communally as families and neighbors, we don't offer these pathways into careers or even fields, blue collar work. We just say turn 18 and figure something out and go, instead of leaning on or focusing on areas for people to build and succeed in. And I think that that's one of our bigger problems.
Well, you're one of the, you're kind of, there's a whole strain of thought out there, and I don't know if it's specifically a black thing, but there are people out there who think, hey, 18, it should, that cutoff age, depending on the child, should probably be more like 21. Um,
Yeah, but
so these kids at 18 do, maybe they can get into something like you're talking about. So I don't disagree with your point.
yeah.
18 is probably, depending on the child, that child is inclined to just sit around and do nothing. Parents or somebody, a program like you're talking about, yeah, there's some stuff that needs to be done.
Yeah.
I think honestly, I think what it is the bigger thing is not being mentioned is like she went down to the almost absolute gutter. Like, I'm about to say a pussy. Like, you don't even have to do that to get paid if you're a woman. Hell, cook like Kyle, right? There's a lot of women out here doing something, monetizing their good looks. She's a cute enough girl to monetize it. Get up every morning, put your makeup on and shit in some underwear and lingerie. But to sell your pussy is the absolute lowest, to me. There's a lot of, things you could do before you decide to sell pussy. And that's where she went first. And
Maybe she was joking.
Well, but again, the jokes are, kind of hit where it is, close to home.
Oh,
And I
you
think
believe her? I thought she was joking.
I think there are a lot of women that, in her situation that will, and that do, in my day it was stripping. I never understood, like, why are you gonna go strip and show your ass to everybody? Today they're going even further and just having sex with people. And I think that's where her mind went. It's open to her. 30 years ago, a woman wouldn't have said, I'm about to start selling pussy. She wouldn't have said that 30 years ago. Maybe she said she was stripping, but today we're at the rock bottom. Nothing else.
Stripping, a lot of times stripping will lead to that.
Okay, hold on. Can I just
But
comment on something?
hold on. But the stripping, it will be by choice to lead to that. They don't have to. She's
Well,
already
she has
I'm
choices.
going beyond stripping, and she's chosen to sell pussy. That's what she said.
Joking. I
Right?
don't think.
She didn't say I'm about to go strip, and then on occasion I'm gonna sell some pussy. She said I'm about to go sell pussy.
And you're taking her seriously. I don't.
I think, okay, you may not take her seriously, but that is the mindset of a lot of young women out here.
Yeah.
She's not about to deliver them packages, and I can almost not blame her. She looked to be small. Some of them packages probably heavy as hell.
Mhm.
It's probably work that, she probably ain't cut out to do.
Well, I'll just end it with this and,
Mhm.
go on mute. I disagree that a lot of women are thinking like that. Sure, there's always that 10%, but I don't think this is widespread. So you're seeing a
I
phenomenon
would
that
agree.
I'm not sure I'm seeing, but
Well,
you're in a different place.
And 10%, man, I mean, that's a good number, right? Because that 10% doesn't just stand alone. When they go out and they got nice shit and the girls working at Amazon still slinging them packages, they looking at that girl selling that pussy and they're like, damn, fuck this shit. Right? That's how they looking at it, man. I'm just telling you comparative, that's the reality of the world.
There's girls selling pussy right now to get through college, like a lot
Yeah.
of all ethnicities.
And then she gonna really be selling pussy when she come out of college and start slinging Amazon boxes.
Right. Got the prime pussy delivery.
What's up, bro? Genius. What's up, man? Yeah, bro.
You know
Genius.
what? You know what? I need to say this, John.
Go ahead.
One thing is, I think they should be building trade schools because we don't need to import all these people if we have trade schools. I'm now so in Baltimore. There's multiple jobs that are coming out of the ground that are community centers. Okay, government funded community centers, and I look in the equipment. I look at the plans, and the plans show all this bullshit sporting equipment, right? There's no bandsaws. There's no fucking. There's no. Literally, they could be building trade schools with that money, so that we don't have to bring people in, and the people here have jobs, because we need people in the trades. And literally,
Well,
I
wait.
go to these buildings, and guess what? They're being built by Latinos, right? A
Yeah.
lot of Latinos, a
Yeah.
lot of Latinos. And then I get there, I'm like, oh, so you're gonna pour the concrete? It's all Latinos, and I'm
Well,
going,
Ryan, let me.
where's all the
Those
fucking trade schools?
Latinos tech school graduates?
Well, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to answer that question. If you listen back to the call from earlier, I'm not going to play it again right now. That attitude would get you into a construction site. Sir, I'm going to come in here and start at the bottom. Just need a job. That attitude right there, that Latino display, will get him in as a journeyman or whatever the hell they call it on a construction site. It will. Plus, there is networks of them, so it'll be easier for him to get in. And with that mindset, he'll be able to move up if he so chooses. This girl's mindset.
I thought you said he didn't want to do anything like that.
But I'm saying the mindset of being willing to trade off labor, right? Physical labor, the ability, like someone had to teach him how to do that. He'd been around it. That's the world that a Mexican comes from, is, being around, not all of them clearly, but, the lower class ones, they're around working on shit. They know how to do shit. And that's what this guy's saying, Now you contrast it to the Georgetown graduate who didn't even know how to tighten up his bed. And you see a big difference in just
I don't see the comparison there.
Okay.
Because to me, it sounds like you're saying, hey, dude can't do anything because he went to Georgetown. Okay,
Well, no,
you can go to Georgetown and
but
have that.
why not? You don't think we need trade schools?
And be twice as good. And to the trade school, and Ryan, you may know this, those same Mexicans that John's talking about with the attitude, they'll do anything to get on a construction site. You're saying there are a lot of Mexicans working on these construction sites. I'm trying to connect the dot to that point.
Okay,
To the
I'll connect it. Let me connect it for you. Here's the deal. When I started in construction, I was a bricklayer. I learned the trade from older black dudes. Okay, that same group is now all Latino. We've replaced a lot of the ways out of these poor communities is construction. It's
Right,
labor,
but
things like that.
not really
We've
where
replaced that whole
that's not
labor
really my
force.
question.
Okay, the country's replaced that whole labor force with imported labor. And there's,
Right. And my point, if you'll take the
which is,
time to actually think about what I
okay.
asked,
Oh,
my
okay, I'm
question
sorry.
is, are those Mexicans going through trade schools? And if they're not, why do you think Americans should go to trade schools? It seems like
That's a good
trade
question. That's a
school,
good question.
seems like the Mexicans can do it without
I
trade
got it.
school.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Why
a good
can't
question.
Americans?
Right. That's a good question. Cut it off, Stanley. Go ahead, Ryan. That's a good question. Why do we
So,
need trade schools if the Mexicans are doing without trade schools? That's the gist of
so
the
they
question.
get here and they get on the crew and they start laboring. Well, number one, I think high schools should have actual vocational high schools. Again, you used to be able to take masonry
Come
in
on,
the
Ryan.
90s.
Ryan, you're not answering the question. If the Mexicans are doing it without all this high school education, all this shit you talking about that we need, why do we need that? Why do we
I
need
think
what?
it gives, because it'll give our workers an advantage when they can walk onto a job site and say, hey, man, I can build a lead. I can build the whole fucking wall by myself without anybody else, right? The Mexican walks on the job. He ain't getting a job.
Now,
You
my
follow me?
question is, will that VOTEC graduate going, hey, I can do all this stuff, is he going to accept the same salary as the Mexicans? There's a reason the Mexicans are there. And my contention, and I'm not in construction, so I'm just throwing it out there, you're the expert, is because you can pay them either A, under the table, or you can pay them less, or both.
Well, you can't pay them under the table anymore.
Americans will
Well,
not work that
well,
way.
here's the thing the thing that I think that you miss out on. The one thing that you didn't mention is that I think now what is kind of forming here, kind of crystallizing, as they may say, is that hiring a Mexican gets you in the network and into the network of workers, right? You know, and it may be that they bring that value to you as opposed to you get that value from them, or it's kind of mutual. Is that every Mexican worker walking around, it probably has another one in his pocket that he could call on to if you need an extra worker. And so hiring them has that added advantage, that you can get a second man if your crew is expanding. And so that's a kind of implicit advantage that they have there, I think. And Ryan may be able to attest to that more.
I just know I've watched the concrete business, the lands. I've watched a lot of construction go bye-bye. And again, the crew I was on was older black dudes. It was white guys. It was a large percentage of they did a lot of masonry, right? And concrete. They owned the concrete business. And that now, I was just at the Union Hall, the DC Union local for concrete finishers. About 60 guys there. There was 2 white guys, 2 black guys, 56 Mexicans, right? And I'm not against Mexico. I'm not against Mexicans, but
Okay,
whole
my
trades have
only
been
response
replaced.
to this is, once again, my direct question goes unanswered.
Which is
Yeah, I
what?
mean, we're not going to repeat it again. We're moving forward.
Well, here's the deal. If you don't let all that labor in,
I think he answered it.
the American workers can continue to drive up the price of their
Why
own labor.
will
I think,
Americans
They flooded the
not
zone with
take
labor.
that
They
on?
flooded the zone with labor.
All right, hold on. Let me answer this question here. Where do those Mexicans learn those trade skills? Is it something
God
their
damn
families teach them when young? I'll tell you this. And, I've given an example before. Javier, this guy who used to work for me. He brought his son to work with me one day, and the boy didn't want to go to school. Today, he's a foreman on a construction site. I think a lot of these trades really, really start with the family. There are several reasons why I say that is. And University, tell me what you think about this. Who is the hardest driver in sports on an athlete?
The hardest driver in sports on the athlete?
Right.
Oh, I would say I would expect it to be the athlete themselves, but usually it's a coach.
It's the coach. And who is typically like that? And when it's a coach, who is typically the hardest driving motherfucker on an athlete? It's typically LeVar Ball,
Yeah.
the Deion Sanders,
The head coach.
just Steph Curry, right? The same thing applies in sports. Like Go back. We talked about it here on the stream. You look at how Steph Curry, at the direction of his father, changed his jump shot from his chest to up here by his head. There's videos of it. That shit did not happen overnight. That boy put in a lot of work, but it was his father that gave him the direction. He said, hey, I've been here before where you're trying to go. And if you want to be successful, you're going to have to raise your shot angle or whatever the hell they call it up above your head, right? That is the same way with plumbing. Steph Curry's father wouldn't have taught him that. I mean, Steph Curry's coach may not have told him that. They may not have cared as much.
Right.
I've gotten everything out of you. I got a championship or whatever the hell you helped me do. Going to the NFL, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work for you in the NBA. But his father, who has a vested interest in him being the best that he could absolutely be, says, you're going to have to raise your shot up to go to the next level. And I think that is with any skill, be it basketball, football, or plumbing. You didn't get that cut right when you're doing some finished carpentry. The Votech school man may still give you an A, but your father going to say, go back and get that cut precise.
And this is what's happening.
Because you're dealing with my clients, not your classmates. And there's a big difference in expectations when you're dealing with clients. And that is what I think the people whose fathers, things like that, have done it and their children follow suit, have been able to harness very well and become very good at it. And I've seen it in my own profession, the people that I hire.
I think you see that in any profession. And what you're talking about is like a next level of an apprenticeship where you're getting wisdom passed on. Know-how is what I call it. Getting the know-how of the job, the ins and the outs. Whereas if you're taking a certificate program, or even if you're getting a degree, you're pretty much getting the basics to pass the class. And that's just surface. But when we know in any profession, any field, most jobs, there's little intricate things that you need to learn how to do that somebody there before you has learned, and that passing on that wisdom will give you an advantage.
Yeah, and I think it's very important.
And having it in the therapy world, I help a lot of folks who are trying to get master's degrees or become therapists, or they're just interested in going to get their degree in school. And I often talk to them not about the degree, but what they want to do after, because that will dictate a lot if they stay in the field or not. Because a lot of people don't know, once you get that 2 years master's degree in counseling, that's really just the beginning of a long road. You have to get, usually depends on the state, but usually it's about 18 to 2,000 hours of client time. And a lot of that time is unpaid or underpaid. So a lot of people end up getting their master's degrees and hopping out of the profession because they can't withstand it, because you're not getting a lot of money. And then if you want to be your own private practitioner, you have to get on what's called insurance panels, which a lot of people don't know how to do or what that is. And it can be very hard in some areas, because to know if you get accepted by a Blue Cross Blue Shield or another insurance agency, or even a state insurance, it depends on how many other therapists who fit your credentialing is in that area, what you specialize in, what zip code you're in. There's a lot of factors that a lot of people don't know about. So you can hang your own shingle and you can make $80,000 to $100,000 a year, or you can go make 45 at an organization or company that's already got it set up. And it's things like that people don't know unless you talk to somebody who's already been down that road.
Hey, CKJ3, did you hear my buddy call in? Did you still run the group home?
Yeah, is my mic good now, John?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Did you hear the guy that called in, my buddy, talking about the group home?
Yeah, I heard him. My cousin, when I was speaking to her the other day, she's not doing one with juvenile. It's, I think it's with adults, but they kind of I think it's more geared towards like a mental health.
Yeah, vulnerable
side.
Yeah.
I imagine a lot of the regulations kind of overlap in terms of you're going to have a locked up space there, because if they're mental health, they're taking some kind of medication. So you're going to have to, have that locked up. You're going to have someone with some qualification on site 24 hours a day, in terms of some kind of supervision. I would imagine they're not, if they need that kind of housing, they need to be.
Yeah, what she was telling me, the little information I got from her yesterday, she was saying that I know you have to give them like the medicine, but I guess like somebody comes by every day and picks them up and take them out to do like different like activities. So
Right.
you don't need to have somebody there like 24 hours because they kind
Yeah.
of like do things like on their own. Besides
Mm.
like somebody coming there every day picking them up. I forgot what the service is called, but um, I get the name for you. But they do come by every day and pick them up and take them out like go shopping or go do like different type of like activities.
Do they in your state? Do they call it an arms worker?
I'm not quite sure. I got the information. She sent me the information. I can email it to you, John, if you want to, so you can take a look at it.
Yeah, send it to me. I send it to my buddy there. If you have any questions, I put you in contact with him. Hey, has anyone heard of those Chrome Heart jeans, by the way?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Chrome Heart jeans.
Uh-huh.
Richard Stark, American fashion designer and co-founder of the luxury brand Chrome Heart jeans. Do you know what these jeans are made of? Like,
I don't know the material. I don't know. I'm familiar with the brand.
They're Levi's.
They're just repurposed Levi's.
Yeah. Repurposed Levi's.
I'm not surprised by that. Levi's have they're like a good reusable brand. He's smart doing that.
Does anyone know why do you say that? What made them a reusable brands? Huh?
Well, Levi, I don't know if it's the brand or the quality or combination of both, but Levi's have a resale value for some reason. Like you could take an old pair of Levi's and you can sell them and make pretty decent money.
Really?
Yeah. Believe it or not.
Anyway, this guy's selling jeans for $10,000 and up a pair. Can you believe they're selling?
I can't because I see.
Well, I mean, we have a market-based economy, so if there's a market, yeah, sure, I can believe it. They jar parts.
And here are the Chrome Heart jeans there. I don't know if you can see these are Chrome Heart jeans.
Yep.
$17,000.
Yeah.
$17,000 for a pair of jeans there. And these are Levi's, by the way. These are Levi's. 17,000 sterling.
Salute the stock.
Jesus Christ. 17.
I mean, I think the point isn't that the jeans look good. The point is that you can afford them. That's why it'll be something like a status symbol.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know, one of the big rappers, I don't even know if he's a rapper, he's an actor or something. Lil Meech. Stanley, you ever heard of Lil Meech?
Nope. Oh, actually, I have.
How you heard of Lil Meech, Stanley?
Probably on John Galt, the Urban Landlords channel. All y'all talk about is rap.
Anyway, so Little Meech apparently he's gone crazy buying Chrome Heart jeans, and they say he's basically spent up all the little money that
he spent up all his money. Oh wow!
Have you heard this Universal about Little Meech and the crap?
No, but I'm not surprised. You know, when that money starts flowing in for the first time, you getting a couple $100,000. You go crazy buying this goofy stuff. Like, I can't imagine going bankrupt from jeans. That's insane.
Well, you know, broke, I guess. You know, he probably never had much money, but you know, whatever little money he had, said that one pair was 25,000. Mind blowing. Yeah. That is kind of interesting. It really is.
Not that much value.
Man, that is very interesting. Chrome Heart jeans. I saw a tweet. Someone says, let me put it up on the screen. Let me see if I can find it. Stanley, you ain't gonna like this. You might not like this, Stanley. Maybe you will. You had a turn of heart, a heel turn. Is someone said.
Nope, I haven't had a turn of heart at all. Excuse me. I'm not anti-black. If that means pro-black, then
someone tweeted this.
And being pro-black doesn't mean, and I don't consider myself that, everything is up for critique.
Here's someone tweeted $1 billion industry is a black ignorance.
Oh, I agree with that totally.
You think so? You know, if you agree with that, then I believe that the blacks should take advantage of it.
Well, they do. They do.
I don't
What do
think
you think Jordan has been doing with his shoes?
that's not Jordan though. That's Nike.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Nike, you know what? His name is on the shoes, so I'm assuming he's complicit.
Yeah, he's doing. He's doing well, man. No doubt. No
I
doubt.
think a better example is Tyler Perry. I think he's done that.
Yeah, Tyler Perry's done very well.
Yeah. He's taken your stereotypical black tropes and made them entertaining and made a multi.
Okay, well, I'm approaching it in a different way. I'm not talking portraying ignorance, because that's been done since Amos and Andy and beyond, the Chitlin circuit and all that. What I'm saying is people being taken advantage of because of their ignorance. I think everybody who watches a Tyler Perry movie knows that there's certain characteristics being stereotyped or made to be funny. I'm talking about people who think Air Jordans are a sign of success. That's taking advantage of people who don't know what signs of success are or should be. So I've got a slightly different point than yours.
So hold on, John, before you play this clip. So you're saying you want more blacks to take advantage?
No, I'm not saying I want anything. I'm making an observation. I'm agreeing with John's point, or what I thought his point was. So I don't want anything other than to make that point.
All right, clip, John.
Give me 1 second. Here's a video. I'm only gonna play like 2 or 3 seconds of it. That's all you need to know. I want you to get the gist of it. Let me know. You guys can see the screen, right? All right. I'm only gonna play like 3 seconds. That's all I need.
Do you know all your investments? Cause
no, I do not.
Perfect example of possibly being taken advantage of because of your ignorance. You don't know what you're investing.
You know all your investments.
No,
I do not.
You don't know, you walk into a meeting and people tell you, hey, you have a real estate company, you have this and that. I know all my investments. You have no idea what you're invested in.
There you go, John.
Woo! Man, that's amazing. When I saw this shit, I said, damn.
Now, I want to make a point. I don't draw any larger conclusion than Shaq doesn't know what he's investing in.
This is not about race. I don't want you to think it's about race.
Well, no. I wanted to make very same point. I'm not drawing larger conclusions. I will say that I bet LeVar Ball knows what his boys are invested in. He's probably managing their finances.
Well, they built something, so shit. What they own is theirs.
Correct.
Shaq has investments in things, esoteric investments. I'm sure people probably.
Shaq is not an example of black excellence.
No.
I'm not a fan of the balls of the father, especially, but you can't say he's not black excellence.
Yeah. I'm not taking anything away from Shaq either, right?
Well, let me do it for you.
All right. Well, I just think that you should know what is because there's so many people that will take advantage of you, and I don't know. I just found that statement to be interesting. What's up, Ignorant? Ignorant. Oh, you there?
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Salute.
What's
Salute
up?
to the panel. Salute to the chat. Do
Yeah,
the
yeah.
right thing like Spike Lee. We know your baby mama's got that income tax. Send that money to Pussy J.
That's right. $20 a day for Portia J, guys.
Do the right thing like Spike Lee.
Hey, John.
What's up?
Did he ask him why he doesn't know?
Yeah, he went in to say, I own businesses, and more or less I let other people run the businesses, and they report back to me, something to that effect. Something more or less to that effect.
So he has something like a private equity type deal. Where he just flip the money and other people just go out there and find. Because I want to know your thoughts on the Papa John situation. I don't know if you ever talked about that. And you know how he
Oh,
came on board and became like he became a like a share owner of the company.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think I have more thoughts about how they undermined the other guy. They kind of undermined the owner of the Papa John's. So I didn't like that. And it seems like they use Shaquille kind of as the face. Kanye tweeted about this or talked about it. That's kind of what hit me to, look into Shaquille O'Neal. Because other people say, these people don't really know what they have their money in, and that's kind of how they are controlled. And so him saying he doesn't know where his money is, or how he's being managed or invested in, like once it gets that far out of your control, there's just too much room for people to start stealing from you.
I
That's just
have a
my
question about that point you're making, and nothing wrong with the point. I tend to agree with it, but what do you think the reason? I mean, is that like, hey, is that Shaq saying, and this is a question I'm leading to nowhere, is he saying, I'm so rich, I don't need to know? I don't know because I have so much money? Is that
I
his
think
point?
that's part of it. That's part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were trying to build something, right? Let's say if Shaq said, you know what, I want to build housing in Newark. Then you got to know. You got to know that shit got to come in on time, under budget. Otherwise, you building subsidized housing, which you are the subsidizer. But when you're just investing in this and that, and other people are more or less running it for you, you don't really have any interest in that, then they can start padding shit. They can start hiring consultants that are their friends, family, paying too much for equipment, getting kickbacks from the back door from the vendor that they bought the fryers or whatever the hell they're from. And it's a million different ways from Sunday for people to take advantage of someone who's not engaged in the business. And unless you have some people you really, really trust, and you don't meet that many people in the world you can really, really trust like that. And when you got that kind of money sloshing around, people's eyes get big, their hands get sticky. And hell, I've had it happen to me, and I ain't even got that much money. So just imagine that, you know what I mean? Just imagine if I had Shaq like money, and I just took my eyes off the ball. And so what he's saying is more or less, he just doles out money and don't worry about, what they do with it. Just bring me back some money,
John, he do it like he do his women, huh?
I don't know much about his women.
Hey, you know what, John? I actually see him in action. We got like it's a lifetime up here when he played for the Cavs, and I actually see him walk up to a girl, and he just walked up to her like, "How much you want?" and that was it. And she looked at him. She was like, "How much you want?"
No small talk. No small talk at all.
Straight to the point.
No small talk necessary. Yo, I don't know if I mentioned this. I bought me a desktop yesterday for you guys that just not joining. I bought a desktop yesterday. Can't wait to fire it all up and get the cranking with the OBS with all this RAM and memory I have here.
Yeah, man, you have to get it going this week.
Yeah, maybe that's right, man. I wish we could do it on OBS. Our show Universal. I wish one of these days we may have to do it.
We should be able to. I don't know how you're gonna get me and HB up on the line, but that's how we got to figure that piece out. There has to be some kind of invite link.
Yeah, it's an invite link, and then somehow I gotta get it configured and shit. We should practice it because I think the layout looks a lot better. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it looks good too.
Yeah, layout.
Would you have to use Zoom or something to do that? Like a third-party video conferencing software to pull us into OBS. I think you're gonna have to do it that way.
Yeah, Streamlabs has one, but I haven't been able to exactly figure it out yet. Maybe I'll tinker around with it, see what I can do. But once we get it working, I think that should be hot right there. That'll be hot right there. Make it look like a professional show. Yeah, I think that'll be hot.
Yeah, but OBS is good. It's user friendly. There's a lot of tools, a lot of customization you can do on there.
Even Stanley picked it up right out the gate. No tutorial necessary, huh?
Just a quick note. I cannot remember the name of it, but there is a freeware version of conferencing software that connects to OBS.
Really?
I looked at a little training video just out of curiosity. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. But it looks pretty complicated. But that's part of what I want to do. Learn OBS to a point to where StreamYard isn't. It's a viable alternative to StreamYard.
Oh man, you can do so much with that shit, Stanley. It's like the sky's the limit. You know what I mean? Like, that guy that had that avatar that was spinning around or whatever on T's panel?
Yeah. Oh man, I forgot his name. King Crown? No, not Crown.
I think he did that shit in OBS though.
Yeah.
I think you can do it on OBS, some kind of overlay. What they call that shit now? Virtual camera, something like that.
If you look, are you subscribed to Drips? Show?
No, who's Drips?
You need to. I'll send you the link to it. He's got you. You need to look at his podcast. It's pretty damn slick. So I'll put the link in the back in a minute.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool dude too. I've talked to him a couple times on T's panel.
Take a look at this right here.
Yeah. That's me. Don't post nothing on the damn Instagram. I ain't posting this stuff till later. So I'm at the doctor's office. I'm ready to get my hair transplant. I'm scared as shit. I had to sign this form letting them they said I gotta take some laughing gas. Ain't shit funny. I'm scared. Bitch, I'm balding. I need this shit to accept. Look at this shit. Sitting here, all these bitches talking about you don't need that, you don't need that, you do need it. Yes, and you can see the main area, but mostly like mine.
So priority number one would sort of be the front third area. And then
hey guys, I'm getting.
Should I carry on? Shall I carry on, guys?
Brain surgery today. I just got finished numbing my head. 1,000 needles.
Kind of just letting him do whatever he wants this week, and he's got like camp next week, I think, or the week after. But he like leaves at like noon and gets home at like 10.
So Joe, what is this homo getting done?
So they just took a strip of skin from the back of my head, and now they taking the hairs out of it. They got like 4 people taking the
This
hair
nigga
out
about
of
to
the
get a
strip.
surgical lace front.
And I go back in there, he's gonna put the hair
Pretty much.
hair blockers in my head. I could hear it going like. He put like 4 of them bitches in there. Then after that, they went and numbed. They put more needles in my fucking head all around the bed.
I wish they would have
all
slipped
around the
and the
front.
needle would have
It's
went through
like,
this faggot's brain.
But that's the worst part. After they numb your fucking head, you don't feel nothing. After he numbed my head, he cut the piece of skin off the back of my head, sewed it shut, and then
Take dick in the ass. You already don't feel nothing.
Dissecting my scalp. So when I go back, he looking good as a bitch. I don't want no nigga.
Yo, John, where you find this Freaky Friday shit you be watching?
I'm gonna be looking good, bitch.
Yeah, I need it. Bitch, I'm ready to be looking good as a bitch.
You gonna be a bitch, all right.
Oh.
I'm going somewhere with this. Promise you guys. So let's do this.
This is Black X.
No niggas in my DMs.
Don't know
Hey,
nigga.
hey, cool out, Universal.
No nigga get in deal.
As a bitch. I don't want no niggas in my DMs.
Yo, it be niggas like Stanley and John in this
I don't
DM.
want nobody talking to me. Fuck everybody.
Nigga got some fruit. Nigga got some fruit. Nigga feed that nigga.
Fruit for the fruit.
My brain has been successfully removed, and I had to put it in my ass.
Yo, John. I'm out here, bitch.
Yo.
You wildin'. Like, I understand you into this,
Wait a minute.
but we ain't all into this, bitch. We don't want to put it in his butt.
Okay?
Oh.
Now that's for you on the late night, man. You watch that and enjoy yourself. That's fucked up. You putting that out here in the community. You want everybody. We all ain't with putting it in his butt. Like that's crazy. Like what are you? This is black excellence right here. A black man, John Go, the dope man.
And nigga on his way becoming excellent guy. That half P got his ass tooted up.
I'm talking about you. You it's niggas like you. Why these fruitcakes be doing shit like that?
One more time for you, ignorant. One more time for you, ignorant. One more time for you, ignorant.
I'm about to go to church.
And I had to put it in my ass.
Put it in my ass.
No, they just got finished putting all of the little holes in my head. And when I go back in here, they're gonna put all of the grafts where we marked where I want that. Right now, my head feels real tight. I can't feel nothing what they doing. It's just like pressure.
Yeah.
Big old melon.
Done with my surgery, guys. This is what the fuck I look like at the moment. My head is swollen as a motherfucker. And I got my skull covered up right now. My head is tight. It's a little sore. I just took my little Motrin and I have perks. I will be
You heard that? You heard that? This how these niggas get on that dope. You heard that?
I didn't know what he was saying. What?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Listen again.
I just took my little Motrin and I have perks. I will be popping a perk tonight.
I will be popping that percolator. It's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator.
Call that ducking, by the way. You're gonna be
Pop
ducking
that perk, nigga.
Yep.
Fall asleep with a nigga in your ass.
My head is tight. It's a little sore. I just took my little Motrin and I have perks. I will be popping a perk tonight. Boots. I was like, I don't want no perk. I was like, give me the perk.
Give me that perk.
Yeah. That's gotta be a song clip. Give me a perk.
Nigga, I done had my teeth dug out, man. I had fucking 4 teeth extracted. I ain't take shit. Nigga, I went to the bar and drank afterwards. I'm telling you, this is how these people get on that dope, man.
Yep.
I done heard too many people.
Definitely a better alternative.
I've known too many people that have had kidney damage or liver damage. I can't remember which one of the damages. Straight off the perks, man. Like from an injury or
It'll
something.
be probably liver because I think they have Tylenol.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like, first off, let me back up. I'm gonna finish my point. A voluntary surgery, right? And then you're gonna start taking some motherfucking poison. You're gonna enter the pharmaceutical industrial complex. You're gonna take some powerful Percocet. That's how they end up on the dope. This is why you see these motherfucking young niggas pass the fuck out. They be taking this shit on like, give me the perk, nigga. He said, I don't need no perk, but give it to me.
I was like, I don't want no perk. I was like, give me the perk.
Give me the perk.
Give me the perk.
Nigga, my mom,
years ago, when I was in my 30s, I had a hip replacement.
Hold on, Shannon. My mama had breast cancer. No lie, they cut her fucking breast off. She ain't take any of them pain pills. Gave them to me.
Let me know when I can respond.
I say to say, like, these motherfuckers are voluntarily engaging in surgery and then end up hooked on the drugs afterwards. Go ahead.
Years ago, I had a hip replacement in my 30s. Had a condition, and I had a home care nurse because back in the day, like 25 years ago, you would actually need a nurse to come by because it was like major surgery. Not so much like that today.
Yeah.
Anyway, she was a black home care nurse, and the doctor that I went to had actually retired from doing surgery, but he still did consults. So anyway, she asked me who my doctor was, and the upshot was like, oh yeah, he's one of those guys who will be very reluctant to prescribe, these heavy duty pain pills. And she basically said, he's one of those guys who thinks blacks are particularly susceptible to, getting addicted to this sort of thing.
Yeah,
Now,
I
it was
think.
racist. The dude was a racist. I don't agree with his biological assessment, but I thought I'd bring that up. I think that if you do volunteer surgery and your doctor feels that, Percocets may be, called for, I trust the medical guidance. What comes of it comes of it. I don't think there's any particular, I think there are people who are susceptible to addiction. I'm not so sure it's race based. So there's a balance between, one group particularly being um, prone to addiction, and the idea that volunteer surgery, you should just gut it out. I also don't believe in suffering in silence. So if you need a Percocet, take a Percocet. That's basically my opinion.
That's interesting. There is a lot of race-based science out there. I think Steve Salem even, is it Steve Salem? Yeah, Steve Salem even talking about some of the.
He's one of them.
And he talked about the it may have been Steve Salem talked about the British Army. Go ahead. Were you about to say something?
No. I'll just type a response to Palomino.
The British Army.
Apparently, he does not understand what statistics are. The numbers aren't racist. It's the interpretation of the numbers that may or may not be racist. If you had a brain, you would understand that point.
Yeah, type him in the chat. I think that the Steve Saylor, I think it was Steve Saylor, talked about the British Army had Ghanaians in the military. And one of the Ghanaians said, man, it's so fucking cold. I can't take this shit. And they let him out on like disability. And I think they proved out something, or they came up with some scientific explanation or whatever justification for him getting out of the military based upon, he was from Africa and it was just too cold. The British one was too cold for him to be in the military. And that was, I do remember that.
So he's not used to it or can't get acclimated to it. Wasn't good.
It was something else that was biological that they pointed to. I don't know if it was true or not, but they use it as biological. Let's say,
you know what? I hope it was that, hey, Africans tend to have less body fat.
I think it had to do with you're gonna make me. Have you ever heard this universal? CKJ3, you ever heard this before?
No, I had to step away. I have not heard of it before. But what I have heard of is just people who come from different regions having different effects to environment. So that could be part of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find that article. Damn, I wish I could find it. What would be the term? Discharge? Yeah.
Yeah, discharge. That sounds about right.
Oh, I got it too. Damn. I hope it'll let me go to the page. Got it. Here it is. Can you guys see? Oh. Here it is right here. You see it?
Yeah.
I knew it, man. I got a damn good.
How long ago was this?
2022.
Oh, so it was modern. I was thinking like back in the day, when they were fighting like during the Boer War. I had no clue this happened. Like, that's a bit much.
This is his name. Can you believe these guys? See, exposure to the cold.
I can read it.
Exposure to the cold while on duty left him with ailments that meant he needed his central heating on all year round. Hey, Miss Me, she's in London. Do you have your central heat on all year round? Oh man, that is amazing right there. He said he need his heat on in the UK year round. It's too cold in that motherfucker. He won't be back in Ghana. Ghana. Can you fucking believe that shit? What you think about it, Shannon?
About what? Oh, I'm not. I didn't even bother reading it. I think Miss Me brings up a good point. If he was having that kind of difficulty. Now the problem is, I would think the British Navy or whichever branch he was in would be able to send him. Sure, they have British troops in places that that are warmer. Maybe he should have done embassy duty.
What did they say here? He followed his childhood dream to become a soldier for the British military, not the Ghanaian military. I got a funny story to tell you about the Ghanaian military, by the way. And traveled from his homeland of Ghana. Can you imagine? Universal, you still up here, man? CKJ3?
Yeah, I'm back.
Can you imagine this? I mean, this is kind of weird when you really think about it.
Well, yeah, I could imagine it. I mean, imagine being from Kansas and wanting to join the Navy. It happens all the time.
But imagine being from Ghana and wanting to join the United States military. That would be kind of weird.
John, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You know that's a way of getting citizenship. You know that, right?
Yeah, I can imagine.
So that's probably the reason why. I know it was.
But then it's not a dream. Then that's just a goal of gaining. His dream is citizenship.
Yeah.
Not to be in the military. Like, let's call it spade a spade. And so here he says, he followed his childhood dream of becoming a British soldier and traveled from his homeland of Ghana to join the British Army like a mercenary. He expected to make the Army his long-term career government job, but he was medically discharged, what he attributes to having suffered non-freezing cold injuries while on winter duty. His injuries caused tingling and numbness. He additionally stated his condition had left him feeling the cold more than other people and had left him exposed to high energy bills because he now has turned up his heat in the winter and the summer. He has subsequently suggested that more should have been done by the Ministry of Defense to protect him from the cold while he performed his duty.
Yeah, well, I mean, having been in the military, and CKJ3 may have an opinion on this, he wasn't serious about wanting to be in the Army. He'd have found a way to stay. So
he had a dream like Martin Luther King.
Right. Okay, I don't know about Martin Luther King and all that anti-Black rhetoric, but my point is he wasn't serious if he couldn't figure out for himself what to do to stay in. That could have up to and included, being stationed somewhere where it's warm. So, but I'm outside looking in, but just on the surface, it didn't appear he was that serious about the dream.
41-year-old dreamer told the court that he attributed his diminished physical state to an overnight shift carried out in February 2017, during which he was exposed to prolonged wet and cold conditions while loading military stores onto a ship. The court was told that his superiors failed to provide sufficient cold weather kit, particularly in the form of gloves and warm boots. His barrister said as a result, he developed non-freezing cold injuries to his hands and feet, and that he was especially vulnerable since he is a... Read that for me, Sam. Since he is a Black African, with an ethnicity known to be more prone to the development of non-freezing cold injuries if exposed to cold, damp, or freezing conditions, he has a requirement for extra warm clothing and for increased home heating in winter and summer. This is what his barrister You gotta warm that nigga up in the summer. He'd be better off in Africa. We don't need no air conditioning. He don't need no fucking heat. But he went to Europe, to the UK, and now they gotta provide him heat in the winter and the summer. Fucking amazing. Diversity. You live by it, you die by it. Ooh, that's amazing.
I would expect to see more cases like this in the next upcoming months with the changes to diversity requirements in workspaces and people needing quote unquote accommodations. I wouldn't be surprised if you see more things within this realm.
Man, is that not crazy or what? That shit's crazy to me. But they are acknowledging that there are differences in people, right?
Yeah,
that's what they're acknowledging. Right, take it or leave it. But it is very interesting. I saw someone mention something very interesting in the chat. Oh man! Oh, I saw somebody mention something in the chat. Y'all niggas ain't ready for this. Let's see what I got here. Let me get it going. I know it's gonna be an ad, so I'm gonna suffer through the ad for myself. Stanley, you ain't gonna believe this. Oh, you ain't gonna believe this. Still on the HBD theme here. HBD, human biodiversity. I do believe in that. Have you guys heard of this right here? Have you guys heard of this?
No, he does not. This person does not look familiar.
You never seen this young man? Nobody ever seen him? Anybody? Stanley? You ever seen this young man? Anybody? Nobody?
No, I have not.
We'll wait for somebody in the chat to see if they recognize it. I mean, somebody probably trying to facial recognize.
Is it important that we recognize it?
No. Well, we will be in a minute. Give me 1 second. I tell you, I have fucking allergies year round. Yeah, dang. Year round. I think it's why I'm able to say
that might coincide with maybe you're allergic to weed.
I think it's what keeps me healthy.
You smoke that year round, right?
Yeah, but I've always had it, even as a child. I think it's what keeps me healthy, man. I have so much fucking mucus, man. It traps everything. Yeah. Anyway, let's roll the clip. Anybody cheated? Look this guy up yet? Anybody know who this is? Let's go.
Sickle cell was like a blockade for me, but now it's just like a wall that I just jumped over.
For 21 years, Sebastian Bozil suffered chronic pain from debilitating sickle cell anemia. He's now making medical history in New York State.
The cliche, the future is here, is actually true in this case.
We feel blessed to be able to be the first ones to be able to offer this.
Groundbreaking Lyfgenia treatment used Sebastian's own bone marrow in IV transfusions to create normal red blood cells.
When we could use Sebastian's own stem cells to do this therapy, we were delighted.
Sickle cell disease was described in modern medicine in 1910, and here we are over 100 years later, and this is the first cure you're seeing.
To the Med4 team, the hematology team, the transplant team, you guys have really changed my life.
In the United States, sickle cell anemia most commonly affects people of African, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern descent. Cohen Children's Hospital hopes to target those communities.
There goes your black disease, Palomino
Sebastian
Z.
been coming
You're
to
an
this
idiot.
hospital since he was 2 months old. There is not enough word to show you how grateful I am.
Sebastian will soon be able to travel, work out, and focus on his education. He hopes to work in the medical world.
Amazing, and I can't wait to get back to my day-to-day life because now I feel unstoppable.
From New Hyde Park, Long Island, Jennifer McLogan, CBS News, New York.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good story right there. Man got his got his health back, man. Health is wealth, as they say. There you go.
Can I make one comment about horse boy Ricky? Again, one of the arguments, and that you may not be smart enough to have figured out. White excellence is a thing too, and you and Be Brave are not it. That's why I call you stolen valor white. You cling to the lab coats of actual smart white people.
Speaking of Be Brave, what the hell is he? Oh, he talking about the 9/11 conspiracy. I don't want to. I was hoping he'd be talking about blacks. I tuned in for a minute to see what the hell he's talking about here.
Yeah, well, I didn't do a show last night, so he had to come up with a topic on his own.
Let me tell him, get on the blacks, Brave. Let me tell him, get on the blacks, Brave.
Also, John, your girl Sharice is live right now too.
Oh yeah. I talked to her yesterday, I think.
Just started like 10 minutes ago.
Is she live? Like, can we see her physiology?
No, she does.
She doesn't cam up.
Yeah, she's not cammed up right now, but you can see her on her page. I think.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
she ain't bad looking, man. You ever gonna talk to a child, Stanley? You in there now? Let me see if I can find her.
She let her child talk to you.
I think
you're in the same city. I think you can add her to your stable of ladies.
You never know. See there, she talking about it. Are you black or copper colored? Identity politics. Oh, Stanley, Stanley, get in her
Oh,
chat.
Is that the name of the show?
Yeah, get in her.
Made for you, Stanley.
In this fucking world.
Apparently it is.
Especially being from the North American mainland. Okay? This idea that we are black like this gentleman's shirt.
I'm gonna tell the Stanley.
Outrageous. It's outrageous.
I'm gonna tell
we gotta do better.
I'm gonna tell the Stanley.
I'm gonna open up the panel so we can discuss it even more. But it's like, I can't believe that we were still having these discussions as long as we've been in this space and in this paradigm. Like, if you feel like you want to call yourself black because you're identifying with a certain point in time in our history, like, that's understandable. But even me, I have to continue to say so-called black because that shit has been predicated in my brain for so long that it's been hard for me to detach from it. But I know now. I know that there's a difference in being copper colored and being black.
We didn't get
black
along.
having no standing involved.
That's funny, John.
See, that's probably why you did get it. Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about here. Stanley, you gotta get up on the panel.
You need to tell.
Stanley, you gotta get up on the panel. Say what?
No, don't tell her that. That'll. I don't want to interrupt her show.
Tell her what?
No, just don't bother. That's funny enough.
Get on her panel, Stanley.
No, you know what? I'm having a good, calm day. My father-in-law is going to be here soon. I don't feel like getting all.
I think she warmed up to you on the second call.
No, I think she did. We'll be okay. I don't want her to ruin her show with all that gum popping.
I don't know what the hell she's talking about here. Moving on in a minute.
No, I get what she's talking about.
Oh, dude, copper color. What is she talking about?
We're not actually black, is her point.
Copper color.
She's making a phenotypical. I mean, I think that we have gone from the N-word to all kinds of phases. We were African American for quite some time, and then they decided, well, gee, as a matter of fact, we went from black to African American to back to black. So, in in my opinion, that kind of argument is just kind of stylistic or, pretty much surface level. I don't bother myself with, that sort of thing. And I certainly don't think it's an identity crisis.
I wonder why she doesn't cam up. Why do you think she don't cam up, Universe?
Oh, her picture's good enough.
Well, dealing with women who do stuff online, hair, makeup, energy, it could be anything.
Oh yeah, that's right. Damn, she ain't got to get done up to do this.
That's
Damn.
right. She wants to avoid all the red pill.
Head tip to T then, because T be cammed up most nights.
And you notice when she comes up, she comes presentable every time.
Yeah. T don't be fucking around.
And women care about everything. They'll change a whole outfit just to cam up and show shoulders and up.
Yeah, that is true. That is
a whole other thing. Trust me.
Fuck around, we done got us and showed everything. Bro Jeans said most of the people talking black versus African. Wait a minute, you know what? I got some black versus African shit right here. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I got some black versus African shit right here.
Y'all, we gonna let Indigenous one cook for a second, cause he cooking right here. He cooking.
Nigga cooking.
Cause he ain't saying nothing but the truth about how our state of being, where we are, and every time we do
the broke genius makes a funny point.
Together, we are always arguing and fighting, and it's sick. Oh man, hold up. Some more people pulled up in the chat. After Mac, hey boo, peace of love to you. Hey John, how you doing? Where's Stanley at?
see that Stanley? She asking for you.
0407.
No, that's funny.
Indian, peace and love, my baby. Rainwater, peace to you.
See that
Y'all
Stanley?
hear it real good. Let me know if y'all can hear this video good. Let me know if y'all can hear it. Put some sunflowers in the chat for me. Let me know that y'all can hear this. Okay, and shout out to everybody that's watching. Listen,
She got a nice voice too. I like her voice. Don't you like her voice? You like her voice, Stanley?
Hey, I think she's great.
That we conduct ourselves, all of us. I'm not talking about not one isolated person. I'm talking about.
See, I want to get your opinion on this right here. Give me 1 second.
On what?
I got a couple videos I want you to comment on here. Since you love to talk about baby daddies.
Well, I don't love to.
Here's King Baby Daddy here. Here's Umar. I'm just joking.
And it wouldn't have come up had it not been for baby daddies acting like they're not baby daddies.
Before you
pull up season. So let me say this about the baby mama drama. There is a silver lining in this Mama Smurf, Baby Smurf scandal. There's a little piece of silver lining in this Mama Smurf, Baby Smurf scandal. And the little piece of silver lining, Amsterdam Africans send the invite. And that little piece of silver lining in the Mama Smurf, Baby Smurf dishonesty tour, dishonesty and revenge tour, the Mama Smurf, Baby Smurf dishonesty and revenge tour, the only silver lining about it is y'all making me go after my baby girl 50 times harder. Y'all making me go after my baby girl 50 times harder. So I done already sent the message to baby mama number 2, Miss Vegan. Baby mama number 2, Miss Vegan.
Dude is
baby mama number 2, Miss Vegan.
Palomino.
You have 2 weeks to produce my child who you've been keeping from me while I've been paying child support. Just like baby mom number 1. It's deja vu. It's deja vu. Collecting my child support, denying me my child. Collecting my child support, denying me my child. Collecting my child support, denying me my child. So baby mama number 2, we talking to Miss Vegan right now. We ain't talking about Mama Smurf. She old news. She old crusty news. We talking about Mrs. Vegan right now. We ain't talking about Mama Smurf. That's old crusty news. We talking about Mrs. Vegan, baby mama number 2. You have until the eclipse of March 29th. You have until my Florida A&M University Black Psychology Conference return to produce my baby. If I do not meet and see my child by Saturday, March 29th, Mrs. Vegan, I will be going live and I'm going to tell the whole world information you don't want them to know. And Mrs. Vegan, I don't want to put your business in the streets. You are the mother of my beautiful African princess. You are the mother of my beautiful African princess. And I respect you, Ms. Vegan. I respect you. But you are not going to deny me my child anymore. We have a child support hearing coming up because you want more money. We have a child support hearing coming up because you want more money. We have a child support hearing coming up because you want more money. No problem. No problem. I will be at the child support hearing. But we're not talking about child support right now. We're talking about a relationship between the prince and the princess. We're talking about a relationship between Queen Kong
and King Kong ain't got nothing on me.
And King Kong, I better see my baby in the next 2 weeks. You better text me, date, time, place. And once I see my child, you and I will schedule uninterrupted visits. Not in your house. We're not doing grandma on the couch no more.
They go, Jay, you be the fucking that when we got her pregnant again.
I'm taking my daughter out with me, and she's going to spend quality time with me. She's going to go on the road with me. She's going to Africa with me. She's going to London with me. She's going to Jamaica with me. We're going to create a custody agreement.
Party time.
Outside of the white man. Oh, yes. Black self-determination.
Black.
We're going to get back to Garveyism starting today. We're going to get back to Garveyism starting today.
We're gonna meet in that white man court and going back to Garvey.
And
John, can I answer Miss Me's question, and then can I pitch a question to Stanley? Stanley, if you're going to entertain. So to answer London, Miss Me, the reason why he repeats things 3 times is the same reason you talk to children and you repeat things in song and rhythm, is because he's talking to a very low vibrational mindset of people, and he wants his message and his perspective to get stuck in the brains of those types of people. Same thing we do to children. If you ever listen to any like children's songs, things of that nature, they're very repetitive for a reason. You're trying to get them to connect to an idea or understanding. So that's
We do it in advertising also.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's psychological. Cult leaders do this very well. Cult leaders. This is and it so damn, there's more. Oh, I didn't know there was more.
You got about a minute left.
I'm say
I'll let him finish and I'll ask Stanley.
I'm going to go live and I'm going to tell some things that I know you don't want me to tell. Put me in touch with my daughter. Let's stop the nonsense.
Yeah, hold on for 1 minute. Going live now is like niggas way of discussing shit.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to ask Stanley the question, because I know where because this is very. Oh man, I don't even want to give my perspective yet. I will say this: I've always had a special hatred for Dr. Umar. I'm just a hater of his.
I'll be right back. I'm listening though.
I got no what the nigga, but they going live shit like black people discussing shit. They really how they discuss things.
Yeah, it's not only how we discuss things; it's therapeutic for a lot of black people.
Yeah.
Even though it brings no type of salvation to your life, it just adds more drama. But that's what we desire. That
like the woman with the dead baby, live.
Yeah.
Right. Live. Gotta be live with this shit.
Hey, live. We like every. I think live has been one of the most detrimental things that happened to black people in the last 2 years.
Is that the nature of your question?
No. My question is.
Well, let me add a point because I don't agree with you. I think that it may not offer salvation, but it may offer uninterrupted rebuttal. The reason I went live at all Saturday morning was because, you know, the baby daddies on T's channel just wanted to overtalk. So what I did, said, I'm going over to my channel. Here's the link. Y'all join me up there. Since we're going to do it on your home territory, let's see how you fare on my home territory. And I had no takers. So yeah, I think that offers salvation or uninterrupted rebuttal, which I did.
Which I believe a lot of blacks seek instead of.
And you know what? A lot of blacks do. And I'll raise my hand and say, I'm black. So thank you.
Black.
No, well, I think what I'm saying is, and I'm not discounting what you're saying, either one of you guys, is that like, if you're going to have a conversation with someone, like a parental conversation, online is the last place you want it.
Oh,
right?
Boy,
you would agree with that, right? Everyone would agree.
The truth.
Right? You understand?
It's embarrassing.
Like, now, if you knew those people on T's channel, maybe you call them, you know, but online, you can do this. But to have this kind of, man, I wouldn't want to be talking about this online. I wouldn't do this personally, right?
Well, the other thing to add to your point, displays a certain level of powerlessness.
Well, yeah, there is that too. Yeah, because he's saying if you don't get my baby, I'm going live. Nigga, what that gonna do?
Hence my point about, hey, is he really free? Is he free to see his child? Which sometimes, well, it's a right that can be taken away.
Well, I think
I'm saying his freedom is being interrupted for whatever reason. So
well, I think the bigger point, though, Stanley, is that with all the money that he has and the fame and the fortune, right, something as fundamental as his relationship with his daughter, like he can't maintain it. He can fly anywhere. He talking about going all
he is
places.
not free to maintain it. Someone else is determining when he sees his daughter.
I think before you get there, there's a problem that he could not maintain a relationship, any kind of civil dialogue with this woman, that he got to talk to her on the internet.
Right.
That's the bigger problem, right?
No, I don't think it's the bigger problem.
No, I mean, because like I've dated many women, and I ain't ever thought about going live on it.
Since you had time to reach out to Mama Smurf and Baby Smurf.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Sorry, what you saying?
Yeah, if you know, maintaining a relationship, in my opinion, yeah, if you have kids, it's a big problem. If you don't have kids, then hey, you can't maintain a relationship, but no one else is affected.
But what I'm saying is,
the kids are the biggest problem.
What I'm saying is, if he didn't have children, right, and just abstract him away, just if I blurred his face out, there are relationships all over the country going on, being maintained online, where they're talking back and forth to each other online. They're filming their disputes online. And you know, it's the internet generation, and the people that have lost the ability to communicate have taken to the internet to communicate their message to the other one.
And I'm saying there's no problem with that.
No, I think it is. You can't have
we'll just disagree.
I mean, you can't have a relationship with someone talking to them by way of
I don't think maintaining a relationship is his goal here.
But I think it should be, right? And he's talking. He could easily pick up the phone and make the effort to call the woman. Right?
But 100,000 people aren't going to see it. You know, this is the quarter.
And that's what I'm saying. You know, like, and so yeah, you know, but he could do that after. Maybe he did call the woman and did just went live. I don't know, man. I just think that, you know, this is how they communicate.
Says you have time to go find Mama Smurf and Baby Smurf. Baby Smurf said that you said. Baby Smurf said that Miss Vegan found her mother to ask her if we were still in a relationship. Miss Vegan, is that true? Mrs. Vegan, according to my eldest child. Mrs. Vegan, according to my eldest child, you reached out to Mama Smurf to find out if I was still dating Mama Smurf. Listen, I didn't want to marry Mama Smurf when she had my child. I didn't want to marry Mama Smurf after she had my child. And I damn sure don't want Mama Smurf now. So you don't need to be asking Mama Smurf if we in a relationship. Absolutely not. Any woman that will deny a man his child has no right to be a wife to anyone. I'm going to say it again. Any woman who denies a man a right to see his child has no business being anybody's wife. Black men, it's time to unite.
Damn, I thought he's supposed to say at least one more time. God damn. You're supposed to say it 3 times a
Well,
time.
all I have to say, not black excellence.
Well, that was gonna be my question.
Yeah, oh, you got 2 baby mamas, okay.
Yeah.
It's a cute little girl.
Martha
Oh, is that his daughter?
I don't think so.
Oh no, that's Marva Collins.
I've heard that name. Who is it?
She started a small school system in Chicago. It was very, very successful.
Is that the one that's African centered?
It wasn't African centered, but there were a lot of African centered people who would like invested in it. It was more STEM focused than anything, Stanley.
CKJ3, you that's not the same lady, is it?
No, that guy. His name is Marcus Klein. You ever heard of him? Universal.
Okay.
Marcus Klein. Yes.
Yeah.
There's Twitter for you. You keep scrolling.
Oh my lord!
You find some titties. Yep, that's Twitter.
Why is that still up there?
I can't believe this shit.
There's a lot worse on X, Stanley.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Scrolling on because you can literally just scroll into some porn very easily.
Yeah, very, very easily. Yeah,
I might not have scrolled past, but this is a show.
Yeah. Their porn is out there selling.
Yeah, well, luckily I'm old and don't need it these days.
Yo, how's Bronny playing?
Based on what I've seen,
tell us, John.
Based on what I've seen, and I'll be honest, this is like the first year probably in my whole life where I have not invested a lot in NBA at all. It looks like he's doing good in the D League. I don't know if they brought him back up yet or not, but he's not like all out of control, but he's doing pretty well.
He's in the D League.
Yeah, they had him on the D League Lakers team.
Okay.
Now the D League is basically the squad that like the practice squad, right?
Yeah, you could say that. It's kind of like the NBA's version of a farm system.
Yeah,
it's like playing overseas, but you just here. Yeah. It doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah.
Damn, Bob Marley is his bass player is reported to have 41 children. Damn.
$41 trillion?
41 children.
Oh
yeah, but I mean that's kind of a religious
two
thing,
big
right?
different things.
Look at this shit.
That's kind of like what Rastas do. They're like Catholics in a way.
Look at this shit. 38 kids, 10.
Every
17.
sperm is sacred.
Is this black excellence, Stanley?
If you can afford it, sure, why not?
Damn.
As long as no one's starving and all that stuff, why not?
Damn. 17 children.
Now this is not black excellence.
Why not? Their children, they can feed their children.
Well, for one thing, they're it's like backyard boxing, isn't it, or something like that?
Oh,
it's like street fighting.
Oh yeah, street fighting, all
You
right.
speaking of that immigrant and another American worker here, take a look. Boom. I love all this shit. Boom.
I've been waiting on this day to tell you how much I hate this fucking house. The waters, all the shit that you order, all of the shit. I hate it. I hate this house. I hate that you order shit. You are the fucking laziest fucking house in this whole goddamn neighborhood. You're inconsiderate. You're full of shit. I fucking hate everything about y'all. I hate it. All you have to do is fucking order the store from Walmart pickup or Central pickup or whatever and go put the shit in your own truck and go do it your fucking
Do it your motherfucking self.
Wait. But doesn't her ordering stuff keep this woman employed?
I want to sit at home, god damn it.
Now my response is it would be black excellence if she took off the mask. Otherwise it's not black excellence. Mask on,
you are
mask
the
on,
laziest
not
son of a
excellent.
bitch.
Mask off, excellent.
All you have to do is fucking order the store from Walmart pickup or Central pickup or whatever, and go put the shit in your own truck and go do it your fucking self. You are the laziest sons of bitches ever. And then people bring this shit. We break our backs, we break our necks, we break our nails, we break everything to bring you this.
Wait a minute. She said what? She said what?
Order the store from Walmart pickup or Central pickup or whatever, and go put the shit in your own truck and go do it your fucking self. You are the laziest sons of bitches ever. And then people bring this shit. We break our backs, we break our necks, we break our nails.
She break her what?
Nails.
My neck, my back, my nails.
Well, it is obvious why mask on is not black excellence, right? Well, let me elaborate. Basically, they know who's on this route and who's delivering to whom, so the mask means nothing.
It really does.
That's why it's not black excellence. She didn't think it through. Now, if she didn't have the mask, she's basically saying, you know, F the house, F Amazon, F my job. That's guts. That's excellence. But hiding when you can't hide, well, when hiding doesn't matter, not excellent.
Anybody else got any thoughts before I chime in? Give me, you just chime in. I'll be right back.
Oh, hit play before you go. Let us finish the video. Oh, never mind, he's gone.
Oh yeah, we know we can't predict what else is going to happen, right?
No, we can predict it, but it's more entertaining to see it.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm not a bread and circuses kind of guy.
Every once in a while, it's okay. It's okay to come to the circus.
Well, I go actually watch The Wire or something that's actually, you know, entertaining.
A little bit more productive and entertaining. Sure.
Yeah, I don't know about productive, but it's definitely entertaining. This, not so much.
Any decent judge will ask the mother, why don't you allow your dad to have access to the chocolate? They're still on the Dr. Umar thing.
He may be behind.
Do you have any other thoughts on Umar? Like, have you come across any of his content?
I don't. I generally I tend to only see him in passing on YouTube, or if John shows it. I don't think Umar. Supposedly he started out like as a high school counselor or something. I mean, he's not Marcus Garvey is really my only comment. And if he winds up as Garvey did, then that's even another reason not to wear that T-shirt. You know, I'm not a Garvey fan, mostly because of how he ended up.
Yeah.
All right, let me I'm gonna play the rest of this shit.
We break everything to bring you this shit. And you're ungrateful as fuck. I hope you know that.
Is that the same woman? Or she took a man? No, she didn't. No, she didn't.
Wait, it's becoming more excellent.
Did she take?
Is that her name?
Like, bro, like
no, that can't be. That's got to be something to do with the ring.
Yeah, there's probably somebody like. Oh shit! Like once she's up on this step, all she had to do really is she could have wheeled it up to the wall and just slid it back.
Could have pulled
right?
it up backwards.
Yeah,
right. But I think it was kind of loaded unevenly, so she would have had to get it up against like maybe the wall, like maybe this side panel on the door, and she could have probably slid it right back. Look, she just didn't go up enough on the porch, and the boxes probably aren't loaded properly, so they're wobbling.
So we're agreed this is not black excellent.
She may have pushed it over.
Oh, that's it right there. She did that on purpose.
Yeah, and then took a picture of this shit. God. Oh, shit.
Wait, that's not the same lady, is it?
It is. Yeah, this is the same house and the same lady.
Yeah. Boom. You know, here's the thing that really stuck out to me, because I see this a lot.
Inconsiderate, you're full of shit. I fucking hate everything about y'all. I hate it. All you have to do is fucking order the store from Walmart pickup or Central pickup or whatever, and go put the shit in your own truck and go do it your fucking self.
There's no package. She came back to the house on the route to complain. There's no package in sight.
Yeah. I didn't even know that. But you know, the bigger part of university is mentally, I don't think she connects the dots that if they did what she's asking them to do, then there is no job for her.
Exactly.
I don't think she gets it, honestly. Like I mentioned earlier, you know, like the if then statement is the most basic thing in software development.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to understand if this equals this, then do this.
Yeah.
In some cases, you write an else statement, you know, and that's the most basic. And right here, she just told them what to do in the first part of the statement without any consideration that if they do this, then what? Yeah. And, you know, talking about
John, it doesn't matter whether she does if then or not. She's not going to have a job after this.
Right. You know, but again, that's true, too. Because again, the cameras and all that kind of shit, and I've talked about this. The technology is really progressing too fast for her simple mind to keep up with. They got her three ways from Sunday. GPS, right? Probably on her damn truck. They know where she is. Right? The Nest camera, which will, you know, more or less coincide with the GPS on the FedEx truck or whatever. They know where she is. So she can't, the math, as you said, really does no good. There are 2 data points, more or less pinpointing who it is. But yes, she wears a mask anyway. She's too damn, you know, she's not smart enough for the technology that can more or less triangulate her location, hell, her voice, you know, her side. How many women look like that, right? They work on that route. I mean, you know, it's just low level thinking where technology is probably humming along at about a 90 IQ and she has about an 80 IQ. So it's outwitting her. And that's really what I think is happening now.
The other thing, John, too, is what's coming down the road here. Amazon's been pushing a lot for folks to have these storage spots and get your pickups in these locations. Some of it's due to porch pirating. Some of it's due to, I think they're just looking at ways to save money. So if we can deliver to a core location and you can go pick your own stuff up, it's a lot easier than having trucks driving all around neighborhoods. So
yeah.
So her job is going to get replaced in due time once that pickup behavior increases for the consumer.
You know who owns many of these companies, bro? Well,
No.
I think they call them DSPs or whatever. You heard the lady in the I had a buddy that worked for one. He's called into the stream before. Mainly it's the immigrant groups that owns these shits. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Here in DC, he worked for an African lady, African lady, and she owned about 17 of those vans.
Yeah.
And I think Amazon will wrap your van or something like that.
Yep.
And you're in business pretty much almost immediately, and then you just got to go out and find workers. And so they end up have to cycle through people like this because they pretty much have to fire this person.
Yep.
And so because Amazon is going to dictate that this person must be fired, and so
she can cost them money.
Right.
And she's damaging goods, which means these people can send stuff.
Hey, John, did you saw that video? Basically, I showed a video a while ago about what it takes to become like an Amazon affiliated delivery service. Do you remember that?
I don't, but tell me about it.
Basically, Amazon, there's certain requirements you have to, certain goals you have to meet, but you can basically start your own business.
Yeah.
Delivering Amazon packages. I'll see, can I find that video and
You know,
But
one of the things,
I'll put it in the back or I'll email it to you.
one of the things I was going to point out is someone mentioned, I think it was Phineas Fish, says he knows some Africans that do group homes. And then CKJ3 said he know an American that does group homes. We had the Hispanic that call in, you know, the two guys that, you know, doing their thing in separate directions here. And then we have the Amazon drivers who more or less work for Africans and other immigrants to run these Amazon companies. And, you know, it's like, and then my buddy Chris, who called in, who was in the group home, and they went upstream. I don't know if you guys caught that or not. Did you, Universal, were you here when he talked about that?
Yeah, I heard him.
So basically, the way I took it, you guys tell me how you took it, is that like he was down in the muck dealing with the group home people. That shit was tough sled, depending on government regulations and shit like that. So he said, we want to get up out of this business and go upstream, right? Not provide the housing for these crazy ass people, but provide the housing for the people who provide the services for these crazy people. That's where he went upstream. What you're seeing here is the migrants in this these Amazon businesses. They're not delivering as much. They got the blacks delivering. They've gone upstream and they own the companies. Amazon is going upstream and they let these companies do much of the delivery for them. Amazon doesn't want to fucking do all that delivery. They can hire people out, contract them out, and then further contract them out. So this is like the third layer of operations here. This lady that you see on the screen. Up above her is another layer, which is not Amazon. And then above her is probably Amazon, I guess, or maybe a distributor who may also be contracting shit out. Anyway, so those are the layers. And down at the bottom is what we're seeing is the frustration of these people being worked to maximum efficiency. It's a man's job, really, to be honest with you. And that's part of the frustration. You know what I'm saying?
Man's not gonna complain about breaking a nail, delivering no boxes.
And, you know, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, sure. During COVID, man, these motherfuckers didn't want to let me in stores. I would just order what she just complained about. I just ordered cases of water.
Yep.
Drag that shit, nigga. You want to enforce that mask? Okay, drag water then. And mostly it would be women delivering the orders, which is crazy as shit. You know what I mean? So here you have a big, oversized woman hauling water and shit like that, right?
So you got to kill two birds with one stone.
I killed
You
them
could
dead.
complain about masks and be a misogynist.
And work them like a slave.
Triple down.
Boy, I sit on my fucking front porch and they walking just slave, bringing that water in there. I'd be like, you be in the store enforcing the mask, so now you get to drag my water in here. Anyways, that's interesting. Anyway, but yeah, that's interesting, man. Like, it's just a crash out for her. She's gonna have a hard time finding work after videoing themselves just acting crazy like that.
Yeah, the work world is shifting, and I think that I don't think these next generations of employees are ready for real work. And a lot of the things that they can get access to will be replaced with technology. And people are going to have to be very creative to make a quote unquote living. You're going to see people with multiple different careers or talents or skill sets just to make day to day.
You know, I wonder if Get Crack is listening, or anybody who's anything like an engineer. It's kind of an ethical issue whether people should or are being forced to adapt to technology instead of the other way around.
What do you mean?
Yeah, say more.
I think in a perfect world, it would be the technology that adapts to the people versus, you said something about kids not being ready or ready for, technology in the future or jobs of the future. I would argue that it's, from an ethics point of view, that it should be the technology required to adapt to the people, including their attitudes, rather than the other way around. But it's an ethical argument. That's why I was wondering if somebody who, anybody who's familiar with like industrial engineering or time studies, that sort of thing, or who's ever taken a science and ethics course might be familiar with this kind of argument.
The guy that we interviewed on the street, AI.
He would be a good person to ask.
Yeah. Maybe we should. Man, I
Did
wish
you
we
get
could
his contact info?
I didn't. I wish we could get him up on the stream. Did everyone see that he was the AI professor working at a think tank here in DC at Georgetown? You can see him on the yeah. Because I don't know if you guys got the gist of what he was saying. Stanley, you may have caught it. Basically, he was saying that Georgetown and GW more or less work with the government to affect policy on the robots and things and the AI that's created by the more technical schools. That's how I took it. That he works in a think tank, determining how. Yeah, it's very interesting. You know what I'm saying? Very interesting. Because that website that I showed you, the Conservative Treehouse, they've long talked about how the CIA and the State Department kind of work with GW and Georgetown. Like if you want to get into the foreign,
George Mason.
I'm sorry.
They didn't mention George Mason.
Nah, because if you look at where they are, the State Department, all this shit is right over there, right? Georgetown, GW area, with more GW. If you look at where a lot of spies have been caught, it's mostly been up in the Georgetown area, a lot in the Georgetown area. And so if you want to get into foreign affairs, GW is where you go. Foreign Legion, whatever the hell they call that kind of shit. Diplomats, that's where you would go. And that's why it costs so much money. At one point, it was like $60,000 a year or something like that. It was the most expensive school in the country. I was working at, I don't know, I probably tell you, I was working at the World Bank, and a Chinese lady was working there. She was doing translations, and she was just working there part-time or whatever. She was going to GW majoring in event planning, getting a master's degree in event planning. A master's at GW had to be at like $80,000, right? And I just figured, damn, this must be a spy or something. Because who would go to GW to get an event planning? Right? But that's what she did.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of event she was planning.
Yeah.
Well, she was studying the plan. She was in school for it, right? She wasn't working doing it.
You said this is at George Washington?
She went to GW, right? George Washington. And she was getting a master's in event planning. And I found it to be weird, but she worked in translations at the World Bank. And I'm like, damn, like you could have worked in translations here. I mean, you could just work in translations instead of getting a degree in event planning. Roscoe, we're talking about Georgetown and GW. What you about to say, the universe?
I wonder what type of events these are. I don't think we're thinking the same type of events as
I mean, she could have been a honeypot for all we know.
Right.
As I say, that's a heavily spy CIA State Department type area, DC right there.
Yeah, there. I see the degree right here. No, this is not George Washington. Yeah, tourism, hospitality, and event management. Right. It does exist.
Yeah,
there's a black woman on the front page of it.
Put the link up there, universe. Put the link up there.
Oh Lord!
Look at the chat, man. I tell you, man,
you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, share your screen, universe.
Lord.
Who got to look up their tuition?
Shit, they might not even show the tuition. Let's see.
Yeah, shit. Hi, man.
Oh yeah, George. Yeah, I know 2 George Washington graduates, and
Hold on a second. Roscoe, we interviewed a guy that works at a think tank over at Georgetown at Busboy and Poets the other day. I interviewed him. I did a street interview. He worked. He's a professor at Georgetown, AI some shit, and now he's working in a think tank over there. You pull it up, University. I got it.
Yeah, you have to pull yours down and then you can share.
Oh, yeah. All right, there. No way. What's her title, Universal?
I don't know. This is just the
Zoom
ad.
in on this. Play the video, Universal.
She's
Make sure ain't no music though.
They're gonna show her again.
That's your professor.
No, they're showing her as a student.
Oh. Tourism, hospitality, and event. This is your master's program, Universal.
Yes, this is their Masters of Science.
So they're about $100,000 right there. Get a master.
GW, yeah, I would assume it's probably between 80 and 100 easy.
If you're gonna live here, boy, that's gonna be some bread too.
Yeah.
Get out of money, Universal. Ain't no volume to this shit. Gotta be some volume.
No, there's no volume. This is just the ad to the beginning of the website.
Oh, okay. Let's see what they got.
Or this page. Yeah, turn your passion for travel, entertainment, and event planning into a leadership role with the Masters of Science in Tourism, Hospitality, and Event Management at George Washington University School of Business. Cutting-edge academics, including hospitality studies, hands-on experiential learning equipment, enterprising professionals with competitive skills set you need to elevate your game into fast-paced and evolving global industry. Dive into the emerging issues such as sustainable tourism, destination marketing, and health and wellness and hospitality industry. Learn how tourism can be a force for good economic development, heritage conversation, and promotion of peace. And understand, in this leading program now celebrates 50 years. So they've been doing this program for 50 years. Wow.
That's a master's degree, $100,000. What, $200,000 for 2 years?
It won't be that much, but depends on how much too. If they're taking out student loans, how much they're taking out. But see, yeah, this isn't just I'm going to get a master's degree and start planning weddings. Like, look at these.
Oh, okay. So that's out of the School of Business. Interesting.
Yeah. So this is like big level event planning type stuff. Now look at these
embassies and.
Yeah. This is.
Sort of thing. So I don't know if you're interested in it. Why not?
You think most people get jobs like that? You think most people get a job with Google Travel with a master's degree, $150,000 master's degree? Hell no.
Well, here's the deal. A lot of times people going back to get masters like this are doing midlife, course corrections or, career changes. So
this was a young girl.
Maybe the Chinese government is paying for it, but it depends. If it's out of the business school, makes sense to me.
This is a young girl. I would imagine, that she has some government.
Essentially what she's getting is an MBA.
Yeah. Well, this is some government shit right here, The Chinese government, somebody, her family, maybe was high up in the government or something. Like, they be pushing engineering before they let you go do this shit right here.
Wow, I was way off. You guys aren't seeing tuition.
Well, I guess they won't be able to put the John Paul Urban Landlord seal of approval in the.
Not for that program right there. Well, it shows tuition.
Yeah. That's I was way off. Let me see. Let me close a couple tabs so I can get it right, so I know which one is which. Oh man, I was off. See that?
Oh, let me pull up University. Give me 1 minute. Zoom in, University. Zoom in some more.
Give me 1 second. That might be. Let me see what it looks like. Okay. So for a full global MBA. Oh shit! It's not gonna let me get over there. Hold on 1 second.
You might scroll over.
Yeah, I'm on my laptop.
You might have to scroll at the bottom there.
Can you see that now or no? Yeah, you can see it.
Let me see.
Here it is right here. This is the
Oh, yeah, I
full
see it.
program cost.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I was way
Oh
off.
shit. So I was right.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Now that's for the global MBA, that's their premier, master's degree for the business school. But for it's gonna be between 100 and 133, unless they all get the MBA, and that's just the focus track. That must be what's happening because they don't have anything else listed here. Yeah, so you're paying 133 total for a master's degree in that. So they're not planning weddings, folks. Not with this.
Hey, John, I don't know if you ever heard of a guy named Curtis School.
Yes.
Who?
You heard of Universal?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Curtis School.
He actually got a mental practice in DC. He lives in DC, I think.
What's his name?
But Curtis School. You can find him on Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah. But he was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. He was talking about how tuition has increased as soon as they did like the government backed like student loans. How it went up like over time. Anything that's like government backed, how they like you could just throw out a price and the government to pay for it. And he was speaking about that like yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Man, I've been on that a long time. I'm going to take it a step further now, since you mentioned that. When I told you guys a while back how things have shifted from like the domestic to international, what Universal just showed you was the international cost, right? It wasn't for domestic students, was it, Universal? You see how those costs up?
That was the domestic price there.
Can you put the cost back up again?
You pull it back up again. Yeah, that was not the internet. The international is going to be more, actually, unfortunately. Give me 1 second. All right, it's up.
And so what's the international rate?
Let's see. A degree.
The grad tuition.
They don't. They just charge an additional fee. It's right here.
How much is the additional fee?
$45
per credit or what?
It's probably per semester. Yeah, it's per semester.
Oh, wow, it's only $90. Really?
Yeah. So
Wow.
international student fees charged each fall and spring for students on an F1 or a J1 visa. $45.
Really? Okay. Interesting. All right. So now take a look at this rate. Go ahead, Igor. But how much was the total?
Now, total it's 133, but it's not uncommon for master's programs not to charge international students.
Okay.
That's usually more of an undergrad thing because you have more volume.
Okay, how much for undergrad?
We can look. All right, so it looks like their tuition going into the next academic year is roughly $70,000 a year for undergrad, and that's at the full-time rate. Let's see what they have for international students.
The international.
I don't see anything listed.
I want to say Trump made some adjustments or made them make some adjustments to the international rate, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, I think he came in talking about that. Let me look and see. Trump school international rates. Colleges. I'm pretty sure he's made some changes. Trump administration targets colleges and universities in DEI crackdown. That's not it. I'm pretty sure he's been trying to crack down on the international. But I have something I want to show you guys. Let's see if I can find it by Trump though. Anyway, so let me share this with you. Where the fuck did I put it? Give me 1 second. So many. I got like 3 monitors over here. All right, here it is. Can you see my screen?
No,
I
you're
need,
not sharing.
okay. I need to add it here. Check this out. At the University of Columbia University, where all the protests are, right? 36,000 students enrolled. Out of those, over half are international students. American students in the American Ivy League college are the minority.
Yeah.
It's no wonder that it is turning to jihad central. And someone says, I found out that American international students pay the exact same rate. It's probably an exaggerated rate. That's why GW is able to charge so much, is because they got the foreigners pushing the price up for everyone.
Yeah, and they're coming.
Mm-hmm. And they got the money.
So you don't have to worry about enrollment rates if you cut.
You don't have to worry about financial aid either.
Right.
And that is very interesting to see that neither GW nor Columbia charge a difference for international tuition. That's very interesting. How many people knew that?
I only know this because I'm the vice president of a board of a school. But I'm mediocre, so.
MFB said Columbia. I think Columbia is your alma mater. MFB went to GW. Yeah, MFB went to GW right there. That's really amazing. That whole area has changed, man. It used to not be so international. I'm talking about GW, but now this shit is very fucking international. Go to the Columbia School of Arts and Sciences. I take a look to it now. Columbia School of Art. I mean, who the hell can afford to pay for a school of art at Columbia, right? Check this out. Film, theater, visual arts, and writing. What do you think this shit costs Universal? Columbia now, this is Manhattan. Upper Manhattan. What do you think this shit costs?
About for the whole degree? Is this undergrad? This is undergrad.
We go grad. Let's see. They might not even list the fucking tuition on this motherfucker.
Undergrad's going to probably be more expensive anyway. 4 years.
I don't even know if they listed tuition on here. They still got equity, diversity, and inclusion.
Oh yeah, they're gonna just change the title, but it's not gonna go away. If you go to admission, tuition, it's to go over.
Oh shit, it's right there. Yes.
Yep, there you go.
What are you thinking? There, 90,000 Universal, 90,000. Stanley, what you get?
No idea. I figure if they're not listing the price, you can't afford it.
Pretty much. Do they even say? Oh, tuition and fees. Oh shit, they got multiple.
So these are all masters. Go back up, John. You got to click on one of those degrees. So the film masters in fine arts is right there. Yep.
God damn. That's a semester, right?
I was close.
Damn.
82.
That'd be 75. Ooh, wait.
Oh no, you got fees in there, John, because you have to pay those fees. So it's the real number is the 82,000.
Oh yeah, god damn. God. Wait a minute, this shit 4 years? MFA?
Oh well, no, that's a 2-year program. It might be 2.5.
Look, it's the 3rd and 4th year. Look, 3rd and 4th year, 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Wait, go back up. Hold on.
First and second year, third and fourth. The tuition gets a lot cheaper though. See, 3,000. You got to do a thesis.
Oh wow.
They done milked your ass in the first 2 years though.
Program crazy.
Here all these additional fees. Another, god damn. Damn. Indirect food. This shit 100,000, man. A year, bro. When you add in, you paying 41 plus 27 plus all these bullshit fees. You ain't bought no clothes, no additional food. Damn. God damn. That's a grand hustle, nigga. Grand hustle. What's more expensive than that, though? Damn, who the fuck is paying for film and media? That's probably even more expensive. Now, you know what's going to be expensive? This sound art. That's going to be expensive. That's about the same. Yeah, damn. That's a lot of money, bro. So what do you think about those costs, Stanley? Ross girl said she went to Columbia.
Pretty expensive.
Very.
Let's go check out Roz's degree.
Genomics and genetics. I didn't realize you were a science person, Roz. I knew that's why I liked you.
Genomics and genetics. Oh, that was a joke. What is that? At Columbia? Oh, okay.
You're searching in Columbia's
Oh, yeah, right.
art school, so this probably won't pop up.
Let me see where I need to go. It's fucking amazing. This fucking tuition is expensive, bro.
There you go.
Is it right here? No, it's selling fine arts Columbia. School of Art. Let's spell school. Academics. Is that a center or an institute, Rosger? Sound like a center, right? Barnard College. That's a women's school. I guess it'll be arts and sciences. Is that where it would be?
Genetics.
Did you see? You saw it? You saw genomics?
Oh, I'm trying to think what school that would fit under based on
Arts and sciences, right? Degree programs, MA. She said she got master's of science. I said, I don't know what that is.
She said the school is John Hopkins. She got at John Hopkins.
Oh, Hopkins, okay. All that shit about the same, huh? That's the COVID school. Oh shit! Look at this. Hopkins laying off 2,000 people. This was a COVID manufacturing laboratory right here. That's gonna hit Baltimore pretty hard. Yo, speaking of Baltimore, Universal, man, when are we gonna do that react to Barnaby? Is it Barnabas or Barnaby? Rosgary, get up here. Did you see Barnabas the other night? Maybe you could do a react with us. You know Barnabas.
She knows Barnabas. They hung out once. That was cool. Yeah, I watched it yesterday, John. We can do it tomorrow on the show. We'll do it today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm free. I got a couple hours left.
Well, what did you think about it?
Man, I have a couple thoughts about it.
Stanley, did you see it?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you see the conversation between Barnabas and John, Stanley?
Yeah, I saw most of it.
What did you think?
It was interesting to hear. It wasn't a topic I was particularly interested in. The rent part of it.
That was
But
small.
it was nice to see you all kibitzing with each other.
Mm-hmm. All right, Universal, what did you think?
I think Barnabas is a man who has been run down by an idea of becoming a landlord in a particular neighborhood with particular people, and they've got him at his wit's end, and I think he feels stuck, and he's really hoping that this YouTube, streaming thing can take off so he can exit that landlord lifestyle. Those Baltimore blacks, because they're black, that's where he lives. They're really weighing on his mental health, man. He sounded defeated.
He sounded beaten. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounded beaten. The other thing I also noticed is that he mentioned he said something about, like, he gets a lot of views. Let me see if I can. Anyone ever watch Barnabas?
The difference between his YouTube shorts versus his lives and his actual posted videos.
Yeah, he was talking about what was it, midlife
Yep.
Right, yeah. And if you look at some of his views, you'll see, man, like amazing views. Live. Like some of these views, amazing views. Some of them, here's 42,000. Yeah, I would have pointed something out to you, which is very interesting as I think about this, fully flesh it out. So he went on the guy's channel to in hopes of building his own channel up, and he restreamed it. There's 167 views from his channel. Elon Musk cyber attack, 1,900 views. Not bad for an hour. Not bad at all. 32 minutes on this one, Roberta Flack and Angie Stone. Not much here. 42,000 views. Trump extravaganza. 4 hours. That's very good. 20,000. 7,000. 49,000. Trump, Zelensky. Then he went back home, and you guys probably don't know who the hell this is. This is a Maryland guy, and he only got 93 views for 2 hours and 25 minutes. What's the format of this? And you can see the format of this, right?
Correct.
Are you guys catching on? Look at the format of this.
Yep.
Right? And look at the format of this.
Yep.
Look at the format of this. Look at the format of this. Look at the format of this. Do I got to tell you guys that you already getting the drift?
Yep. Another thing that I'm noticing, John, is can you click on one of his videos real quick? Just I want to see.
Which one should I click on?
Anyone.
I click on this here.
Can you scroll down to the description? Now this is a vertical, which
Yeah,
helps
it's a vertical.
helping those numbers. Click on the description. All right, this is why. Okay. Now the thing that drove this video is that hashtag. Go back up. That
Right.
first hashtag, actually, he's got it twice. Trump. Right. That's what drove this video, and it was vertical. He has no SEO built into his channel as well. And when you throw Trump in there, yeah, you're gonna get it pumped up because he draws such of a attention. But when he's talking to that Muslim guy from Baltimore that barely anyone knows outside of Baltimore, it ain't gonna drive that. And especially if he doesn't have the SEO and he doesn't have the he doesn't even have the thumbnail to drive it. Like look at the difference in the thumbnails too. So there's a lot of things that he has to do differently in order for him to reach the level of success. Because he can have good content, But if you don't have things that's gonna catch people in those quick seconds, there's so much content on YouTube, they'll just keep scrolling, keep rolling. Like look at right here, Angie Stone dies. I did something on Neely Fuller. He's way less known than Angie Stone, and I got almost 2,000 views on that video.
He is Angie Stone and Roberta combined. It's not a bad thumbnail, no.
No, but he's missing text. Nobody knows what that means. If I'm just looking, what does that mean?
What do you mean?
He needs to put text on the actual thumbnail as well.
Oh, I got your rest in peace.
Anything.
Right.
Help up there. What is this? And then that brings curiosity. What does this white dude know about Angie Stone? I'm gonna click. We can figure this out. But there's no SEO in his title. Like there's a lot of work that needs to be done here as well. He's got good content. I'm subscribed to him. He's got good content, and it kind of pained me. I'm not gonna lie, man. I felt bad. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
It kind of, because I understand as a man, as somebody who does want to do media, and I have, but to hear how he just was like, you can just hear the frustration, not in like a lashing out type of way, but just like in a defeat way. Like, fuck, I've been doing this and I only made $1,400. I'm out here busting my ass doing this stuff. That's the grind, man. That's where we are in these YouTube streets. And there are some people who can get advantages and they can build channels fast, and then there's other people who can't.
Most people are going to have to build it, and it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of questioning yourself. Yeah. And I think that's what he was doing there. You know, one of the things is, that his problem is, no, I ain't gonna say his problem, but what I see is that like this video here, and I don't know much about YouTube, but from what he was telling me that people just scroll through.
Yes.
Right. And so hence you're getting the 40-something thousand views, according to him. Right. This is I'm more or less rehashing what he told me. It's a communicate, and this is one of the things that I think is very what's the word? It is like smoking mirrors.
Yes.
In a way, right?
Yes.
It's like quality versus quantity, right? If he were doing this, right? Let's see. Well, that's one of those what you call this shit? Where it's like one frame?
Kimmy, yeah, it's vertical streams. Kimmy's right too. If anybody who hasn't reached, I would say over 50, and that's even pushing it from maybe 80,000 to 100,000. If YouTube is your main source of income, you're in bad shape.
Yeah, you see, let's see.
YouTube and Airbnb are essentially the same thing. It's just
yeah.
It's an avenue. It's not the hustle.
And so, like, here's a video, right, where this is where this is where he doesn't do very well. 229 views.
Right.
But this is a panel. You're not getting those cheap views.
Right.
Doing this.
Nope.
The other thing that he's doing is cheap views. So this is the panel. You got to earn these, right? you got to. This is like if you're going to build something, this is probably how you would build it. This is what people send you super chats. And what's interesting is that he mentioned CT as his model, right? But CT does panels like this. Mm-hmm. But he's, in my opinion, stuck in chasing the algorithm,
right?
For the views to do this, right? This is where you get to 42,000 views. This is not difficult. You just follow the news, and this is what he said: just follow the news and go live in a vertical. You get a bunch of views. But these people aren't going to come back to you tomorrow,
right?
Right? Is done speaking, they're gone.
But see that's the thing, John. For Barnabas to really make this work for him, he has to become the personality. His perspective has to be something that he has to build a community around his perspective. So him just showing and people watching Trump, that's fine. But every 5 minutes, he needs to be throwing in the Barnabas perspective. Boom, boom, boom. Because now you're catching maybe 10% of that 42,000 who are going to become followers of you. He's got to finesse those things.
Yeah, I think but what happens when the news isn't something that you have an opinion on?
But that's why he has to become. He has to provide his perspective. So people want to hear his perspective on whatever, right? It might not be the Trump news. You only got 3 years left. What are you going to talk about next? Like you got to start developing a community and a perspective that people want to hear.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. While he was on the stream, he pointed out the window.
Oh, yeah, I seen it.
You saw it, right? I said, man, that's some content right there.
Man, you were trying to tell him, John. He wasn't ready for it though.
Man, if I had that kind of activity going on my block, bro,
man,
y'all niggas will see it live.
You can set the webcam up right in the window, John.
Man, I would go look for an apartment building and see if I can goddamn get a partnership with them. Hey, what are you doing?
All you gotta say, look, I'll give you $1,000 a month. You let me hold this camera right here at this angle.
Yo, hold it up, man. I want to flesh this out. Give me a second.
Yeah,
that's a good ass thought. Yeah.
I'll take that shit. You want to pay me $12,000 a year to put a camera in my window? Why not? Yeah, Barney lives in the hood. He's in the hood. I can't say exactly where, but he talked about it on the stream. And ultimately, he was just saying like he really wants to become a streamer. You know, he was heavily influenced by CT and what CT's done, and you know he wants to do this. And I like that admiration and I like that focus for him. And he's having some success, but he's frustrated because he feels like that 49,000, that 42,000, those people aren't sticking. But there's a lot of work that he needs. He honestly could probably benefit from being in like a cohort of creators, where they're sharing resources and things of that nature, which is something that I actually am considering myself as helping folks. Like I've reached out to a sweet auntie who comes by this channel. We might be doing some work together. I'm working with Lolo as she's building her channel. Like there's content creators who can collab to get shit popping. Sometimes they're gonna have to share a little bit of audience, but trying to do this shit all on your own is not easy. It's hard, especially if you work a 9 to 5. It's very hard.
Hey, nigga, I was looking up a ghetto ass apartment just the other day. Man, we might call these motherfuckers right now. Let me see if I can find this ghetto motherfucking apartment building. Put a fucking camera up that motherfucker.
Oh,
yeah, oh my god, man, I'd be up all night like, come on, niggas, shoot something back. Bald apartment. I think, what's the name of this motherfucker? Oh, I found it. Oh, yeah, that nigga, that motherfucker that look like they get down. Like the Hispanic man said, it look like they get down up in this bitch. I know they be shooting a lot because I live around here. Oh, I call this motherfucker right here. What you think? See, they let me put a camera up.
Oh my god, look at that. Oh, man, John. Oh. Inside and outside the building.
Yeah, where's this at?
Oh, this right up the street from me, bro.
Get out.
Oh my
god. You don't recognize that?
I saw this motherfucker yesterday, man, and I said, "Ooh, I'm gonna call him." Oh my god. I was just riding my scooter and I said, God damn, look at this shit up in here. Look at this shit. What's your number?
So he owns the whole the buildings?
It's a company. I'm just gonna see. I might ask a nigga, let me put a camera off your balcony.
Yeah.
Right?
And point the other direction. Yeah.
I go ahead, motherfucker.
I'm dead serious, man.
Yeah, shit, nigga, hell yeah.
There's all
press pound. Oh, they not at work, did they? Hell yeah. That ghetto motherfucking parking lot, boy, they got to be. Because I know they had the police
motion
up there.
sensor camera, John.
Yeah. That bitch is always going to be motion up in that bitch. Yeah.
But
yo, that could be some shit right there.
I got a couple tips for you guys for the YouTube stuff. For you guys to get your numbers up, I don't know, this is just me, but you guys should look up certain other people in the YouTube sphere that have a certain amount of followers, and try to get an interview with these people, and hopefully their subscribers will subscribe to you too as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying all of them, but
Yo, let me tell you. Speaking of that, man, check this out. I mentioned this the other day. I went on this guy's channel. Did I tell you guys about this? I know I did. John Ward. You ever heard of John Ward? Any of you guys heard of John Ward?
No.
No, just when you brought him up the other day.
Yeah. So I went on John Ward's channel. John Ward, he has 175,000 subscribers, by the way. And toward the end, they asked me, they're like, "Yo, you want to come on for an interview? We'd like to do a live stream with you and see if I have it."
Do it, John.
Yeah,
and make sure you promote.
Right, so
it is. They promoted me on here. So.
Oh yeah, so we've explained a bit before, but I think it's a publicity stunt by Ben Shapiro, who called for Trump to pardon him. I don't think it's really practical, to be honest, because he was found guilty on both federal and state charges, right? So even if Trump pardons him on the federal charges, he's still going to be in prison for a long time on the state charges, which he can't pardon for. So I think it's just a virtue signal from Ben Shapiro to boost the Daily Wire or his company's attention, and it won't really make Trump look good at all. But what do you think, sir?
Yeah, what's your take?
Yeah, and like prison, but I hear Buffalo is better.
Yeah, I have a friend who served time in both. You could ever be. You do not want to be there. We rejoice.
First live Cider House call. Your channel, The Urban Landlord on YouTube. Go check it out, people.
Is your name John Galt by chance?
Yeah, John Galt.
John Galt. I'm gonna plug you real quick. Then here he is.
There he is.
John Galt presents.
Yeah.
You are putting him to work. You live stream here all the time. I see.
Yeah, I'm going to subscribe to you right now,
Yeah,
sir.
the Urban Landlord. We have a couple channels. Yeah, we have a couple channels. The Clips channel, and the Urban Landlord is the main channel. Yeah, we stream pretty.
There you go.
18 hours.
Hey, if you're down, shoot an email to the email address info at studiocenter.org, which is spelled STUDIO and then CENTRE, Center County, Pennsylvania.org. We'll get you on a live show sometime.
Let me write that down one more time.
Oh, yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm putting it in my phone.
Yeah.
Anyways, they wanted me to come on. We gotta have 175,000 subscribers. I like the payout too, right?
Yeah, John, I would highly recommend that you try to go on there within the next 2 weeks and just talk about being an urban landlord and the dynamics you see in DC. Just that. No, nothing else. Just talk about that.
Yeah.
You can pull some of those folks over here for sure.
Yeah, man.
Are they a far right outfit?
I don't know. I never watched it before. Other than that, they were talking about Derek Chauvin. They didn't seem far right. They seemed kind of middle of the road there.
Oh, they're talking about Derek Chauvin. Then
Well, they were talking about they were talking about what's his name?
Ben Shapiro, how he was saying that they should pardon him, and they were saying that they don't agree.
Yeah.
I don't agree either.
I'm about to relocate. I'll be right back. But CKJ did put a link in the back chat. I think Curtis Schoon is another person you should think about connecting with, John.
Yeah, who is he?
I think the two of you will have a good conversation just based on your age and experiences from both of you. Curtis Schoon was one of the guys who originally got blamed for killing Jam Master Jay.
Oh.
But he was exonerated, I believe was the correct term. But so he never was. It wasn't him. And then from there, he just kind of has done several different businesses and entertainment and like real estate and things like that. And then he started to get more into political commentary. Maybe about 8 years ago, him and Jason Whitlock were doing a podcast together. And then
I think School Media or something. School, yeah.
And now he's doing his own thing.
He's in DC.
I think he is. I know he does a lot of shit back forth.
Yeah, John. He got a mental health clinic in DC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's local.
Okay. And how y'all know about him? Or how did he get? He got popular.
I've been following him on Twitter.
Oh, CKJ3, your phone.
Yeah, your mic, bro.
But go ahead. What are you saying? Anybody.
Yeah, I put his actual Twitter in the back if you want to connect with him. But yeah, he's pretty approachable. I was actually gonna write some articles for his website when he first put it out, but we never panned it all out. But yeah, he's a pretty cool dude.
Yeah, I might need to put together some of my clips or put some notes together when I go on that guy's show, like the of course the dead guy, the motherfucker who brain fucked up.
Yeah, John, and this is a great opportunity, man. You start going to these people's shows, man. Sooner or later, they'll hop on here, dude. Like,
I know they, say like shit.
they can do a collab, and you
the
can
little
get more
engine they
viewership,
could.
man. I'm telling you.
You know what I'm saying? When I went on their panel, you know what I'm saying? Let me see if I got some here. Let's see. When I went on their panel, let me see.
Palomino Ricky, I don't know if Barnabas gives out his email, but you might have to check his channel. I'll put his channel link in the chat. He might have it on there. I'm not sure.
Damn, this man. Okay, all right.
And don't go on there talking about race either, man.
It's probably just gonna be assumed.
Hey, they want me to give it to them. I give it to them. Whatever they want. Damn, let me see. So I went on there, and apparently some people had recognized me. I guess maybe they've been on this channel before. So it wasn't a total like someone had seen me before. Been over here on the channel before. So it's not a bad deal.
You go on there and just talk about urban culture from DC as a landlord. That's all. I mean, honestly, that shit is so interesting because it's talked about on a news level, right? So people have an idea it's bad, but to have a firsthand knowledge of some of the shit here with us,
nobody's
no one's talking about that in a real way.
Nobody. Someone says him and John Ward Stanley will hit it off. But I think you're right, Universal Man. Like nobody's seen it. Not nobody, but a lot of people don't get to see it down at the raw level. Going inside people's homes. Maybe a social worker, a police officer. But
I mean, I lived through that, so not really something I try to I don't know. Keep in my memory bank.
They're not looking for the problems. They're not having to come in and solve the day-to-day conflicts, you know what I'm saying, that arise just interpersonal before the police get there. Like, I'm going to see what I can put on there for them, try to put on a show for them. But damn, I was going to tell you something, Universal. Latino Stanley. Hey, it was something. Let me see if I may have it up already. Now we covered that. Yeah. What do you think about this, Universal? Latino, let me maximize it a little bit.
Amy's really showing me the power of your looks decline with time. The power of money never declines. Very fancy restaurant has a rich 70-year-old with a beautiful 28-year-old. Hey, man. I just aspire to be like this guy and Bill Belichick. Listen. What's wrong with having nice young women, man? Listen. It is what it is.
Bro, John. So I knew this guy down in Miami, small hat guy, right? And this dude is my age, right? And the way he made his money in Miami was basically getting a whole bunch of old dudes that have money, right? And then he'll have like these little parties with like young girls. And the way he made his money basically was he'll buy a whole bunch of bottles, right, at regular price at the liquor store, and then he'll sell them for like 5 or 6 times the price, just to get the girls, drinking and stuff. And oh, dude, this guy made bank.
The original Puffy. Check this photo out, guys. People in the audience.
I would say this is the new American dream, man.
Yeah, it is, man.
Why not? It's again.
I actually would think
Did
it's
you see both
backwards.
sides?
I think
Did you
the
did you
older women and the younger guys now. That's
did you read both? Did you read both sides of it though? You see what he
Yeah.
said? Both
Yeah.
sides.
So when your son asks you why he hasn't studied, show him this photo. When your daughter asks you why she hasn't studied, show her this photo.
Mm-hmm.
What is he saying there?
And ultimately, John, you know what? This connects back to the earlier point with the girl in the Amazon truck. This is where we are today. And I've been saying this, and I've been accused of having a PhD in chasing pussy. But listen, this is where we are. This
Hey,
is
just out of curiosity, who accused you of it?
oh my father Cross did. But I'm telling y'all, man, this is where this has always been happening. Let's not get it confused. But
Yeah.
this in today's world of media, of technology, it has really just sent this dynamic to a new space and place. There's other factors as well, but it's easy to become a sugar baby. It's easy to be a man with some resources to get to have these types of dynamics. And also there's not a lot of shame around it anymore.
I mean, Leonardo DiCaprio made it normal, dude.
Him and a lot of other folks. Let's not get it confused. Like, this used to be the thing that was quiet as it's kept. This is what the rich producers in California. Now you can just be some fucking dude who has
But Jones, now we got certain women looking up young talent like scouts and waiting for them to hit the NBA and stuff. And they're like 15, 10, 20 years older than them and everything.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, look at Anthony Edwards' situation. He's got
by
a woman who's the same age as me.
Bro, and Jared Green too. He's about to marry that lady too.
Yes.
That's nuts.
But it's a part of the game. It's a part. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, hey, if this is the fucking field, learn the rules and don't get caught in the traps.
Does anyone know who this is? Damn, I just lost it. Oh, fuck, I lost it. Here it is again. Hopefully go right back to it.
The way I see it is, look, that picture on the left side, they would judge that guy and say, oh, he's nasty. The picture on the right side would say, oh, she's winning.
That's happened to me.
Damn, I want to show you. I lost my fucking page here. I done fucked it up with this shit. Not yet. But yeah, no, that is interesting. You see Bill Belichick, you mentioned him. Yeah, they say he could barely walk.
Oh, no, he's got good leg strength. You must haven't seen those pictures that came out yesterday.
Really?
Oh yeah, he's on the beach with his girlfriend doing cheerleader poses. He's got her in the air on his left. You didn't see this, bro? I should have texted this to you. When I seen this, I was like, look at him. Hey man, I don't know. He must have took one of them. What's some pills that Shannon Sharp's pushing? Those Rios. He must have felt good again. Let me find those photos.
Rhinos, honey rhino, whatever the fuck they call them shit.
Yeah, doing that honey pack. Here it is. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Hold on. Let me put this. Oh yeah.
Oh, Jones,
what's up?
Have you seen that video?
Let's hit the like button, by the way.
Have you seen that video going around on Twitter of that white dude rizzing up the chicks with the racist with the racist what is this? How you call this game?
No, please put the link in the chat. Like,
dude, this is crazy, man. This guy is picking them up left to right, bro. These sisters are like, no, because you're white and all this, but then he comes up with like saying like, oh, I want you to chain me and all this, and they give him the number and everything, bro.
Yep. That white factor plays a role. John, the link's in the back chat if you want to click on
which one is this right here?
It's the peoples.com link. You'll see him and his girlfriend Jordan Hudson, I believe her name is.
Oh shit.
Having fun on the beach.
Look at that, Stanley. Stanley,
it's not over. Look.
nigga, it's just beginning. But it's measure.
Well, I can tell you right now,
Damn, Bill.
this is definitely encouraging. And as soon as I get a photo, something similar to this, I'll make sure you have the exclusive.
We aim to
That's my
encourage.
coach.
We aim to encourage.
And trip on his own teammates. I'm extremely proud of the way they continue to compete. I'm disgusted by the way that game was officiated. The level of disrespect was above and beyond. They have a guy fall down and trip on his own teammate's foot. They review us for a hostile act. They throw an elbow to our chest, neck area. I asked for him, at least take a look at it, right? Just show us the respect to take a look at it, okay? No one would take a look at it, okay? The disrespect has gone far enough, and I'm not gonna allow our guys to be treated the way that they were treated tonight. Okay, I tried to have a conversation with official. The official was arguing with Mark. I say his name one time and he screams at me and tells me that's enough. Right? We understand that we play a style of ball that's physical, it's on the edge, right? I coach my ass off with a passionate way. I'm into the games. Our players are into the games. We understand that, right? But we deserve a level of respect because we're competing our tails off and bringing something positive to this league. Right, we're growing young players. Our young players are competing their tail off.
Put
The
some
least
spec
that they
on
could
his name.
do is get the same respect that everybody
Put some spec on his name.
else in this league gets and get refereed the same way that everybody
At
else.
least he pronounced respect right.
And enough is enough of it.
Enough is
And
enough.
what you saw tonight was disgusting. It was a disgusting display of disrespect towards our guys and what we're trying to do.
I like this guy.
And
Put some respect on my name.
that is BJ Bickerstaff Jr. That's his dad was also.
Oh, really? Bernie Bickerstaff's son.
Yes. So he's
Nice.
well decorated. I have nothing wrong with what he just said.
Me neither. He's a great coach too, because that team used to suck.
Yeah. And back to the nigga shit.
Now, is this him in the parking lot?
These are some.
Is that a joke, Stanley?
I want to take this down to your neighborhood, Stanley. This is, I think this is Bulldogs in Atlanta. Is it Bulldogs?
Oh, not. I've heard about Bulldogs. Oh,
I've never heard of it.
oh, Stanley.
Oh,
What
no,
is this, like a place called the Bulldog?
No, this is Houston. My bad.
Oh,
They-
okay.
Bulldogs.
That's different than Bulldogs in Atlanta.
Same difference.
Well, yes. Well, maybe it's the same.
If I was the owner of that damn Corvette, I'd be mad as shit.
Oh,
You know what I
man.
mean?
Yeah, but look at they parked. But look at that Corvette. Where's it parked at, John?
In a parking lot, shopping center.
It's
Why
parked
can't
in
it-
the handicap spot. You don't see the handicap spot?
Is it handicap spot?
Yeah.
Well,
man,
better
God
yet,
damn.
let's see if there's one hanging on the rearview mirror.
I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it.
Man, you know, in fairness, this place is probably closed. This is after hours where all the other businesses are closed. And you know, this is what I think is really a big problem in these cities like Atlanta, Houston, in particular. I know Atlanta, Houston, Prince George's County is it. Like after hours, the business is closed, and then there's one restaurant or something that turns into a nightclub, and so all the parking is there for them. So you're probably not bothering anybody, but like this is ultimately what happens. You know what I'm saying? Like all the other business owners are gone, and there's one guy throws a party in this restaurant or whatever. And boom. Damn, this.
Based on what I'm hearing from this fight, this may be connected to the Atlanta Bulldog chain, and they've opened it. Now, I believe I've never experienced it, but I've heard there's a place in Atlanta called Bulldogs that's a popular gay black male bar and place, and I heard about it back when our boy Jesse Smollett did his infamous "I got beat up and choked" thing. They used to talk about how he used to spend a lot of time in the Bulldog, and he was a very popular person at that
I know
bar.
what the Bulldog is.
Yeah, so this may be
or the Bulldog in him.
yeah. He's gonna let that dog out one way, doggy style.
Hey, do they videos on Instagram or reels? Is that how you find videos on Instagram?
They have reels and they have shorts. They're kind of the same, but they're different.
Okay, here's Bulldog, Bulldagger.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. ATL shouted.
I'll be right back.
Why are they celebrating St. Patty's?
Well, why not?
Do you celebrate St. Patrick's Day, Stanley?
I don't.
Hell no. When I was a kid, I went to Catholic schools, and they'd make all the little grade school kids march in the parade. And I think I was in 6th grade or something like that. And, you know, it's kind of traumatizing to be a little kid, you know, all the drunken crowds, beer just getting sloshed everywhere. So after the 6th grade, I went to my parents and I didn't make a request. I told them I will not march in another St. Patrick's Day parade.
Good for you.
And I said it with conviction. And there was no comment other than okay. I don't even like being in Savannah when there's a St. Patrick's Day parade or St. Patrick's Day at all.
I'm the same way. I don't like
I don't fuck with that shit either, man.
Yeah, Boston must be horrible.
Hey, I showed y'all that ghetto. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I showed y'all that ghetto ass apartment building, right? It's not far from me here. Where is it at? Bone Apartments, DC. Let's look at the rents at this place. This is the apartment, right? Yo, before we get into it, how much you think these cost, right?
It shouldn't be more than $600 for one room.
No, these are 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms. What do you think they cost?
That's what I'm saying. For 1 bedroom,
$1,500.
$1,500 for 1 bedroom?
For a 1 bedroom.
All right, so how much for a 3 bedroom?
$3,000. We just charge $1,000 per room, per bedroom.
I asked you that question for a reason, Stanley.
Because it's probably higher.
Stanley, Universal Latino. How much for the 3 bedroom?
I'll probably say $2,200.
I asked you that question for a reason. Okay. I'm going to show you something here. And I haven't looked. I promise you, I have not cheated. And you know, before I even show it to you, I'm betting that they don't even have many 3-bedroom apartments. And you're going to ask me why, and then I'm going to explain it to you. If that's the case, maybe they have. Let's see what the floor size. They have 1 to 3 beds, 1 to 2 beds, 1 to 3 beds. Oh no, that's not that building. Okay. It's this building. Who just popped up? Who that popped up? Oh, there's Universal. You back? Yeah. So back to this ugly ass apartment building right here. Let's see how much they cost. Do they even have prices? No moving, no amenity fee. What do they cost here? Okay. Oh damn, they do have 4 bedrooms. I wonder how many do they have? So you have studio, 440 square feet. I don't know what this premium means. I guess it's lowest.
Not that far off.
1 bedroom, 8 from 900 to 1,800. Let's see. Now that's a pretty
premium
big.
Probably means they put a toaster oven in it.
Now these are pretty big apartments. Well, this is a pretty big apartment. I bet you they don't have many 4 bedrooms, and they probably don't have many 3. Because think about it. Who's going to pay $5,400 in the ghetto? Right? Nobody. Right? And they definitely Section 8 voucher. If a woman has a Section 8 voucher, her voucher is more than this, and she's going to want a house. right?
Yeah, that's
So I
what they do
guarantee
most
that,
of the time.
right? I guarantee you they don't have many 3-bedroom apartments. Let's see if they do. And the point I'm trying to show
Let
you
me
is that
ask you a quick question. Say to make a 4-bedroom, would they knock out a wall? Like
I'll put a wall up.
2 bedrooms? Yeah.
You know, like when I used to do it, like I still do it. Like I don't give them bathroom. I mean, like living rooms and shit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because they're gonna have someone living in the living room if you give them a living room. So you have to just let me see if I can find this place with 3 bedrooms.
Oh, you just make them a great room.
A pass through. Let's see if I can find a 3-bedroom over here. There can't be many 3 bedrooms, right? And you see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 15. And the reason why is like not many people offer 3 bedrooms. And see, this is a nice neighborhood right here. You see, this is a nice neighborhood. Right? The only 3 bedrooms are by and large going to be for. See, this is not even in DC. Here's a 3 bedrooms, 1,500. There's another 3 bedrooms, but you see, not many 3 bedrooms in DC. Just not that many. The reason why is that because with when they get these affordable housing credits and stuff like that, they have to have a percentage of poor people in the building. So, you know, say, okay, if you're going to build 15 units, we'll give you variances and things like that. But you can get a variance if you say I'll have 20% poor people in the building, 20% of the front. I'm sorry.
That's how that. Well, I don't know, John, because over here in Massachusetts, right, every time they build a new condominium or whatever, right, 10% of those rooms go towards the Section 8 voucher.
Right, that's what I'm saying, right? And so you can negotiate even more if you wanted to. If you wanted to build 2 floors up, or build, you know, don't have a parking deck, or have fewer parking spaces or something like that, then you say, oh, yeah, I'll throw in a few more affordable housings, right? Housing. But you're not going to throw in 3 bedrooms and have, 9 niggas coming in your building? Hell no, you have 1 bedrooms. And that way, maybe you rent to a grandma. So she ain't causing that much trouble. That's where the game is played.
Yeah.
Right.
Grandma suite.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'll take you back to the video I showed you a while back. Remember when the grandma
kicking out the
right?
chicken.
That's correct. That's correct. It all ties together here. So now you understand that's how the game is being played there with the housing. Anyway, I'm gonna see if I can put up cameras. Guys, what do you think? You think it's a good idea to put up cameras? Try to see if an apartment building will let me put up cameras.
Why would you do that again?
I pay them and then get like some good footage.
It's an experiment.
What do you think, Universal?
I'm for it. I think you offer them something. You can go low. You can say $400 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And if you let me set up 2 cameras, they're outwardly facing, so they're not in anyone's apartment, and they're just there to capture what's happening in the community.
I need that volume too.
Yeah, and you can tell them like, look, you are a local journalist. You're working on a documentary, and you're wondering if you could use their building to host 2 cameras to film the community. Say that the purpose of your documentary is to reduce crime, something that they care about.
What about this? What about this right here? What if I went to a convenience store? I said, yo, can I put up a camera in your store?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Stores. I think stores are better because you always have foot traffic, right? Especially at 24-hour.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's in the hood, man, there's all types of shit happening in stores. Like, oh my God.
Might go over to one. I know one right now that I can go to. What do you think, Stanley? You think that should be good? What do you guys in the audience think?
I don't really have I mean, sure, why not? I mean, why would you want cameras?
Content.
Just
I want the
watch
footage.
the natives, watch the natives in their habitat.
Yeah, you are working for Johns Hopkins University, and you are an anthropology major in the master's program, and you work in a research project. Yeah.
Yes, Snake is the one that need to do that shit.
Yeah, Solid Snake should have a freaking body cam on when he's at
I
work.
wonder if I got Solid Snake number.
Because he could be his. I mean, he's his own content in himself. But can you imagine him interacting with people at the counter? Look, man, dude, Solid Snake can have a crazy channel. I know you've seen them Arabs who be selling the lighters and they be making the sandwiches. And then there's one black dude who works in like a bigger gas station. He be flirting with girls and he got a real big YouTube. His stuff's popping.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Funny, motherfucker. I wish I had Snake's number.
Man, Solid Snake though, man.
All you gotta do is just say his name 3 times.
Hey, you know what's gonna be interesting as you're talking about this though, and we talking about how YouTube and all this, right? You know, remember how we looked at that store that was for sale on my property, right?
Yeah.
Someone, an older person would look at that building and say, "Okay, building goes right." A younger person might say, "Shit, I can live stream out this bitch and make X $1,000 more."
Right back.
You know, I'm looking at it from ooh, I can just Airbnb this motherfucker. A young boy might come in and shit. I live stream like Black Boy Max upstairs, right? And then live stream from the store, right? And I think that it's gonna be interesting. We start seeing people doing that, buying buildings and putting in, you know, factoring in the live streaming aspect into the purchase price. That would be very interesting.
So I'm looking at moving my nonprofit out of our current location. We're leasing a suite, and I'm looking at a co-working space. And in the co-working space, they have a media section where you can do podcasting, video, all that. It's built into the co-working space. Yeah. So it's all wrapped into the monthly cost, and all you have to do is sign up. If it's available, you can go in there, do your live stream, do your podcast, do your conference call, your training, whatever. It's just built in.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Man, I can't wait to get on this new desktop here I bought, guys. OBS, here I come. We better see what all I can do with this big desktop I bought. I probably had all kind of transitions and everything going on. I'm excited about that. Very excited. But yeah, I think I need to get out of here, guys. Actually, I need to set this computer up. And then, hey, can you run anyone in the audience very computer savvy? Damn, I need to step away 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I got to ask a technical question. I'll be right back.
Stanley, are you still there? All right. Stanley's gone. John's gone. I'm here. Well, I'll do a station ID. If anybody wants to check out any of my content, I'll pop my YouTube channel in the chat. Speaking of content creation, I am planning on starting a radio style, I guess, podcast where people can call in and have conversation on various different topics. Thinking that it's going to be about 90 minutes to 2 hours. And I'll have pretty much a topic of the day with a few clips and a couple questions to ask the audience. So if that's something you're interested in, feel free to check me out at By Brandon Jones on YouTube.
It's going to be on the same channel.
Yeah, it's going to be on the same channel. I'll put my link in the chat. Feel free to connect. I'm probably going to launch the show in April. I was actually going to do it this weekend, but I didn't get the call-in number thing figured out the way I wanted it to.
I guess John's about to go. I was listening. I had to step away. I'm, believe this or not, proofing bread. So got to go tend to it. Did you know, has anyone heard that Tiger Woods and Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife are supposedly dating?
Tiger Woods, no. Tiger Woods and Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife. Wow.
Yeah, let me You know what? It's on my phone. I'll either email it to you or do it on tonight's show. But yeah, Vanessa Trump, I think is her name. Yeah, she's got her like one of her children. One of them's the male's Donald Trump III. So I just thought that was pretty interesting. She's a good-looking woman. You know, at
Yeah.
least for a 47-year-old bleach blonde.
Who are you talking about, Stanley?
Tiger Woods is dating Donald Trump
Oh yeah.
Jr.'s
Oh yeah.
Don Jr.'s ex-wife.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. You know what? Can you run a desktop and use your computer as a monitor, your laptop as a monitor? Can you do that?
I'm pretty sure you can. Because as a matter of fact, well, I mean, I know you don't need the computer. You just use it as a monitor.
What I'm
But I'm
saying is,
used to doing it from, say, a monitor. I mean, why would you need the computer is my point. You can just do
Yeah.
monitors.
well, I have two monitors in a laptop right now. But so now,
Right, well, just attach the monitors. You don't need the computer.
but I guess space wise, I guess I'd have to add another monitor. Maybe I'll mount another one here.
Yeah, I mean, all you got, if you've got a DVD cable, I think that's what they are. Yeah,
so-
you don't need the computer.
Yeah. So what?
If
Yeah.
you want to use the laptop as a monitor for the desktop, is that what
Right. Yeah.
You know what?
I don't think you can do that.
Mm.
But what? Tell me why you think you need a third monitor. Is it because you want to run both the computer and the laptop at the same time?
Nah. I just want to use, instead of getting another just regular monitor, I was wondering, can I use my computer as the monitor for the desktop?
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I wouldn't do that.
I've never seen that done before.
Yeah. I would just run the computer on the two monitors you have, and then use the laptop as needed.
Damn, I lose a monitor there. See, now I got three monitors.
Why do you need three?
I don't know. Yeah, Office had three.
I suggest you buy a new monitor and put the other one on the ceiling. That way you can look up and see yourself too.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably need them like this. You know, something like that. Oh, here's what you play a little game here. I got a nigga that still owes some money. He scuffled up $300.
This can't be the lawyer guy still. Is it still him?
Same Negro.
Man.
So he got $300.
I don't know where he got it.
Ask him if he can swap some labor in order to save him some time.
You think he'll offer? Maybe he'll offer.
No, he's not gonna offer. You got to pull it out of him.
I bet if I say,
but man, I need some rooms cleaned out. Can you clean some rooms?
I bet if I say, is there anything you can do? He'd probably go straight sexual. Like, well, you trying
whoa. Well, hey, that one person that said to you, they went straight sexual before they got here. That's what they were offering services.
Yeah, he ain't even thinking about doing no real work.
That dude was like, "You got a sexy voice." I was like, "What?"
To come and put your computer suite together.
Yeah, man, he probably ain't handy enough to do shit. He probably ain't handy enough to do shit. But anyway, let me call this nigga one last time. I'm gonna make him a deal. Let me think. So his rent is due again, I think, on Tuesday.
You gonna make the lawyer a deal or the?
Yeah, the lawyer deal is his rent is due again.
I gotta hear this.
Tuesday. His rent is due on Tuesday. And he probably, I don't even feel like going and try and figure this shit out. I should make him do it. I'm gonna say, look, you can figure out what you owe and pay that. And if you ain't right, I figure out and then you pay that. Or I'm gonna give you a deal and we're gonna start afresh at $400. You think he got it?
Which is more than he was paying anyway, right?
Not at this. He was paying either $325 or $350 a week.
Okay, so you're gonna jack it up to $400 a month.
Now I'm gonna close his books out. All he owe me, if he can come up with $400. He probably owe me more than that, right? If I was starting,
I don't have anything to do in DC, but I'm thinking, I'm thinking I might have to move in.
$400 a week, $350 a week, right? And he probably owes more than that. And we're gonna see if he what can he do? You think he been working? Maybe he started Uber. You think he started Uber, DoorDash?
You should offer Uber, DoorDash, and then tell him you got a friend that works at the Popeyes. See if you would think that. Like,
oh, that's funny.
I hear Popeyes now. Can you fry chicken? I know you eat it.
He's like, you can get him in. You know somebody. He's a migrant too. He can get you in. They might start him out close to assistant manager. He's got a damn,
You got a lot of great nigga. You got to be the smartest nigga at Popeyes. Here's the thing. What about his network? This guy that called in, he talked about his network, right? Right? He talked about a network, right?
Yeah.
Do you think this guy has a network?
Ask him if he's in a fraternity.
Island of misfit lawyers.
Huh? What do you say? What do you say, Sam?
Island of misfit lawyers. That's his network.
Stanley, you're gonna be further to the right than all of us before it's all over. Oh man, he should be working at the fried chicken place. He'd have his rent today if he was working at the fried chicken place. But he'd at least have it by Friday. He'd had it last Friday. He'd have gotten paid. Let's call a nigga up.
He could give you $300 in a 3-piece with a biscuit to make it up.
When did I say? Wait a minute. When did I say he should have the money for the deal? What's the deal? What did I say? Guys in the audience, you can vote. When should the deal? What should the deal be?
You said 400 total.
400 total.
And that's not including the days he's gonna rack up between now and then, right?
Well, his rent usually due on I think Monday or Tuesday. I have to look and see. And it's $325.
He's $325, but he's not caught up.
Right.
Oh,
and he ain't gonna catch up, man. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Can he get you $450 by Thursday?
I ain't getting him that long. Shit.
Well, Sunday's halfway over, so good luck. I don't know.
By Tuesday, right? By Tuesday. What do you think? Tuesday? What do you think, Sam? I think he get paid. I don't know when the fuck he get paid, but he used to pay on Tuesday, so we're gonna get him on Tuesday, back on schedule. Now, here's the thing: all you got to do is go borrow the money from somebody. Say, "Mama, my landlord offered me a good deal to get caught up on my rent. Help me get caught up on my rent, Mama. The rent is due." That's all they gotta go say to his mama. All his dad.
The rent is too damn high.
That's all you gotta do, right? You can go to his mama, or his daddy, anybody. It don't fucking matter who it is.
Now this is in addition to the $300 he gave you.
Yeah. He behind.
Okay.
Uh-huh. He done had about 2 weeks to figure something out in America to make some extra money, right? Right. Well, you giving him enough time, like nigga back up against the wall. He should be like, damn, what can I do? Right? Yeah, let me call the nigga. Let's see what he gonna say.
I'm the landlord to the first.
Hello. Hey, what's up, man? You sent over 300 the other day? 200 and 100?
Yeah.
All right. I know I got to calculate your balance, man. You've been sending all these partial payments. So look, this is what I'm going to do for you. Your next payment due on what? Monday? Usually you pay on Monday or Tuesday, right?
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be Friday because my payday's changed.
Oh, man. See, I had a good deal for you, but now I got a bad deal for you. Bad deal. I'm going to offer you 400 to pay 400 on by Tuesday and just close out what you owe. It's a lot of background noise for you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the laundromat.
But they're gonna put you back on day to day, man. You know what I'm saying? Because like you get too behind and like it's too hard to keep up. So they're gonna put you back on the dated, just continue staying until you get back on proper financial footing. You have to pay day to day.
Let me
But if you can come up with the money, man, that's the best deal, bro. Like, get you back, you know what I'm saying? Just close out. We just call it even at 400 and then if you can get there by Tuesday, hustle up from somebody. And then, you know what I'm saying, you back to your weekly pay.
All right, let me see what I can get you by tomorrow afternoon, and I'll let you know.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Shit, nigga, no matter where you going, nigga, you going back to day, day by day. They ain't got nowhere to go. Or you gonna pay up.
I am the landlord to the first.
Jesus. Stanley, I don't know if you've chimed in on this. What do you think of this kind of theory that John's piecing together of Americans who have all these resources and access, but might not have the, I don't know, work ethic, desire, motivation maybe is the best term, comparative to these migrant folks who just come here and get going. Like when you hear a gentleman like this guy who, he's got the degrees.
Okay, well, I think that's obvious. The people who are here as migrants, they come here, they come here with a mission, basically, a goal. So, people, I mean, you see the same thing happening by the third generation of immigrants. Basically, the first and second generations do pretty good. That third generation is very, let's just say, acculturated. So the third generation generally doesn't do as well as the first two generations. So that's basically, Americans who've been here, quote, classic Americans. They basically don't think. I mean, their goal, they're not as motivated, I guess, is what I'm saying. I mean, as someone who wants to come here, has a mission, actually knows poverty, they're going to be more incentivized to not be in poverty.
I think it's a little bit more nuanced. I don't disagree with you. I may have been a little bit unclear with the guy. I have to clarify him. He's going to call me back anyway. I think the thing is, every young man, it's kind of the strangest secret. Every young man brought up that, he has desires and ambitions and things like that. But within those ambitions, are some old ways of thinking, this whole life of leisure and shit like that. I ride a lot of Ubers, man, and I talk to the Uber drivers. That's probably one of my primary forms of transportation. And they telling me, they live with 3 or 4 other people. They walk in the house, pass off the keys, and the next man hopping in the same damn car. Most Americans, shit, they got a work car and a leisure car, right? If they got more than one car. These people are looking at a car like a damn machine, a capital asset.
Well,
and it is.
Well, not a cap. Well, yeah, why can't it be a capital asset?
Because a capital asset is something you can depreciate, right? Whereas
you can't depreciate a car. I don't know.
You can't depreciate a car, no.
Even if it's a business.
Yeah, if it's a business, then it's a capital asset, right? So
right.
You can depreciate it, but not as a personal property. But I imagine.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if you're an Uber and you're a private contractor, considered a contractor, not an actual employee, I wonder if you could.
You can.
Juan's in the audience.
Yeah, you can. But then here's the perfect. If someone has been in business school in the audience, you understand what I'm saying. It's not even business school. I think it's what class is this? It's a managerial economics, but it's also going to be probably in like operations, logistics. I think managerial economics has a lot of logistics type. What do they call it? Lag and what's it called? Shit called you in the system. Logistics, Stanley. when you have lags and bottlenecks, constraints and shit like that, you know, you might be able to build 1,000 widgets, but you can't put those 1,000 widgets into a product as fast as you can build them. So you got a bottleneck right there as an example. And so,
excuse me.
God damn, I forget where I was going here, but what was I saying? I forget what the fuck I was saying. But anyway, oh yeah, so the like a car, for instance, as a machine, you know, as a like if it were in a factory, right? You would want to measure the productivity or the operational efficiency. You know, in 24 hours, how much was it up? How much was it down? How much was it out of service? And so, something as simple as a car in America, most people have this. Even the Uber drivers, and particularly the Uber drivers, American type Uber drivers. Their car is out of service. Their machine is out of service or down for 8 hours of the day. Or it's being used for something that's not of any particular use to Uber. They're just driving around, you know, whatever, running errands. Whereas that foreigner, he's coming in, passing off the keys to someone else. That machine is being used 100% of close to, you know, maximum, you know, optimal capacity. It's called capacity. And they realize the difference in the usage of a car,
Right.
which could drive car prices up. If I know that you're buying cars for a business, right, running Uber, then the price of cars generally will go up because you're pricing into it that you're going to be making money off of this. The same way we were talking about someone eventually is going to start. Well, Universal said it. His business looking to move, and the real estate agent knowing that people doing a lot of podcasts, and they build a podcast studio in their place and pass the cost on to Universal. On the flip side, I can see some. On the flip side,
I was about to point out though, at least in the ads, or maybe it's on YouTube or wherever, you'll see an ad, but you know, it's literally called the gig economy. I don't know that that Uber markets itself as an actual like full-time job. You know, it's often presented as more like a gig, you know, do it in your spare time.
Well, I think from a legal standpoint, and Warren can talk about this. From a legal standpoint, hell yeah, it's a gig. But in reality, these motherfuckers are full-time workers, right? They've driving 40 hours or 32 hours or 38 hours. And so their mindset is a job. It's their job. It's their only job in many cases. And then, oh man, I got a video. You guys are going to want to hear this. I just thought about this shit. Damn. Boy, I have so much content here. Jesus Christ, I'm trying to forget it. I would have gotten this shit tomorrow. Y'all would have been mad that you didn't hear it today. Oh, shit. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it at? You're going to want to hear this, Stanley. I'll tell you, the D.C. area, bro. I'm telling you, Trump shaking these motherfuckers up. Let me see. I've never experienced. Oh, you're going to want to hear this.
Yeah, Juan makes an interesting point here. I didn't realize anywhere considered it full time.
Yeah. California fought them real hard on that shit.
Probably because they got a lot of immigrants.
Well, no, you know they wanted to reclassify them as employees. Maybe they did, as one said. I want you to listen to this, guys.
Yeah, by himself. Yeah, maybe a couple who let him run around, you know.
Hold on.
Yeah, somebody. Yeah.
Is this video or audio?
So I got video, but I have to put it up.
Basically, they shutting it down to where they only trying to have your job is like you gotta have a job, like stuff like safety stuff. Okay. I work at NIH, so I work at where they do.
Can y'all hear this?
Yeah. Not so well, but you know.
University, can you hear this?
Yeah, I agree with Stanley. We can hear, but it's not too.
All right, let me play it. Let me play it like this. Man. Hold on. All right, let me play it like this thing.
Like, what's going on? Honestly, they shutting it down to where they only trying to have when your job is like you gotta have a job, like stuff like safety stuff. Okay, I work at NIH, so I work at information science and all that. What I really do is I work at the lab, right? And because so I help build that building. Yeah, so we all on like they turned in the plan on Thursday. We ain't seen it yet. Yeah, they had to turn that in. All that. Now the good news is because I've been there so long, I won't just walk away with nothing. I'll get a little bit of retirement, but some people, everybody, they don't even matter. Degrees, PhDs, all that stuff don't matter. So when they closing the library down? They might be. They might. That's what we're gonna find out. Like, but it ain't about the library. It's about we got people out there doing science. These dudes got, like I said, they got MDs and PhDs and all that. They about to shut them labs is doing research.
Now, there's a blue collar black dude in the cab with me in the Uber. And you heard him say, yeah, I helped build that building. Talking about NIH. Now, I want you to listen to what this blue collar black motherfucker said, younger. And what this older black man who's been talking about he about to lose his job in NIH, you know, that blah, blah, blah. And what I'm pointing out here is what I think is kind of it's like an age conflict here, where a lot of the older people have done a lot better than the younger people. They've had good pensions, good government jobs, and they've held on steadfast to those government jobs. And now listen to this exchange here.
Cancer and all that. They trying to shut that stuff. But see, I mean, this is my intake on it, right? I really don't be watching what's going on. But I had in the past supported Trump. I'm just being real with you, man. They good for business in the past. And business wise, right? So this is what I'm thinking of it, right? What else? Man, for real.
You heard that young nigga. You heard that
It's a
young
little
nigga.
bit difficult to hear him for some reason.
I'm gonna play it again.
Did you record him on a phone?
Yeah, it's on my phone. I mean, listen to this.
Business wise, right?
Oh shit, let me go back. He's talking about Trump, right? This is a young nigga.
Don't be watching what's going on, but I had in the past supported Trump. I'm just being real with you, man. They good for business in the past. And business wise, right? So this is what I'm thinking of it, right? Why not get rid of it? Man, for real. Because think about it. No more production of any kind of vaccines. Will be out there. You see what I'm saying? So you really got.
Did you hear what he just said?
Production of what?
Vaccines, COVID. This is a black man. Did you hear him, Universal?
He might have stopped.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hear him, but
well, anyway, so the black man in the Uber driver who, to his credit, working 2 jobs.
Yep.
He's saying, man, they about to fire me and find out Thursday. He said, you know, basically he's not an essential guy. He's not doing research and no shit like that. He's working in the library doing who knows what, maybe stacking books, I don't know. And so he was expecting sympathy from bro man, me and the other bro man in the car. And the nigga came out of left field like, shit, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like, I supported Trump. He like, shit, that nigga was good for bidding. And the driver was like, yeah, he was good for bidding. Right? Because he driving. He know he riding, you know, he probably got more players. Right? And then the nigga like, why not get rid of these government motherfuckers? No more COVID vaccines. That was he said. I wish you could. Let me see if I can play it one more time so you can hear it.
Yeah, well, I think he's an idiot. So there's my
But that's one man's opinion, right?
Right? Why not get rid of it? Man, for real. I mean, because think about it. No more production of any kind of vaccines will be out there. You see what I'm saying? So you really gotta think what his mental is on. That's why I think people, man, really be they hear what other people say about him and really don't even know the damn man. I'm saying, like, I moved here, man. I'm just like, I moved here, man. That's how I think. When I moved here, bro, like,
I never seen people had guaranteed jobs like these government people. Like, ain't no job guarantee. I've been fired, laid off.
But I'm gonna be real about that. The reason why I went into government because Pop told me government.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like,
And so aunts and all them.
well, I'm saying, but that was in the mindset is so messed up because who has a job for life, right? They got these government people thinking they basically like slaves. They want to be on the plantation for 30 years. They got the media shilling for them like they couldn't be slaves. You know, like plenty of people had to go get another job, man. It's just
I always had another hustle. Like I've been doing this 10 years, and I used to be like a little service. I always had a side hustle in case something ever happened.
Yeah.
I enjoy it, but
you know what I'm saying? Plenty of people had to do that. Like,
Is there a baby in the car?
Work 9 to 5, probably work don't work by some hours.
There was a fucking baby in that car, and you know, it just goes to show you that I don't think that media sympathy for these laying off these government workers. You can agree or disagree with it. I don't think the sympathy is there. And the black man was trying to fish for sympathy with 2 black men in the car, and you know, forget about my opinion. Here's a regular low income black man riding a Uber without a baby seat in a lift shared. He shouldn't have been doing that. And he's like, yo, man, I fuck with Trump. Like the propaganda never got through him. He never mentioned he racist. And he was a black man, which is interesting, you know.
Well, you know, that is what I would expect. A black baby daddy probably delivering his child back to his baby mama who thinks that the government produced the vaccine. Yeah, that sounds like a Trump voter to me.
But you know, again, the antipathy, the harsh feelings toward the government is what I think you should notice as well.
It's not the government so much as the government job, I'm thinking.
But I mean,
you are a struggling baby daddy. Yeah, you're going to be a little annoyed that someone can sit at a desk in, you know, an air-conditioned office somewhere and use his brain rather than his brawn. Yeah. Again,
I don't think that was Stanley because
typical Trump voter of that ilk, baby daddy.
I don't think that was the case, Stanley, because he pointed out that, hey, I helped build that building. I think that was some pride in what he does. In the ride, he kept telling me about how he does plumbing and this and that, who he learned it from. He learned it from a black man, this and that. I don't think he was ashamed.
Well, nothing that I said, nothing that you said, nothing that he said. Yes, that sounds like a segment of Trump's base. Yeah, sure. Of course, he's going to resent somebody who doesn't have to struggle that much for a living. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, it could be one way of looking at it, Stanley.
Oh, it is.
What do you think, Universal? I don't think he saw it that way.
I think where the economy is going, I think it's going to force people to see beyond some of the propaganda, whether he's a baby daddy conservative thinker or not. I
didn't say he was a conservative thinker, because if he was, he would know that the government didn't produce vaccines. So I'm not going to even give him that credit. He's a MAGA voter, not a conservative.
All right, let's go with the MAGA voter. I think that people are seeing.
You know what I think of MAGA voters, right?
Yeah, because you think I'm one, so yeah.
Well, I don't care whether you're one. I wasn't talking about you specifically.
I understood.
Anyway, I thought that was interesting. Young black man, he's in that demographic that helped elect Trump there, and he saw through the propaganda there. Baby daddy maybe the baby daddy's for Trump.
Yeah, there's felons or ex-con for Trump. Why not BDs for T? Let's go.
BDs. Baby daddies for Trump. What you think about that, Stanley? What do you think? You saw 1 million black baby daddies.
It's 1 million baby daddy merch for Trump, Washington. Oh shit! One pamper at a time. It's gonna be the slogan.
That would kill you. That would kill you there, right there.
Oh shit! The 1 million baby daddy march.
What do you think about this, Andy? Should we do a million baby daddy march?
You know what? I don't know about all that. I just know that he kind of fits into my stereotype. And no, I don't know the specifics. I'm just kind of sitting here, don't know him, didn't see him, just listening to, the atmospherics along with what he had to say. And my stereotype of a blue collar black worker talking about what's wrong with getting rid what's wrong with getting rid of jobs. Of course, what's wrong with getting rid of jobs? Well, you're getting rid of jobs.
We need to get some.
That shit
We
hilarious.
need to get some "Make America Great Again" shiesty mask.
I think we need to get a
Come on, John.
Make baby daddies great again.
Make baby daddies great again.
and then there'll be fewer baby daddies.
If they become great, they may be in more higher demand standards.
Oh,
one says YNs for Trump. That's funny.
That would be
YNs for Trump.
You know what? That might be a show title.
Why is it Trump?
Thank you, Juan.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
What's up, Lawrence?
What's up, Lawrence? Oh, that would be a good one. Guys, meanwhile, by the way, hit the like button and make sure you support the channel. HB, Get Crack, Porsche, J, Stanley Cross. Hell, we need to add Universal to the roster. And me, John Guard. All Cash Apps, Streamlabs.
And by the way, I haven't really done it, but I want to thank everybody for a great birthday. I had a whale of a time, probably too good a time, but I just want to take the time, see Herman out there in Tropes and everyone else. Lawrence really had a blast. You made an old man, happy for a day.
What did you do, Sammy?
Oh, I was just on here for like 18 hours.
Oh, shit. Didn't you go with your sister or something?
No, as a matter of fact, we're going to do that this week because her daughter's out of school. My son's out of school. My father-in-law is coming down. So we just pushed it back.
I'm going to try to team up with Barnabas, see if you want to do some live streaming as it gets warmer. I got a place where we can do
Samuel, salute.
Something warm. Once it warms up, I got a place where we can do some live stream, set up the equipment and shit, cameras, everything, Wi-Fi. We can always do it here. I got a place where we can do it here, but me, Barnabas, and Roz girl.
Yeah, that'd be good. If you talk to him, John, man, tell him to stick with it. He's got something that's working. It just might not be working at the pace that he wants it to. But what I heard, man, when my counseling ear, I hear that despair in that voice.
It sound rough.
I hope he's not banking on YouTube to pay no bills or nothing, because I hate to see him just get dragged down. But he sounded real defeated, man.
You know what else I was thinking about Universal is, man, I have all these crazy thoughts going through my head. I was thinking about like how the bars have what they call an industry night.
Yep.
What if we had an industry night for content creators?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. That's what when you stepped away, I was kind of talking about that. Like, I think the next wave of content creators, and I get this really from the streamers. If you pay attention, the streamers are linking up. They're linking up. They show up with one another, and you don't see a lot of beef in between them, right? You see a lot of collaboration, and I think for the smaller YouTubers, we're gonna have to do a similar thing. And just with this community alone, there's people in here that make content. Juan, Blacks Who Defy, everybody who's a part of this network, and then others.
Like Tropes.
And and then you have people who are in the chats, and that's what they like to do. People like EAE, they like to just promote, get the conversation going, etc. I think we have to start collectively doing like these kind of virtual cohorts where people support each other and launch off into the next level.
I had a thought, and I may have mentioned to you. You know how at the end of people's streams, they can send them to someone else?
Yeah. Pass over the audience. Yep.
I think there should be like a marketplace for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like say someone like an angry man can say, you know what? My Monday night audience is worth $100.
Mm-hmm.
My Tuesday night audience is, $150. For the people that want that to build up an audience,
Yeah, you flood them.
it would be worth redirecting. Someone that want, someone like, you buy the audience that you want.
Yeah.
Right. Instead of letting YouTube, let me get back. Instead of this is very creative thinking, man. If you really think about what I'm saying here, right? You're monetizing your audience beyond YouTube. See, most of these people, like they see like, okay, I'm gonna give you super chats. Okay, cool. In reality, you may or may not even know who the fuck. You definitely don't have much of a connection with the person other than what you built talking to.
Right.
But so you can't really monetize that in the way that you can say, okay, I can monetize my audience. Someone like, I don't know, Angry Man again, and say he has 300 people in the audience. The bigger YouTubers could create a marketplace for their redirects and sell them.
Right.
Like an auction place, an auction market, right? Angry Man's, you get Angry Man's and I don't know, somebody else, $2,000. If they get you more than, based upon how many people they had in the audience in the last 45 minutes or the last 30 minutes, it could be something very easily formalized and put into an auction format. Like AdSense or Google placement ads. You ever thought about it? What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think that could work. But I think the creator who does that has to do a good job at cultivating that audience to be ready to launch to the next show, channel, etc. And then also the creator would have to build in something where that whoever that content creator or creators are, that they show up on that content creator's page consistently, so that they're building their kind of recognition with the audience. Like you could use that example with my channel and this one, right? Like you've been streaming now for 6 hours, getting ready to shut it down. Hey, continue the conversation with Universal. Here's this chat. I've been on here for a few hours, so there's some recognition. People have built enough trust to click over to the next thing. As you end here, we launch off to the next thing. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. It's called the Thug Life of Trump Champ. Yeah, I think that is the outside of the box thinking.
Yeah.
Someone is going to come up with something like that, right? Or someone's just going to start selling his redirects directly.
Mm-hmm.
You want to buy my redirect? Somebody may be listening here, taking my idea. But yeah, that is the outside of the box thinking that could easily pad Angry Man's or someone who has the clout. He could be selling something he wasn't selling anymore, which means it flows all the way to the bottom line, right?
You don't think YouTube would get mad?
No, I think YouTube will find out how to do it or buy it from the person who does. That's typically what they've done.
Yeah, if you could create an auction place for that, right? I think
God
you could.
damn, this horse will not leave me alone.
Yeah, I think if someone's going to do it. Yeah. Maybe I should do it. We should do a stream about it.
You should do it.
Yeah, someone's going to do it. What do you guys in all these? What do you think about that? Warren, you have any thoughts about it? Jump up on the panel if you can.
Tropes, there are folks on YouTube that do those raids. They call them something else.
Raids. Yeah, they call them raids.
No, they call them raids.
It's a raid.
It's actually happened to me once or twice.
It's a redirect, yeah.
Well, no, a raid where people just come over, like 100 of them will just hop into your chat.
Oh, you mean like on their own?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's happened
led by somebody, I guess. Like Uncle Freddie did that a couple times.
Yeah. Another person who's done that on this channel is Speak Easy, not Speak Radio, Speak Easy. So what he does is he'll do what's called panel surfing. So he's already cultivated his audience. Then he'll look at open panels, hop on, add a perspective, and then he'll suck over, a few people onto his channel, and he'll just keep going. And that's how he rolls his audience. And he's come over here and done that a few times too.
That's actually how Tom Gully got over here.
Exactly.
He was on somebody's raid. Guy, damn it, what's his name? I've never been on his panel, but I've been to the show. Yeah, that's how Tom wound up.
Yep.
Getting familiar with us.
It's a smart thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was just thinking about monetizing the redirect.
Yeah, I mean,
And,
you can do that too. Yeah.
And as I'm fleshing it out, shit, like the guys with big audiences, they could be selling. Like, you remember how we were watching Michelle Obama? And them motherfucker rolled into he rolled into a Theraflu so smooth. God damn.
Yeah.
Like he was really into the show. That nigga rolled into that Theraflu like so liquid, bro. And couldn't
So
you
you
be
like transitions?
well seamless? And you could be paying for what the in placement ads. I think that's what they call it.
Yeah.
These guys could really be selling their own stream outside of YouTube, outside of cash apps, right? This is business to business, not BC. They're content on B2C.
Right.
That's the lowest level of business.
Yeah,
right?
they need to be B2B.
They need to be being to being.
They actually need to be doing both and getting paid on both ends.
Mm-hmm. But they already doing the B2C.
That sounds like something that Mavid would do. Get paid on both ends.
Same as Jerome said, how do you? Why don't you help up here? I can help us flesh it out.
Oh man, dude, that's not the hard. That's not.
I already described it. I already explained it.
So
I
mean, we can just use again. You can use my channel as example. John says, "Listen, I can get five. I can get you. I can prove to you that I can grow your channel from 500 subs today to 800 subs by July." But it's going to cost you $100 a month. And then this is what I'm going to do. And then that's how you get it paid for. I pay directly to the channel. And then we have some sort of agreement.
And I can say, you know what? I'll name drop you once every hour.
Yep.
You want to get paid once every 2 hours. How often you want to get name dropped? It's like Facebook placement ads, like Google ads.
You know,
they're up there 8 hours, and you know really what they're doing. You know, honestly, I'm starting to see it a little bit clearer here now. I went on the channel. I ain't gonna say the name.
Now here comes Juan to dump some dirty rinse water on that idea.
So I was going up on the channel, and I ain't gonna say the name of the channel. And so a guy says to me, you know, the person says to me, he says, yeah, well, basically, but it could be subtle or it could be overt. But the guy says to me, the host says to me, he says, we're not allowing people to name drop their channel today. I don't normally do that.
Ooh.
You know, just come on, hey, my name is I'm Irvin. And that is the mindset. Is it I got this corner and I want to hustle this corner.
Yeah, that's not smart.
And I'm cool with YouTube getting 30%, but I'm just gonna protect this corner. Right? And there's some other corners. I let the nigga over there the other corner, right?
We'll call it the wire concept.
Right. His mind is so
Protect
set
that corner.
his mind is so set on protecting that corner that he doesn't see an ability to grow.
He doesn't see the drive-by coming.
Right. He can't see you know the drive-by being the algorithms and shit like that. And I think part of it is a mindset. Like, this shit is easy to crack.
Right.
Trust me. This shit easy, motherfucker. Like, I showed you what Airbnb, right? This shit easy as a motherfucker to crack. But it takes outside of the box thinking to crack what these people have done to the same thing to small business.
Well, it's two things, John.
Go ahead.
It's two things. Number one, like you said, it's thinking outside the box. But the thing is you have to have the time and the resources to be able to do this on a daily basis. I don't. So, like I mentioned in the chat, this is just a hobby for me.
Well, hold on.
The other,
I got that part. Let me ask you this question. So, content creator sponsorships. Well, call it what you want. But what I'm saying is that, like, their audience. There is one, like, if you look at a company that has streams of revenue, right? And so I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. Let's say somewhere like YouTube, right? Maybe it's not a good one. I'm trying to think of doing someone that has like maybe like, I don't know, something that has a stream of revenue. Let's say PayPal. I don't know what PayPal does. So YouTube's revenue is ads, right? Okay, this is a good example. YouTube's largest chunk of revenue is ads. They provide us to come up here and then they let you super chat, right? And then they take it a step further and say, well, if I can pay you 30 days later, I got another fucking business here, right? And that business is the float. The float is the difference between the time they get paid and you get paid. That shit is so big of a business. That shit buys a business itself. If you think about it, if they extract the revenue out versus the cost of doing business of managing the super chat business, it's probably a top 2,000 company. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I would say so.
Right? The revenues of that company probably in the millions. If you count up all the super chats and the net income, it's probably in the millions of dollars. And so that's what they've done, right? And so what I'm saying that the YouTube owners that have created all this content, that generated this audience, then you can move those people. And to be able to move them, it's just like if they got up there and say, hey, let me get a deal with I don't know, niggas selling spices, blacks, loudmouth flavors. Wouldn't blacks pay for that? If a guy has 400 people in the audience? Maybe not blacks, but you understand, if you got a product that can sell like that, he could sell it.
Well,
I have an example of this.
It's basically, in finance, they would call it stripping a bond. Does anyone know what stripping a bond is? Does anyone know what stripping a bond is?
Yes, I do.
Enlighten us.
Right.
Strip the coupon off of it.
So let's say if you got a bond that makes 12 payments, right? And a black guy actually, did you ever hear about this, Stanley? Stanley, you ever hear about this? Stanley, University, you want?
Sorry, no, I didn't hear about it. I'm listening, but I'm stepping away.
I'm not going to Google because it take too much time. But a black guy created, and I'm using the word loosely because I don't know if he created it or not, but he was involved with some what they call shenanigans at the time, where basically you take a bond, and let's say a bond has 12 payments, right? Mm-hmm. So January through December. So it's 12 payments on a bond, right? Mm-hmm. So you got the bond, and now you got 12 payments, like ticks on a ruler, right? 1 through 12. He said, well, each one of those payments have a value individually. Does that make sense? So the first payment is worth more than the second payment. The second payment is worth more than the third payment. The fourth payment is worth more than the fifth, and so on and so forth. And so he stripped out the bond into individual payments and then sold the bond coupon payments individually.
That sounds almost like
he basically created a zero coupon bond.
Well, in effect, exactly. In effect, right? Yeah. And so in YouTube, as a creator, right? Of course, you got your super chats. Of course, you got your cash apps. Well, you also have, let's say, product placements. Hey guys, check out Universal's channel, man. It's a good channel. Behind the scenes, Universal sends you $500. Hey guys, I'm going to be suggesting you guys go over to Universal when I end this show, and I'm going to redirect you all. You got 500 people.
That was the second part that I was going to.
Hold on, you got 500 people in the audience. That could be $1,000. If you say, hey, I'm going to also join Universal for the first 30 minutes and also redirect you. Now you got even more money that someone would probably be willing to pay for that. That's the outside of the box thing where you can get around the middleman. Even if you're not even monetized and you have a big audience, you still get around the middleman. And that is what I see is a better approach.
Well, let me ask you a question. You think Hood Conservative would basically I could be his sponsor?
Yeah, I mean, you should.
Basically, I would promote his channel and maybe spend the first 15 or 30 minutes with him. You think he'd pay me?
He might. I mean, like, you remember the guy? See, like the
I'm
guy.
kidding. Of course he wouldn't.
But you remember the guy that came up the one day? I can't remember his name. He's like, "Yo, Stanley, you made me $300."
Oh, see.
Oh yeah. That's
Right
community anthropology.
now, but now you think about how transactional that was, and I pointed out at the time. Do it again. Make a business out of that, right? If you see that this will work one time, why not try to make magic out of it?
You know what?
Right?
See, that's the difference between me and you. I just sat there fussing like an idiot. I should have thought of what you just thought of. Okay, dude, I'll make you 500. Give me 200, and we'll do it.
Universal was texting me the other night. He was saying, I ain't gonna say what you said, Universal, but he basically saying, for lack of a better word, it was better than what they had going on. And the cash outs was rolling. So they let it roll on T-Channel, right? Is that what you said, Universal?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
And what, like, a lot of people honestly don't have content.
Yep.
They don't have people, like, again, they're singular mindset. They're solo rappers. But the Beatles, in my opinion, wins. You know, T was saying last night, she said, "John, you don't know what you got with Stanley." But she never thought to get a Stanley. And I'm not picking on her. You understand? I could apply this to a lot of other people. Challenge as you go. Like, why didn't they do this? You understand? Right? And, you know, I think that, again, they're solo rappers. And they're complaining about UMG and YouTube. Hell, I think the man over YouTube came from UMG. Is that not right now? Am I right? Am I right?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, it was Disney.
Whatever, it's all the same shit. But I swear that the man somewhere inside of YouTube came from UMG. But I could be wrong. But either way, they're applying the same tactics, bro. They're like, in software, it's patterns. You figure out the pattern and you overlay it on the business, subscriptions and shit like that. So you have member, whatever, the YouTube membership. Well, because they getting the cut, they're gonna encourage you to do that. And only on the go you see the subscription model being applied to business, and it's your job to not get caught up in the pretzel of what they're trying to do to you. And these people aren't thinking outside of the box. No one is the fresh and fit crying. Remember I said, man, them guys crying, demonetized, bro. You had 30,000 people in all this. You should have been working on a way to get around YouTube.
Right.
They've already done that though. While they were crying, what they didn't tell you is they have Patreon and they have what's known as the Castle Club. So
well, what you crying for? Well, there's no reason to cry.
Exactly. They're literally, when you look at the boards, the money boards, they're making like a Lamborghini of money every month, literally.
Well, there was no reason to cry then. Well, what were they crying for? Right? You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying.
Well, I do something similar, John. Again, for me, I don't care about the money, but I jumped on because of a friend by the name of Lucretia Hughes and her husband, Dave Klukin. And they have a show called The Real News with Lucretia Hughes and Dave, shameless plug. And so I started doing shorts and sending them to them. And then I basically, if I do my show, if I do a show and it's before their show, I'll sound basically like a VJ, so to speak. Thank you for calling Ablo Pacheco. Up next, stay tuned, is The Real News with Lucretia Hughes and Dave. And I'll raid over to their channel and I'll post links, for their merchandise store. And in exchange, what I can do, I haven't done it because again, I don't care about the money, but what I could do is I can actually design shirts through their production plant. And if people want to buy shirts, they'll actually press the shirts and send them to you and they'll get a cut, which I think is a genius business model.
Hey, check this out. The problem with monetizing a Reid redirect is you can't guarantee retention of the new viewers. You're paying for a fraction of the views and a fraction of them might subscribe. Well,
that might be worth it though.
Yeah,
that's on you. That's on you to monetize it. That's on you, right? That's on you. Like he brought them to your door.
Yeah.
You didn't give them what they wanted,
and you hold them. Yeah.
You knew when they were coming. You should have had your house clean, food ready to serve.
Yeah, that's a you problem. Yeah, that sounds like a you problem.
As long as they're not smart enough to have a subscription limit, like, oh, I need this certain amount. If they don't
He
specify, you did your job.
He brought you to the door, man. And you know, that's the change. It's the cost of doing business. There are plenty of people advertise on Facebook Marketplace, whatever. Maybe you don't have any impression that shows the people that have no interest in their product, but you paid for it. It guarantees
John,
you
you got a list of creators in mind already for this idea?
Nah, I mean, you know, I was thinking about doing like an industry night for creators, and you know, of course, I'm gonna pitch that idea, an auction platform. You know, let someone else run with it. You know, I'm just here for the ideas, man. Trying to push
John, you and Gary, and I think may also want to work with the tabs. Like when I noticed in YouTube Studio, it's similar to Rumble Studio. You have these tags, and I noticed in Rumble when I was playing with it for my shows last year, it was certain tags equaled certain viewers. And I noticed that when I put in certain tags,
oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, and when I did that, I went from, I mean, I plateaued off now, but I went from 0 to 96 followers darn near in a month. But that was just me playing with the tags.
John, what did I say about Barnabas's channel when we were looking at it? I said the exact same thing.
Yeah, hold on.
Hashtags in his bio or anything like that?
No, he just had straight titles. He doesn't have any SEO in his description or nothing.
I've been started playing with the hashtags whenever I was working on the shorts for Be Brave and John Go. There's this website, I forgot what it was called, but it's a trending website that allows you to look up hashtags for certain topics, and it gives you a list of them that you can put in your videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can pay attention to what I'm doing over at Lowe's channel. Like, she is leaning off of one particular community, but a lot of her growth is organic. A lot of her followers are just people who found her through the hashtags that we've been using.
Do you think? Yeah, I also wanted to pitch this idea too, but I'll do it now. Do you think Lowe should do a bunch of StreamYard surfing like how Ava used to do?
Yeah, we're getting ready to roll that out pretty soon.
Yeah,
I would love to see Lowe and T work together.
They
I
have.
think
that's in the work.
Yeah, they already had a karaoke night, so they're already testing the waters right now.
I'm on it, gentlemen. I'm on it.
Hey, do you remember when I went on John Ward? Right, you saw the clip I played for you.
Yes.
And so he invited me on, right?
Can I add a quick point about John Ward? Somewhere on, and maybe he covered it with you. He did a video on Charleroi. Did you prompt that, or is it?
No. I just want to.
If you go look when you get a chance, you'll see his take on it.
Did he just do it?
No. I went to his page a couple hours ago and happened to see that and forgot to bring it up.
So the point I was about to make is that you know, at the end of the little segment that was on there, what did he say? He says, come on my show and talk landlord stories with me, right? That's what he said, right? We do a live stream. Right? That's what he said. Is that what he said?
Yeah. That's what he wanted you to. Yep.
Right? No. And I'm not picking on Barnabas. I'm just using him as an example. So don't think I'm picking on anyone. If Barnabas had gone on there, what would he have said? Come on a live stream and talk about with Barnabas?
Trump, probably.
But
most likely.
But can Trump give them what they don't already have on their show or from some of their other guests? That it's as good as Barnabas or better. If that's what they're talking Trump. And if Barnabas has never been there, they got to already have a pretty good Trump guy, a Trump cover. Would you say it's fair? Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because he doesn't have a specific angle to bring differently than what they already have. So yeah,
right,
it wouldn't work.
If I had gone up there talking Trump, he ain't bringing me back. What the fuck? I don't even talk Trump much on here, right? But you bring me up to landlord shit, man. I got something there, right?
Yeah,
and that I think is what Barnaby's problem is, right? He'd be better off, like I said, putting the damn cameras out his window and just kick back, smoke a cigar.
Yep.
What?
They're actually gonna come to him.
Niche enough. I can understand that. He's not niche enough.
I mean, he's restrained too now. He's restrained because he's a white guy living in the hood. He already said he's shooting at his ass with jail.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. Damn.
Wait,
So
what?
he's restrained too, so you have to listen to it.
I mean,
So-
shit, that's content too. If I put a
Right.
Heck yeah,
GoPro
why does
on.
he go into that?
Right, that's what I'm saying. But he don't want to do that because he got one foot in to maybe he wants to do the intellectual thought. He wants people to chime in for what he got to say. As if he got some, very valuable to say.
Yeah.
And that very well could not be the case. Mm.
But again, like I said earlier, he does have something there. He just, he just got to keep working at it. He's gonna find his lane.
He probably need to team up with
hours, man.
He probably need to team up with someone too.
What did I say? I said that earlier too. When you guys stepped away, I said he would benefit from a team or a cohort where people are sharing resources.
Doesn't Barney live near DC?
Yeah, I told him we get together, man. I got a space I can set it up for.
Like an in-person stream with you and who else lives near you? Roz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know how cold it is up in DC, but I'm pretty sure it is closer to north. So once it gets warmer, y'all should just do an in-person stream.
I got a place he can do it inside. You know what I mean? We do it in the dead man tomb.
Death Row Studios.
No, you're gonna have a list of bunch of pictures of dead rappers on the wall.
I started streaming that motherfucker had a bunch of dead people on the wall.
Oh, God.
Think about it, seriously. like Jimi Hendrix, Should I start streaming from there?
What's your
happen already? Start a podcast. You can have your podcast with you, Universal, and HB up in there.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
What's the tagline gonna be, John?
Dead
Come to
niggas-
live, stay to die.
Incorporated. I don't know.
Broadcasting live from the tombs.
For the catacombs.
Tombstone Studios.
Paint that bitch black. What do you think? Paint that
Bone Jones Studios. That sounds awesome.
What y'all think about this shit?
You get like Egypt
Dead
thing.
man's-
Have a bunch
dead
of
man's
like black
tomb.
Hebrew Israelite Egypt shit around you. That'd be hilarious. Have like
What
a
y'all
black
think?
girl in the background.
You think I should start streaming because it's a big ass space? You know what I'm saying?
I kind of want to see it. No, to be fair, I kind of want to see it.
I could put a table in the middle of the tombs, yeah, like in Manhattan, the jail. Can you get like a paper layout of a body? I get the body laid out right there, like a paper mache type. You know what I mean?
John, you should make a paper mache model of that dead nigga with the missing hoof, with the missing foot.
What you ought to do is see if you can't get somebody to mock up those, all those morgue scenes have that big ass freezer that they slide bodies in and out of.
Maybe the Undertaker. Or the last streaming.
Unalive.
Ooh, hey man. I tell you, man, we got so many directions we could go here. We got so many directions we could go. It's just the ideas, the things we could do. Have some fun up here.
I think there's enough content creators already in this community where this can get started. Like if you could, Juan, Sweet Auntie, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Mola, is she still streaming?
Yeah, Mola. Yeah, she was streaming a couple nights ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's enough people to put together a little, like a test, do a 6-month test run to see what it looks like. And those are different type of content creators, right? So you can go to Mola for the spirituality, T for the kind of the millennial urban experience, and
music. She talked about music. I think.
Yeah,
you know how, man? I'm just thinking about it. Damn, it's 3:40. Like, if it were very organized, where they had their topics up there, where you could see the topic and buy a particular stream based on the topic.
Start a daggum TV station.
No,
that's what you have to.
It's an auction. It's an auction. You understand? It's like buying ads on the
Up San Jose.
TV. It's like buying ads on the TV station, right?
Yes.
San Jose, come up here. Doesn't she stream?
Yeah, she does the cooking thing. She could also she doesn't stream when she posts videos, but that's another content creator to add to the thing. Right?
Yeah, come up here, San Jose.
Guess what? Because with this idea, John, right? We can like in the mid, like how you just had to get up and go. You can say, "All right, I'm gonna play a video from one of our cohort members, San Jose." Boom, you hit her 5-minute video. You go do what you need to do. Come back. Hope you guys like San Jose. Make sure you check out her channel. It's blah 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 blah. She sends you $50 a month for that. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, boy. See, it's this thing. All we doing is up here brainstorming. We creating ideas that these people probably never even fucking thought about, because they just so worried about dancing for YouTube. And that's really,
hit that cash app,
right? Like they could be making money when they're not even streaming.
That's what I'm seeing.
You understand? Like
I'm telling y'all,
these black people. I'm trying my best. I try my best to help.
But sometimes, John, you got to realize sometimes they're just supposed to be the audience. They're not supposed to create.
My best to give them the ideas that they can run with them. And I ain't talking about the ones that are here. There may be some streamers that are listening.
I have an example too of what we were talking about earlier. If you want to see it, John.
What's that?
I'm not gonna play his audio though, because I don't know if I don't know if he'll strike. But I just want to show you the transition from the show to let's see if I can pull this over to how he markets other creators. Now, these aren't just YouTube people; these are authors, people who have like businesses, all types of stuff. But are you familiar with Star? Tory Terrain used to be on the radio, Hot 97.
Yeah, he takes phone calls, right? Yeah,
he takes phone calls now. And if you notice, he's changed up recently, even his model. He never used to show videos. He never used to have his guest cam up, but he's starting to lean more into this kind of modern YouTube. Yeah, but he's very selective who he brings. He has to know you. You have to be a content creator, and then he'll pull you up on cam and have a side-by-side conversation with you. Before he never did that. He kept it more radio style with with just the call-in, which I actually like. I think that's a better way to control people, to be honest. But one thing he's done for years is he has people.
You meant booty strap. This is correct.
One thing that he's done for years is he's had people create these graphics or what he calls banners, and you can market on his show. So what he does is like you pay him like $100 a month, and for whatever long, and he'll market your graphic. And I'll show you what it looks like here. I'm sharing the screen if you want to share.
All right.
So he'll go from here where he's doing the show. He'll end the show here in a minute. Let's see. So he's wrapping up, and boom! Now you get all these different businesses from his audience, and he plays this for like another 30 minutes with lo-fi music in the background. So as people are watching the streams, they see this and they see the after. You could be doing this right here, $20 a month to John Galt for 10 shows, and you can run this stream between streams in the middle for pauses, all that. Yeah,
that's very true. Yeah, that's very smart.
And then the other thing is crazy, John. The people who make these graphics, he barters with them. All right, you make my graphics, and I'm gonna send you these people, and they're gonna pay you. So he's using the bargaining system to even build his own content.
Yeah. I had a lady friend. She used to listen to him.
Yeah. So.
Yes, that's a very good idea, and that's what I think. These content creators, and I mean clearly he's doing it, but you have to own your audience. You know how they say all the data that when basically they say we're just data, right? If I don't know, somebody famous, if anyone of us would have become famous, YouTube would take this video and sell it, right? If they could find it, they would take it and sell it, right? Is that right? They would be able to do that, wouldn't they?
Can you?
Well, they technically own the content. Yeah, they can take it away. Yeah,
they can take it away, right? And which means they can sell it. They own it, they can sell it, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's your consent.
Yeah, if Rumble came and bought YouTube, they selling your content. You work for Rumble. Like, yes.
Right. If your content is sold and all the content that YouTube own, Rumble would now own it. That's correct. And so from that standpoint, then you have to own your audience. Right? If you the first thing you're saying, hey, if I have 10,000 viewers or subscribers, okay, well, you know, if that's your audience, then how do you best monetize them? Those are some of the things I think, like what Universal Jones is saying, and take it even further of the redirects and the in placement ads on the stream. We may start doing that here. Anyone's interested, feel free to speak up. You got a business you want to promote, we definitely promote it here, but we need to formalize that. Yeah,
I think we should talk and make something happen. And if you need a commercial, you can come to me. I can do a commercial for you.
There you go. The vertical integration there. Tropes can do the digital ads too. He might want to chip in. We have a bidding process on there. That might be pretty slick there. It might be pretty slick. I like that idea. What's up, Portia? Why don't you come up here? I got some ideas I want to run past you. She may be busy. I don't know. But yeah, that industry night, man, I think we should definitely do that. Universal. What night you think would be a good night to do it? Monday night?
I could do it tomorrow night. That works for me.
I mean
if you want to do it quick, but this in general,
yeah,
I don't know. I would say whatever evening. I think an evening is gonna be better because people can focus if they're at work or whatever. If not at work,
right.
But whatever evening gets the highest ratings.
Yeah,
on the channel, probably is a good name.
So y'all can start advertising it beforehand. This way you can have a wider audience.
Yeah. Say the first part again, Gary.
Y'all should push it back a bit so y'all could have a wider audience and start advertising it more. Kind of like how we did with the Halloween party.
Hey, Portia, come tell us what you think about that. So maybe we can try to get this advertising in place for that.
Maybe Universal can make a commercial for it.
Yeah, I was thinking about it from the standpoint of, like, you know how the bars do this a lot. You ever heard this Universal? Do they do this in Minnesota where you live?
Yeah, advertising businesses at the bar.
No. So in the bar, people that are in the bar business, right?
Mm-hmm.
They go to other bars. They like raid other bars at night. Typically, there's one or two other bars that stays open really late after all the other ones are closed. So if they close up their bar, they go to whatever, this bar. And typically it'd be like industry nights on a Tuesday, where all the guys that, you know, work late at this bar, they go, at all the other bars go to this bar, and that's like industry night.
So they just keep pushing.
But it's usually the same bar, right? Because that's the one bar, one or two bars is open late at night. So typically all the servers and bartenders and bar backs go to this one bar at night, you know, late night, you know. And you know, the people that work real late at night, it could be, you know, policemen in there or whatever, but it's typically a late night bar for bartenders and shit like that.
Right.
So that'd be special for. Matter of fact, let me show you a bar in DC. It does that. I want to hear this motherfucker doing COVID. Let's see. Share my screen.
Is Portia in the back?
Yeah, she's in the back. Come on, Portia.
Isn't this the song that we shouldn't be playing?
What song? What's that song's playing? The song is playing?
I thought I heard the background music playing.
No, I don't hear anything.
Gary, do you hear it?
No, there's nothing playing.
Maybe I'm playing a stream. No stream.
So this is the bar right here. It's about its tea. It's called Service Bar.
No.
Maybe we'll call the stream Service Bar.
Better make sure it ain't copyrighted.
These are the only they look a little fruity.
Anyway, for sure.
For sure. They may have it in the window right here. I got the mask on everything. Did they mention it? That this is what they do?
Possibly the best fried chicken.
But anyway, yes. So it's like a bar for, like, you know, the servers and shit. I think this is the one.
That food do look good though.
It does. Shit. I've only eaten it once. Man, Service Bar. Shit. That shit does look good.
Yeah, well, you had You had Mavid at service.
Mhm. Anyway, yeah, so there's a service bar night. Did Portia leave? I guess Portia left. But yeah, anyway, service bar night. That'll be good right there. That'll be beautiful. Yeah, I gotta get out of here for a bit. What I got something to do. Oh, I gotta put this computer together.
Oh, you got a computer?
Oh,
Oh, I was
like that, bro.
I
Oh,
was gonna
shit.
I was gonna make a developer joke. You know, I know it might be hard, but make sure it's plugged in before you hit the on off button.
Yeah, sure, bro.
I tell you about the time I just started working, and this developer calls me over. He can't seem to get his computer powered up.
What, did he not have it plugged in?
I kid you not.
I believe it.
People really do be forgetting that shit to be plugged in. I do that sometimes too.
I mean, it
whenever
was
I'm
literally not plugged into the wall.
Oh, that's nice, John.
Yeah,
Is that a pre-built?
No, that
or
looks
did
like
you get
my
that custom?
son's, except his is white. So you
Yeah.
can. Oh, okay. You know what? Well, if that's shit, you'll be able to yank stuff out and put stuff in.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Now, the only thing I'm gonna tell you, because my son ran into it, make sure the cooling in it is up to par. 'Cause he built his from scratch and had to go buy a new like a water cooled whatever the shit is.
Yeah, that water coolant stuff. You got to make sure the solution's right.
Yeah,
You
for
can
the chip,
customize
I
the
guess.
color. That's pretty cool. But John's got looks like it's only run on fan cooling, at least from what I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, just make sure it's not going to overheat.
Yeah, just keep them clean. That's all you really got to do.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. I can't afford, but I ain't pay that much, man. I ain't pay that much, y'all.
What'd you get it off of? Did you buy that from a store?
The marketplace. Yo, look,
Oh,
one
you must have.
dude, man, he was like,
The
"Yo, I
light
built."
flash.
Look, young white dude.
Make the lights twinkle.
You can do that.
He said, "Yeah, I think it shit does." He said he builds me at a Facebook marketplace, and again, this is just another way of going about things, man. Like that was his business, bro. He was like, you know, he had a lot of reviews of building just gaming machines.
Nice.
Like, just think about it, like the dude who the guy, remember the guy that was on the channel from Chicago, tried to open up a computer store, blah blah blah. Remember that? Everyone remember that? And he was talking about how they were breaking into the store and stuff like that.
Oh, the guy you just interviewed?
And a couple of days ago, he was on the stream talking about how his store was getting broken into in Chicago and all that.
Yeah.
And here's a guy who's probably building machines at home, running his business off Facebook Marketplace. Again, a different paradigm, same business, different paradigm. One is much more effective and easier to do.
Heck, all you need is a garage and some picket signs for advertisement.
Facebook Marketplace nowadays, shit, you don't even need a picket sign. So it's an interesting way of looking at it.
No need to print when you have digital.
There you go. I might be back, guys, but I'm out for a bit.
All right.
I'm about to roll out too.
Okay, well, I'll
Stanley,
catch you
still
later.
streaming? Are you gone?
Oh yeah, I'm gone too.
All right, see you.
I had no idea. I thought he was going to shut it down. Yeah, I'm shutting it down now. I'll be back on at 3 a.m. at the regular time. I don't know what's going to happen between now and then. John says he might be back, so stay tuned for a pop up. Now I saw Portia putting some stuff in Slack, so maybe she's going to do a politics show. I don't know. But,
okay. Have a good.
I have no idea what
60,
plans are.
Stanley. Have a good sweet
You
60.
what?
Have a good sweet 60.
Yeah, I had a good time. It was actually so good that I went 12 hours and then started up a new stream and went for another 8 or so. And luckily Portia was here because I fell asleep. Virgo fell asleep. And that's probably the second time since I've been doing this that, I'd had enough beer. I'd been up for 18 hours. 60 caught up with me right at the end.
Oh, damn.
So, hey, you know what? I had a great time. So I will see everybody, unless I get some weird wild hair. I'll be on at 3 a.m. Eastern time. And then if somebody hops on and the topic's interesting, I'll hop up on that panel. So I will see you all later and enjoyed it as usual. Hopefully, I won't get on somebody else's panel and get irate. See y'all later.
Feel like that shit, feel like that shit, feel like that shit, feel like that shit. Go. Go. Feel like that shit, go. Feel like that shit, feel like that shit, feel like that shit, feel like that shit. Go. Feel like that shit, go. Like that shit, feel like shit, feel like shit, feel like that shit. Feel like that shit, go. Go. Feel like that shit, go. Go. Feel like that shit, go. Feel like that shit, feel like that shit, feel like that shit, feel like that shit.